Welcome back to the channel, guys. My name is Ali, and if you guys don't know, today I'm gonna present you guys. Let me present you guys the ultimate Twitter build, okay? And this build is so sick, guys. And as you guys know, in each and every of my build, I try to do something new, always with Next.js and Tailwind and of course, in this build too, we are gonna be doing something really cool. And guys, we're gonna be using Firebase version 9 for this build, and it's a completely responsive build. It's completely mobile responsive, as you guys can see. As soon as I go on smaller screens, this is what happens. The sidebar kind of goes in, and it's just only the icons remain, and then I can pretty much go in. And with complete authentication, by the way, there's complete authentication. And let me show you guys this thing, okay? So this is the thing where we're gonna be adding all these posts, and I've also added the emoji picker, so we can add different emojis like this. And this is really cool, guys, just trust me. And I've also added Firebase Storage functionality, so we can add images into the build. And all these things, all the images we add, they convert into URLs, so they're displayed here, as you guys can see. If I close this, you guys can see this is an image. And you guys, anyone could pretty much comment. If I click on this chat thingy, this is what the reply. And if I reply here something like this is really good, and if I click on reply, look at this, guys, what's gonna happen. So as soon as I click on reply, it takes me to a different page, guys. And of course, I'm gonna be using Next.js because you guys know how much I love Next.js, and it's really powerful. So it has inbuilt routing and stuff like that. So as soon as I click on reply, you guys can see here's my reply. This is really good. Loved it. And there are two more replies here from before. And we also have the like functionality. As you guys can see, as soon as I dislike, it changes to 1. And as I added this, as I added my command, guys, you guys can see it changed this to 3. And not only this, I've also added the functionality to delete your own post. So this is, since this is not my post, and of course you guys can see I'm logged into Yennefer account. So this is my post, right? This is not, so I cannot delete this post. I can retweet this one, but I can delete my own post. So if I click here, guys, look at this. The post is gone, guys. And of course, since the post is gone, all the comments and everything's gone as well, along with that. And this is just some static information. These are widgets, basically. These two things, these are widgets. And this is some static information which we are going to be using server-side rendering, guys, to get these things. And look at this, guys. So if I click here, it's going to log me out of the application. And by the way, this is deployed on Vercel, guys. So this is not locally I'm showing you. I've just deployed this application. So we're gonna deploy this app to Vercel, as we always do in each and every of our builds. So this is the login page. You're gonna have sign in with Google, this beautiful button, as you guys can see. And I'm gonna show you guys this thing as well, from where I basically got this beautiful animation. So as I click here on sign in with Google, it takes me to this Google authentication. Then I can pretty much use any account. If I use this account, let's just say my second account here, and boom, guys, you guys see there's no flickering, there's nothing. And why is there no sort of loading or anything? And even if I refresh the page, you guys will see there's no sort of loading. And this is because we are getting the user on the server side render, which is really immensely powerful, and using Next authentication, and which is of course the beta version of Next authentication. So that's the build, guys. And let me show you guys. Let me just post something here. Let's say just hello world, and let me show you guys what happens. Let me just add some emoji. Let's add some rocket emoji maybe. Let's get excited, guys. It's gonna be a really sick build, and there's so many cool things I will be doing. Let me just see. I've already added this one, so let me just pick the Spotify one and just add any image. And you guys can see as soon as I add this image, I have an option to basically to remove the image as well. So if I click on the close icon, it basically removes the image, and I can basically add the image again. For some reason, it's right now it's not adding the image. Let's just add this one and just just click on tweet. So as soon as I click on tweet, guys, watch what happens. This has changed the opacity because it's loading, and now it has posted this image, guys. And we can also see the time here. a few seconds ago. We are also having fetching the timestamp, and here's my post, guys. And as soon as I can click on the like, and as soon as I can also reply here. And if I click on this post, guys, what happens is again takes me to this page, which I have created using, of course, Next.js and inbuilt routing. So it's going to be really powerful, and we can click back to go back on the home page, and we have all the posts here. So we can click here, and we can also reply. So this is a model. We're going to be using Recoil as well, guys. So for state management, we're not going to be using Redux, because Recoil is much more simple. Trust me, guys. Once you guys learn Recoil, you guys will be amazed. If you guys don't know about it, you guys will be really amazed, because it's so simple to use it. And we have all these things. You can reply, pretty much do anything here. If I click on reply, it basically replies, and you guys know. And I can delete my post from here. So if I delete, it takes me back to the home page, and that post is gone. So that's it, guys. And let's get started with this, and let's start building this beautiful application, guys. And it's completely mobile responsive, so you guys can add this project to your portfolio, and it's a sick one. Trust me, it's a really sick project, guys. So yeah, let's get started with this one, guys. And the first thing, so I've recently switched to Mac from Windows, and I like switching my environments, so just to be more engaged with it. And honestly, I like Mac more than the Windows. So yeah, first thing I'm gonna be doing, guys, is I'm gonna be opening Tailwind CSS website, and we're gonna be using Next.js and Tailwind CSS along with Firebase version 9. So Next.js is basically a framework, React frame. If you guys don't know what Next.js is, it's basically React, but it's a framework, production framework for React. So it comes with all these beautiful advantages, like these optimizations called image optimization. There's analytics. There's the very good thing about this is we don't have to use like React router or anything, as opposed to if you guys have used in React. There's a inbuilt routing. Then there's fast refresh. And recently they upgraded to a newer version, which is like so they added something called a Rust compiler. And what this Rust compiler does, I don't know if it's big enough for you guys, the screen. So Rust compiler, what it does, it makes it more faster. And trust me, guys, it's really powerful. Next.js is extremely powerful with everything. And we're going to be using Tailwind CSS for our design, for our styling. And the reason why I'm going to be using Tailwind CSS is because, guys, making responsive web applications is so damn easy with Tailwind CSS. If you guys have never used this, get ready to be amazed by Tailwind CSS. It's really powerful. And don't get frustrated by people saying that you have to add too many classes and stuff. I'm going to be teaching you guys so many tips and tricks to make sure that you don't have your code repeated. So yeah. So first thing I want you guys to do is, whatever you guys are using, Windows or Mac, just go to this link here, tailwindcss.com/doc/installation, and click on Next.js. After you click on Next.js, because there are integration guides basically. So since we are going to be using Next.js, click on Next.js. And what we are going to be doing is, since we are going to be using Tailwind, right? So it creates an application for us inside of VS Code, along with the folder structure and stuff, along with the dependencies, Tailwind CSS. So we don't have to manually do this whole procedure as we do with React and stuff. So it's really powerful. So just just copy this link, guys, and open your I'm gonna open my terminal since I'm using Mac, and I'm gonna navigate to my. Let me see what's okay. So I'm gonna navigate to my desktop. Then I'm gonna navigate to my builds folder, and I'm just gonna. And you guys, if you're using Windows, just open your CMD command prompt and type this command wherever you want to save your project, whichever folder. So I'm going to save it inside of my builds, and type this command and change my project. Let me actually increase this. I don't know if you guys can see this. So, and change the my project thing to whatever the name you guys want to have. So I'm going to be typing Twitter, Twitter clone, and I'm going to be saying YT because it's for YouTube. I'm going to press enter. And as soon as we press enter, guys, what it's going to do is it's basically going to install, as I told you guys, it's basically going to install all these dependencies for us, Next.js, Tailwind CSS behind the back, and so we don't have to we can immediately start working on the code, and we don't have to waste our time in installing all the dependencies. And I pretty much do this in each and every of my build, guys. And I like to explain it from a beginner's perspective every single time, because that's how, yeah. and maybe there'll be so many beginners in out there. So yeah, so it might take a while because my Mac, guys, it's a bit slower than Windows. It's not as opposed to Windows, but yeah, it's gonna be, and we're gonna also create a Firebase account. So if you guys have never used Firebase, don't worry about it. It's just a database platform. It's a NoSQL database platform which we are going to be using. So just select your accounts. I'm just gonna select this account and close this. And you guys have to go to console basically. And you guys can also watch my previous videos if you guys want to learn about Firebase and stuff. I've used Firebase in a lot of my projects. And then what you guys have to do is you guys have to add a project. Let me make this bigger, the screen, and you guys have to click on add a project. Then enter your project's name. So I'm gonna enter Twitter clone YT, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on continue, and you can enable Google Analytics for a production project if it's for production and stuff. But for this one, I don't really think we should, but it's fine, And you guys can click create project, and it's extremely fast, guys. Firebase is really fast, and the reason we're using Firebase, guys, is because we're gonna be sending all of our posts and all our information to the cloud, to the database inside of which is called Cloud Firestore inside of Firebase. So that's a database we're going to be using, NoSQL database. And recently they upgraded to a version 9, which is kind of modular. Before it wasn't like that, but don't worry, guys. I'm going to teach you guys everything from scratch on how we're going to be doing all these things. So yeah, so once you create this project, and you guys can see it's really fast. It's done. We can click on continue, and our project is created. So far, guys, all I want you guys to do is till this point. Don't do anything more ahead. Now let's get back to our terminal and see. So it is downloaded, as you guys can see. Now I'm gonna navigate to my Twitter clone YT, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type into the directory. I'm gonna type code dot. So it's gonna open it inside of my Visual Studio Code, basically. When I type code dot, and I'm gonna make it full screen. And the first thing you guys can do, so this is basically the Next.js boilerplate together with Tailwind CSS. And what Tailwind CSS is, guys, is a bunch of utility classes, and that's all. And as you guys can see, it's all these utility, but it's nothing like Bootstrap, guys. If you guys are thinking that Tailwind CSS is like Bootstrap, it's nothing at all like Bootstrap. Bootstrap comes with default styling. Tailwind CSS, however, is the opposite of Bootstrap. Like, it does not come with any default styling. Okay, everything is from scratch, and all the styling we write here is from scratch. So it's just a boilerplate with Tailwind. And what you guys can do is you guys can open the terminal by pressing Command J or Control J. And what you guys can do is, I'm going to be using yarn in this build, but if you're using npm, you have to run the command called npm run dev. Yarn also is the same thing. So yarn run dev to run your server, and I'm gonna press enter here, and it's saying both 3000 is already in use, and that's because I was building this build before. So I'm gonna actually cut the server here, and then I'm gonna close this, and I think now it's gonna work for me. So let's actually get back, and what I'm gonna do is open my localhost 3000, and it's not working right now. So I'm gonna run it again, and now it's gonna run my server on localhost 3000. And as you guys can see, it is refreshing. Let me make this bigger. And what I'll do, guys, is I'll actually keep this side by side. I think this helps you guys to see the code as well. So I think I'm gonna keep it like that. So here we go, guys. So this is the Next.js boilerplate, and this is what it actually gives us by default. So this is the home page of Next.js, and along with Tailwind CSS. So, and of course, like if I go to my package.json, you guys will see there's nothing else. There's just Next.js and Tailwind CSS and some development dependencies, auto prefixer and post CSS. So we didn't have to do this manually. Now, guys, what we have to do is we have to build this beautiful application, right? Which is here, this beautiful application. And as you guys can see, there is no sidebar here on my, because the sidebar actually appears on a smaller screen size, and that's basically 1024 pixels or something. That's when it actually appears. Otherwise, it's hidden. But yeah, of course, that's the thing. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna remove all this thing, because I'm not going to be needing any of this thing here. So I'm just going to remove till my main tag. I'm going to press save. And as soon as I do that, look at this, guys. Boom, everything's gone, right? Everything is gone. And if you guys are getting confused by what head is, so basically in Next.js, we have these powerful components. And what these components do, guys, is basically these components are really powerful. We can use these components inside of any of our pages. And what they basically what this head basically represents is this top part here, guys. So as you can see, there's create next app written here. So if I change this to anything else, if I change this to Twitter, it's gonna change this thing to Twitter, as you guys can see. So it immediately changes. So that is why Next.js is extremely powerful, guys. And inside of Next.js, there's something called pages. There's a folder called pages, and inside of the folder we have an API. So there's a running server as well, an express server you can think of if you guys have worked with Stack and stuff like that. Inside of Next.js, there's a running server. There's a running express server here, and what happens is anything you include anything inside of your pages, guys, it basically becomes a route here. So if I add something like inside of my pages, if I add something like hello.js, and what I'm going to be using is I'm going to be doing RFCE, and what this is basically a quick snippet. So if you guys don't know what this is, you guys can search for an extension called React Redux. So it's basically this extension, React Redux GraphQL snippets. You can install this, and basically gives you these beautiful snippets, so you don't have to type this all by yourself. So I'm going to do underscore RFC, which gives me this functional component, and I'm going to change this to uppercase hello, and I'm just going to type hello world here, and I'm just going to save it. And look at this, guys. So I've added my hello.js file inside of my pages, guys. Now, guys, this created a page for me called hello. So if I type /hello, and if I actually go, you guys can see I reached the page called hello world. Okay, and this is what I've written here, right? Hello world. And I can go back. So this is how powerful Next.js is, guys. And by the way, since I removed everything from Next.js, so it's not showing anything here, but if I add home page here, it's going to be showing home page. And as you guys can see, and it's in the center. Why? Because of this styling here, guys. And this is Tailwind CSS. So if I remove the styling, it's going to be on the top left. And I can go to my hello page, as you guys can see, and I can come back to my home page. So this is why we don't have to use any sort of React router and stuff like that, which we use in React, in typical React apps. So I can pretty much delete this page since I'm not going to be needing this. So let's get started with the build, guys. And what I always like to do is I like to structure everything before starting anything. And I like to keep my semantics clean as well. And what semantics is basically the way you write your tags. So I don't like to use a lot of divs everywhere. I mean, we usually use divs a lot, right? So I like to use main tags and section tags to make distinction, between all the stuff. So what I like to do is I like to have a main tag on my page, and inside of the main tag, we're going to be having three things, guys. We're going to be having a sidebar. We are going to be having a feed component, and all of these things are going to be components, of course, since we are using React. And let me close the sidebar thing here. And the third thing we're going to be having, guys, is we're going to be having something called widgets. So inside of our main tag, guys, we're going to be having three components: sidebar, feed, and widgets. And after widgets, on the bottom here, guys, we're going to be having one more component, and that will be the model. And we're going to be using Recoil state management library to basically control the state of the model, of course. And globally, the state will be available, unlike useState and stuff. And don't worry, guys. I'm going to explain everything. So if it sounds confusing to you right now. So first, let's start with let's start by creating a folder on the root here, and that will be called I'll call it components, of course. And let's start with the sidebar, guys. So I'm gonna create a new file here called sidebar.js, and again I'm gonna use my beautiful snippet rf_rfce to create this beautiful snippet sidebar, and let's just type sidebar for now. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna do something like this, and I'm gonna have sidebar, and actually and it gives me auto import suggestions. When you press command space on the end of the component, it gives you suggestions for auto import. And as you can see, I imported my sidebar from /component/sidebar. So And as soon as I save it, here's my sidebar. I see the sidebar, right? Now, what I want to do before actually starting any of this, I want to give some styling for my main tag, guys. And straight away, we can just, inside of Tailwind CSS, we can just put class name. If you guys, and you guys, so by the way, I'm getting these suggestions, and these are all Tailwind CSS suggestions. And to get these suggestions, guys, if you're using Tailwind CSS for the first time, you guys have to install an extension called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, basically. And that's an extension you guys have to install to get these suggestions, and just like how I'm getting these suggestions. So make sure you install this if you're using Tailwind CSS for the first time. And all you have to do is write a bunch of utility classes. So for example, in CSS we do something called display flex. Inside of Tailwind CSS we just write flex, and if I hover over this, and because of the extension, you can see I get this styling called display flex. So this is why Tailwind CSS is really powerful, because it saves us so much time from, if you are good at CSS and stuff, it saves us so much time from writing those styles in the longer sort of way. So for my main tag, guys, however, I'm gonna do a background of black. So BG black means a background of black, and I'm gonna say min height of screen. And if I hover over it, and if you're new to Tailwind CSS, don't worry about it. Just keep, when you're writing the styles with me, just hover over it, and you guys will understand what the style actually means. And you can also like go to the website and just press Command K and type like background color here. So if you guys type like background color here, you guys can pretty much see all these. We have all these variants inside of Tailwind CSS. And why Tailwind CSS is so powerful is because if you want to use a custom color, all we have to do, guys, we have to put a square bracket and we have to type the custom color, whatever the color is. So of course I don't know the color right now. So for black, for example, it's 000, right? So if I type 000, it gives me this custom color, and it's gonna be the same one, of course. So this is why it's really powerful, and you can do this for pretty much anything. So for example, for height also, let's say we have these values, and you guys can see we have 12 pixels, 16, 20. But if you want to use a custom values, something like 400 pixels, so all you have to do is type square brackets, and inside of your square brackets you have to type the custom value. You can use rems, you can use pixels, you can use EMs, whatever you guys like to use. So I like to use pixels, of course. And then when you hover over this, you guys can see it creates a class name for you. So this is why it's really, really time-saving Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to say BG black, min height of screen, and I'm going to say display of flex, and then I'm going to say give me a max width of 1500 pixels. Now this is a custom value, so I'm going to put square brackets, and this means a max W means max width, so I'm going to put 1500 pixels. And I'm also going to say MX auto. And why am I actually writing these styles, by the way? So I'm writing these styles to make sure, oops, sorry, let me go here. As you guys can see immediately, everything turns black, and the reason why is because of the min height of screen. So if I remove min height of screen, you guys can see only the top part, the sidebar part, the top part is black here, because I just wrote sidebar there. But if I do min height of screen, it means I want my minimum height to be 100 VH. That means the whole background is going to turn black on the page. I'm going to display all these children as flex, because as you guys can see, we have a sidebar on the left side, then we have in the middle we have the feed, and on the right side we have the widgets, right? So we have three components side by side, so I'm going to be displaying them as flex, right? It makes sense. And then I'm going to give them a max width, so then don't just keep getting bigger and bigger, and I'm going to get them into the center, and you guys are going to understand this once we have all these components, basically. So that's all. Now let's get into our sidebar, and let's get started with the sidebar component. So let me just get open the sidebar, and inside of the sidebar, guys, we have a div, and the outermost div is gonna have a class name of hidden. Okay, and what hidden is, basically it's display of none. So by the way, inside of Tailwind CSS, handling mobile responsiveness is really, really easy. And for beginners, all the beginners out there, how we actually handle mobile responsiveness inside of Tailwind CSS is basically everything is mobile responsive first. So think of it as a min widths instead of max widths, right? It's all in terms of min widths instead of max widths. So you always design for mobile first, and then there are a set of breakpoints starting from small, medium, large, XL, and they all have different values, default values. Like small has 640 something, and the medium is a tablet size with a 768 pixels. And as a type here, you guys can see small is 640, and MD is medium, which is for tablet. As you guys can see, 768 pixels. Then there's something called large. So all these are breakpoints, but whatever style I'm writing right now is gonna be for the phone. It's gonna be for the mobile. Okay, so it starts from smaller and then it goes bigger. Now for my smaller screen size, so I don't want my sidebar to be shown on phone screen sizes, right? So that's why I'm doing a display of none, because I don't want my sidebar to be shown. But as soon as I go smaller, and the way you handle response, you put a colon here, guys, and what you do is on my small, which is basically going to be 640 pixels, right? And I'm gonna put a colon, I'm gonna say flex, display flex. And as soon as I hover over this, you guys can see on the at medium min width of 640 pixels, if you have used media queries, and if you guys have used media, you guys would know how much of a pain it is to use media queries and to write all these media queries. It takes so much time, guys. Just imagine in Tailwind CSS, you can just do it like that, just like that. It's how fast it is. Just think of it. So on 640 pixels, I want my sidebar to be displayed as flex, so it's not gonna be hidden anymore. And then I want my sidebar, the children inside my sidebar, to have a flex direction of column, because by default it's row, right? Then I'm gonna also say items of center. What items of center is, it aligns your items horizontally in the center in this case, because the flex direction has changed. Remember, when the flex direction is row, then it aligns your items vertically in the center. But in this case, it's gonna be horizontal. And then on my axle breakpoint, however, I want to do items of start instead of align items of start instead of saying. So I don't want them to be in the center. I want them to be in the start on my Excel screen, which is 1080 pixels. And there's a reason why I'm actually doing that. And then again on my Excel screen size, I'm also gonna say I want I want to specify a certain width for my sidebar of 340 pixels, and I want the overall padding. So P2 means overall padding. As you guys can see, I hover over it, it says padding, overall padding of 8 pixels. And I'm also gonna say fixed. Fixed means position of fixed. So if you're gonna do absolute, you have to write absolute, which means position of absolute. And I want this sidebar to be fixed, right? Because if I show you guys the build here right now, and so you guys can see this is scrollable. The feed is scrollable for me because I'm gonna have so many posters, right? There's gonna be so many posters. The feed is scrollable along with the right hand side, which is the widgets, right? So widgets and the feed is scrollable, but as you guys can see, the sidebar is not even moving, so it is actually fixed. And that is how Twitter exactly has, by the way. You guys can check out Twitter and you guys can see it's exactly like that on Twitter. So that's what we're going to be doing here. So inside of our build, I'm going to do fixed. So it's going to stay at one place. And then since I said fixed, I need to specify a height as well. So I'm going to say a height of full, and I'm going to save it. And of course, we wouldn't be able to see anything because there's nothing right now. But now inside of my sidebar, we're gonna have a logo here. So on the top left, you guys can see there's a logo here with a beautiful animation thingy transition here. You guys can see, and I'm gonna be showing you something really cool about the transition and how to not repeat yourself. So for the div here, I'm gonna say, so this div is gonna contain an image tag, and I'm gonna be using a Next.js image component, guys. And if you guys don't know what a Next.js image component, again, it's the same like, remember I told you guys about the head component there. So Next.js has these powerful components which are optimized, and you have to import the image from next/image. And what we have to do here inside of this, so let me comment this out for now, and let me write the styling for this. So I'm going to say flex, item center, justify center, and I'm going to give it a width and a height of 14. And if you guys don't know what I'm doing here, just try to hover over this again and try to understand what I'm doing. Justify center means justify corner of center. Width and a height of 14 means a width and height of 56 pixels, as you guys can see. And I'm also gonna write a custom class name here called hover animation. Now this is not inside of Tailwind, guys. This is a custom class I'm going to be creating, and I'm gonna show you guys why I'm gonna be creating this class. And I'm also gonna say padding of 0. I don't want any padding. And the reason, of course, you guys might be thinking, why am I actually adding? There would be no padding by default, right? But there would be, because I'm going to be creating this custom class and there would be padding inside of it. So that's why I'm writing P0 to override that class. So, and on my Excel screen, Excel breakpoint, I want to have a margin left of 24. Okay, a margin left 24 basically means a margin left of 96 pixels, and I'm gonna save it. Now inside of the div, guys, I'm gonna be having an image, and I'm gonna be having a bunch of, so first, like, of course, I'm gonna be having an image here, and the image, of course, as you guys can know, even the normal image tag we use in HTML, it has a source property, right? So I'm gonna have a source here. Now for the source, what I'm going to be doing, guys, I've used all these sources, and I have linked my repository in the description, so you guys can go and you guys can pretty much copy all these sources. There's no need to for any of you to type these sources out, and that's what I'm going to be doing as well. So I'm just going to copy this source here from my GitHub repo. I'm going to paste it there, and I've shortened this for you guys, the source. So you guys, even if you guys want to type, it's fine, you know. And so inside of my Nexus, as soon as I save this, guys, you guys will see that we're gonna face an error right now. And the error says that it's an invalid source prop on next/image, and the host name rb.gy is not configured. So whenever you use these image sources, since we're using Next.js, guys, we always have to configure the host, like where the image is actually coming from, which domain is it actually coming from. And it is very easy to do that. If you guys navigate to this link, it actually tells you how to fix it, possible ways to fix it. All you guys have to do is create a file called next.config.js. And this is just once, guys. You don't have to do this again and again. This is just one. So create a file on the root, something called, so not something, exactly like that, next.config.js. And copy this code, this bunch of code here, which it says. And inside of your domains, guys, inside of the domains here, all you have to do is add this domain name. So I'm going to remove this one. And which domain am I talking about? So if I close this link and if I go back here, you guys can see it actually tells you the domain name. So it says hostname rb.gy. So copy this host name here, whatever the host name for you guys is. Of course, if you guys are using any other images from any other sources, copy the host name and just paste this inside of your domains. And now save it. And as soon as I save it, I open my terminal. You guys can see I see a message called found a change in next config. Restart the servers to see the. So whenever you change something inside of a configuration file, you always have to restart the server. So press Control C and just like try to run the server again. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. So make sure to restart the server because we changed our configuration file. And now if I go back here, sorry, to the local host, and it's actually compiling right now. And again, there is an error right now. Now, what is this error right now? So this error right now is because the image source must use width and height or layout fit. So whenever you use Next.js image component, and I'll tell you guys why I'm using Next.js image component as opposed to the traditional image tag. There's a reason why I'm using it, and there's a very good reason for that. So whenever you use Next.js image component, you always have to specify a width. And in this scenario, my width and height is gonna be 30. So I'm just gonna say not hello height, width and height of 30. I'm just gonna save it right now. And as soon as I save it, guys, boom, here we go. And we should be seeing that. And here we go. Here's the image. Here's the turtle logo right now. So the reason why I'm using Next.js image component, if I copy the image address right now, and if you guys don't know what the reason is, and if I paste it right now, you guys can see the image address is changed to something called next/image, and then there's a param URL param here. And so what this is, which format is this actually? So this is something called a WebP format, guys. And what Next.js image component actually does, guys. And if you guys want to read more about it, just go to Next.js and just basically go into the documents and docs documentation. Just go here, and what it basically does is, it actually, first of all, it has faster page loads and stuff like that. And what it does basically, it changes your image. If your image is a huge image, it converts it into a WebP format, which is really powerful because it reduces the bundle size. It reduces your bundle size for production, and it also loads faster, of course, and it doesn't crash out or stuff like that. So it has some really good benefits, and there might be some other benefits too, which I don't know. So you guys can read this and try to find out. So it's really powerful to use these built-in Next.js components. That's the reason we are using Next.js. So we have a width and a height of 30. Now what I'm going to be doing, guys, is outside of my image component here. And by the way, so I have a width and height of 30, and you guys can see as soon as I go here, and we see that it's white because we gave a max width, remember. So if I go to my index.js, we gave a max width of 1500 pixels. So that's why it's actually white outside of that, because it has a certain max width. But don't worry about that, we're gonna fix that. Now, as for this custom class name, which I told you guys, how and where I'm actually going to create this, right? So this custom class name, guys, so whenever you want to create a custom class or something like that, what you have to do is you have to create, you guys can create a folder in this scenario, and a folder, you can name it like styles. Inside of your styles, you can create a file called globals.css, and what you have to do inside of this file, guys, you have to type these three things: Tailwind base, and Tailwind components, and Tailwind utilities, basically. And then you guys have to save this. So this is another way of basically including Tailwind CSS inside of your project. So because we used an example version, right, when we started this thing, so it did not actually use this way. However, it used another way. So if I go to my app.js, guys, it used this way basically. It imported from Tailwind CSS slash Tailwind.css. But this is another way you can actually import your Tailwind module. So what you can do is I can remove that. And what I can do, since I created this, I can go to my styles and I can go to my globals.css and I can save this. And you guys will see there will be no change here at all. So if I don't have this, then you guys can see it's changed. But I need to have this, and there will be no change, because this is another way of adding Tailwind CSS into your project basically. So now in this way, what you guys can do, why this way is really cool is, so let me just go to my global CSS, and I'm gonna show you guys what I'm gonna be doing. So inside of this thing here, I'm gonna type layer, and I'm gonna target my base first of all. So base basically represents the body and the stuff like that. Now, of course, you do not necessarily have to use base, but it's good to keep it separate. And what you guys can do is I can just type body here. So as we all know that there's a body, of course, right? There's a body. Now for the body, I have to use Tailwind styling inside of my CSS file. Now, how do I actually do that, right? Because this is a CSS file, and inside of a CSS file, we write our styles like this, as you guys know. We say background color 0, and this is how we write our styling inside of a CSS file. But what if I want to use my Tailwind CSS styles here as well, right? So the way you do that, you use something called add apply, and all these things I'm using, guys, all these add tags, they're inside of the Tailwind documentation. This is how you basically do it. And I can use apply, and now I can actually I'm getting my suggestions, as you guys can see, and I can use Tailwind CSS here. So all I have to do is I have to say BG black, and as soon as I say that, guys, let me make this bigger now, and you guys can see it's no more white, because our whole body is actually black right now, so it's no more white. Now outside of my base, I want to target my components now. Inside of my components, remember that class name I created called hover animation, that custom class name. Since the class name, of course, I have to use a dot here, and I'm saying dot hover animation. Now again, I want to use my Tailwind CSS here, and I'm gonna be having a bunch of styling here. Now, why is this so useful? Why am I doing it inside of CSS, and why didn't I actually do it inside of Sidebar? The reason why this is so useful is we can use this in multiple places, guys. We can use the hover animation. Once I style this, we can use this class name over in any component basically, and we're going to be using this hover animation class name in many components in many places. So that's the particular reason I created this once, and you do not have to repeat yourself. Always remember dry, which is do not repeat yourself. So I'm going to be using a custom value, and this is going to be a custom value of D9, D9, D9. So a background, when I hover over it, it's going to be a background of D9, D9. And also when I hover over it, I want the background opacity to go to 0.1. This means it's going to be 0.1. And then I also want my rounded to be full. And I want to say cursor of pointer. I also want to give a width, a custom width here of 52 pixels and a height of 52 pixels. And I also want to say on my Excel breakpoint, I want my width to be auto, okay, and also of course my height to be auto, and that's only on my Excel breakpoint. Now on my Excel breakpoint also, I want to specify some sort of padding top and bottom. So py is padding top and bottom of 12 pixels, and I mean, if you guys are using this for the first time, you guys can already see the power in Tailwind CSS, how powerful this is. Like, you are safe from writing this bunch of snippet, And this is how powerful. Just look at this, just compare this with this. Like how much do you have to write inside of CSS? So this is why Tailwind CSS is really, really powerful. So on the axle breakpoint, padding top and bottom of 3, which is basically 12 pixels. And then on the axle breakpoint as well, I want my padding left and right now. PX means left and right of 4, which is 16 pixels. Now I'm going to apply a transition. And the way you apply transition inside of Tailwind, you just say transition, and this applies these bunch of properties. Now I'm going to say duration. So by default, the duration is 150 ms. I'm going to increase it to 200. And I'm also going to say, so let me just see. I'm also going to say ease out. Because I like ease out and it's really cool. So I'm gonna save it right now. And since we added this to our app.js, right? We added this to our app.js and our background applied too. So technically this should work as well, right? So let's go back here and let's actually check in. Boom, guys, look at that. Look at that. I mean, I don't know if you guys can see this, but look at this. As soon as I hover over this, guys, look at this. This is really, really beautiful, right? Look at this. Like the logo has this beautiful animation now, just like in our finished build. And the reason now it's so powerful is we don't have to write this bunch of style again and again, right? We just wrote it once inside of our global CSS. Now we can reuse it as many times as we want to, guys. So this is why it's really powerful, guys. Now we have the hover animation. Now let's get back to our sidebar component. And let me go back to my sidebar component. Now inside my sidebar component, what do we need to do now? Now we have these bunch of links, guys. Now, what do you guys think we should do with this? Like, we can have these bunch of links, but you guys can see all of these links are similar, right? So it's better to create a React component here. So let's create a component here for all these bunch of links. So first, let's have a div to contain all of these links, and I'm gonna create a div. Now inside of a div, I'm gonna create a component called sidebar link. So there will be a component in sidebar link for the parent here, for the div here. I'm gonna say space y, and this is another reason I just love Tailwind CSS, you know. And so what this is gonna do, guys, is gonna put spacing between the children. So space y means vertical spacing, space x means horizontal spacing, and since it's gonna be flex of column, of course it's gonna be top bottom, right? It's gonna be stacked on top of each other, and there are gonna be multiple sidebar links here. So what this is gonna do is gonna put this much spacing in between. If you guys want to know how much is 2.5, it's basically 10 pixels. So I'm using space. You can use gap as well, but I'm using space right now. So it's basically 10 pixels between each of the sidebar links. And of course you can do space X as well, and you don't have to like write margin rights and stuff like that. I'm gonna give some margin from the top, and I'm gonna also give some margin from the bottom of 2.5, which is gonna be again 10 pixels. And on my axle breakpoint on the bigger screen, I want to give a margin level 24. And the reason why is because all of these links, right? They need to be, and of course we haven't created this component, and all my links, this needs to be the same amount of margin as our image div here. And we can pretty much actually do this inside of here as well. I don't know why I actually wrote this to that. We can just write this once inside of her, but that's fine. So we have to go into our components, and we have to create a sidebar link.js component. And again, I'm going to be using my beautiful snippet RFCE, and inside of this snippet, I'm going to be saying sidebar link for now. Sidebar link, and let's just save it and go into our sidebar, and let's actually auto import this. So we have our sidebar link component. So now let me actually get all these components from my GitHub repo, all these sidebar links, because I don't want to waste any time writing all these separately, because I've already done it before, right? And now what I'm actually doing here, text and icon, right? So these are props basically. Of course, like if you're new to React and stuff, I mean, if you're using React, you guys might be familiar with these things. But if you're new to React and stuff, so these are basically, we are sending props onto a component. And that's why components are really powerful, right? Because we can send in something called props, and what we can do inside of our components, we can have props here because we are sending props. What I'm going to be doing is my props contain text, icon, and active, right? 3 states here, and all the other ones, they're just text and icon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to immediately destructure my props. And destruction is basically a quicker way. So if I use props here, I have to say something like props.text and props.icon, but I don't want to do that. So what I can do is a shorter thing, is I can destructure my icon and I can destructure my text as well. And icon, as you guys can see, it's a capital one. So I'm going to, of course, destructure is at capital. And there's one more called active. So I'm going to get all these props and destructure them right away, because we are sending these props. Now, what are these? Where are these icons coming from? These icons are coming from a package called Hero Icons, which I'm going to be installing. So I'm going to open my terminal, and you guys know I always use Hero Icons in pretty much each and every of my builds because I love them and they're pretty clean, and they're also created by the creators of Tailwind CSS actually. So they are compatible with Tailwind CSS. They're made that way. So I'm going to say yarn add hero icon / red. This is how you basically install this dependency. And all these icons, I'm just gonna quickly get the imports for all these icons. So these icons are from the outline variant. So there are two variants inside of hero icons. Let me just show you guys real quickly, and let me just go here inside of hero icons. And as you guys can see, there are two types of variants inside of hero icons: an outline and a solid one. So I'm gonna be using an outline variant, but you guys can pretty much use any variant you want. And I'm gonna paste it here. So import all my icons and go back to the other terminal. Actually, now you guys can see all these things actually, except the home icon. I think for the home icon, I'm gonna be having a solid variant for my home icon. And the reason why I'm gonna be having a solid variant, guys, is because if I go to finish build, you guys can see the home icon is actually having a solid, because it's an active class, right? Because we are actively on the home page right now, right? So that is why it's actually a solid one right now. So that's the reason. So with the home icon, we're going to be having home icon from hero icons drag/solid. So from the solid, and you guys can see all these icons now, they turn yellow. And this is how we can basically send our icons into the sidebar link component. And I'm going to show you guys really cleanly on how to basically render each of these links like this, in this sort of way. And as soon as we go smaller screen, there will be just icons without the text. So it looks really, really nice. And you guys can see the button as well. It goes like there's no tweet button anymore. And then this thing as well, it actually turns just to the image. And this is how they've actually done it inside of Twitter as well. So let's just go back to the build here, guys. And what I'm going to be doing now is inside of my sidebar link, guys. So let me just open my sidebar link right now. Inside my sidebar link component, guys, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be having a div, and inside of my div, I'm going to be having, first thing I'm going to be having the icon. So I can say icon. Now I can say class name for the icon here, and I can say height of 7. So height of 7 basically for the icon. As soon as I save this, we should be seeing all these icons. But we're not actually seeing any icons right now. I think that might be because of the text, maybe. Yeah, that was because the text was black. So now we can see all these beautiful icons here. And we also want to have a span tag. And inside of my span tag, I want to have the text, guys. So I want to say text. Now for my container div, I'm just going to remove my text right there, because I'm going to apply it inside of my container. For the container here, guys, I'm going to be using some JavaScript logic, inserting some JavaScript logic here. So I'm going to use my backticks here. And what I'm going to be doing, because remember there's a home icon as well, which is an active one, right? So of course, so what I'm going to be doing, guys, here is I'm going to be saying the text, first of all, a custom text color of D9D99. I'm going to be using this color a lot, I guess. And I'm going to be saying display of flex, items of center, and justify center. And on my Excel breakpoint, I want the justify to be start rather than center. And the reason why I'm actually doing that is as soon as I save that, actually, you guys can see immediately we see this is not the way we want it to be, right? So you guys can see as soon as I go Excel breakpoint, look what happens, guys. Immediately it turns inline like this. And this is what I want to do on my Excel breakpoint. But for now, what I want to do, guys, is I want to also say text of Excel. So text Excel is basically a larger text with a larger font size, which is 20 pixels. And space X, now again, space X, guys. What is space X? Is the difference is the spacing between the children, guys. So it's the spacing between the icon and the span tag. So as soon as I save that, guys, look, there's a sort of spacing, and of course, as I go Excel, you guys can see this consistent spacing between the children here. And I'm also gonna say hover animation, guys. This is why this is so useful of what we actually did, guys. So as soon as I say hover animation, guys, and of course we did not style this the span tag right now. For the span tag, what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm going to be saying it's going to be hidden by default, because remember, on mobile screen size we do not want to show the text, so it's going to be hidden. Only on Excel I want to show my span text, or I want to show my text. So on Excel screen size, Excel breakpoint, I want to show my text. Otherwise, on from mobile to Excel, I want to keep it hidden, right? So as soon as I do that, look at this, guys. Look at this, and look at, just because I added this hover animation, look at this, guys. How freaking wonderful is this? How fucking beautiful! And look at this. We wrote all this styling here, this bunch of styling, and we are just reusing it here. If I remove this, guys, look at the difference here. And as soon as I add this, guys, look at the difference here for every of our component. So how powerful is this? Now, one more thing which is missing here is the home text. This is a bit of bold, and the reason why is because this is active, right? So that's the reason I actually added backticks here, so I can use my JavaScript logic inside of my class names here. And how do you do that? Is you basically type dollar symbol, then you put curly braces, and then you say active. So you use the prop, right? You use the prop, and you say if active is true, right? I want to apply font of bold. And since active is only true for my first component, which is the home one, it's going to apply for that. Now if I actually send, and by default, of course, whenever we send props like this, we don't have to say true, because by default, if you just write active, it means it is going to be true by default. So you can do it like this as well, active is equal to true, but by default, just by writing active, it means true. Now if I write active here as well on my explore component, watch what happens, guys. It's going to turn both of these bold, because both of these are active now. This is why it's immensely powerful, sending in props. So of course, like, I just want the home to be active, so of course, but only the home tag is gonna be font of bold, which is font weight of 700. It's a bold font, and it's looking really cool right now, guys. Let me actually increase it to 110. Yeah. So as you guys can see, as soon as I go smaller screen size, and of course by default it's gonna be hidden, right? On phone it's gonna be hidden. I go smaller breakpoint, I can see only the icons. I go Excel breakpoint, I can see the text as well. So our sidebar is pretty much done, guys. I think our sidebar is actually done. No, it's not done. Oh, we have the button as well. I'm sorry. We have the button, and we have the logout button here as well. So let's actually create this button now, right? So let's actually go out of the sidebar link. Let's actually go into our sidebar right now. And for the button, guys, I'm just gonna say button. And for the button here, it's gonna be a tweet button. And this button actually doesn't do anything. It's just a tweet button. If you guys wanna have a modal functionality, I'm gonna be showing you guys how to create this beautiful modal for the comments, guys. And even this is mobile responsive, guys. Everything is mobile responsive here, guys. Everything in the build. So even I'm gonna be showing you how to create this beautiful model, so you guys can. And we're gonna be using headless UI, guys. We're gonna be using headless UI to create this beautiful model. So stay tuned for that, you know. So for the button, we're gonna have some class names, and the class names we're gonna be having is, first of all, we're gonna have a custom color. Again, it's gonna be the D9 color. It's a slight off-whitish color. It's not exactly white. You guys can use white if you want to use, but yeah, I want to use this color. So I'm gonna say flex, and sorry, not flex. I'm gonna say so for the button, sorry, I'm not gonna say text here. First of all, my bad. So I'm gonna say hidden, because on phone screen I'm not gonna be showing this button at all. So I'm gonna say hidden, and only on my Excel breakpoint I want the button to be shown. So Excel, I want the button to be shown. So inline, I'm gonna say margin left of auto, and I'm gonna give a custom background color of 1D9BF0. So hash 1D9BF0, and I'm also gonna say text of white, and then I'm going to say rounded of full. So rounded of full is, of course, it basically means it's going to make the button rounded. So as soon as I do that, you guys can see it's going to be a circle shape. It's going to be rounded. So rounded of full. and I want to have a certain width basically. So the width is going to be 56, and I want to have a height of 52 pixels. So as soon as I save this, guys, we'll see our button. Here we go. This is our beautiful button, as you guys can see. So with the width and height. Now I also want to increase my font size. So I want to say text large. And again, let me just so of course it's not going to be shown on. So it's only going to be shown on Excel screen size. So yeah. So text of large. And I also want to say font of bold, so I want to make my font bold, so the font is bold right now. And I also want to add a shadow. We're not going to actually see the shadow, but I've just added because we don't actually see any difference, but I just added the shadow. And on a white background, you're actually going to see the difference because the background is black right now, so we don't actually see any difference. But on a white background, you actually see difference, and we have different variants inside of Tailwind for the shadows. We have XL, large, medium, and shadow inner, and there's drop shadow as well. So Tailwind is really powerful, guys. Trust me, it's one of the most in-demand skills you'll be needing because it's really powerful. So shadow MD, and when we hover over our button, what I want to do is hover is again another variant. If I guys didn't tell you about the hover thing, hover, and I think we use this in hover animation as well, the class name. And it's basically another variant, just like when we do for smaller breakpoints, it's a variant, right? So hover is another variant, which means when you hover over something, hover over the button, what I want to do is I want to change my background color to a slight different blue color, which is 1A8CD8 basically, which is a darker color, a darker blue, as you guys can see. So it's a little darker. So as soon as it goes on, as you guys can see, it's a little bit gets darker here. And I think this is what's happening here. So yeah, we have the button. Now we're done with the button. Now after the button, guys, we're gonna have a div, and inside of the div we're going to have an image. Now I'm going to be using an image tag. The reason why I'm going to be using an image tag is because this image, guys, is not going to be an image, and we don't know where the image is actually coming from here. So I'm going to be using an image tag here instead of the Next.js image component, because we don't know where the image is actually coming from. It's going to be coming from Google API or whatever, so because it's authenticated image, right? So that's why I'm going to be using a normal image tag. But you can mix and match all these things, all these image components with the. So it's gonna be for now, since we don't have the authentication, but we're gonna be using Next authentication for all this stuff. So for now we can just I can just copy my own, I can just copy this image for now, and I can just put this image inside of here. And as you guys can see, we can see the image here. And let me actually make this smaller now, because so you guys can see what's going on. And just give me a second so you guys can see. So we have the image, and for the image I'm gonna have a class name. So for my image here, I'm gonna have a class name, and I'm gonna be saying a height of 10, a width of 10, and I want the rounded to be full. Again, rounded full is again the border radius of circle, so it's gonna become a circle with rounded full. So as soon as I save that, as you guys can see, the height and width is smaller, and it's a circle right now. And I'm also gonna say on my Excel breakpoint, I want some margin right for the image of 2.5, which is 10 pixels, but only on the Excel. And the reason why I'm doing that is because on the Excel breakpoint, guys, there will be some stuff on the right of the image. So if I go Excel breakpoint, you guys can see there's the name and the tag here. But as soon as I go on mobile version, there shouldn't be any sort of margin right. So that's the reason we are actually adding a margin right here. So now what I can do, guys, is I can have another div here, and inside of this div I can have an h4 and a p tag. Now for my container here, I can say hidden, because on mobile screen, again, I do not want to show the text, so I'm going to say hidden. On my Excel screen, I want to show it, so inline. I'm also going to change the leading to be 5. And what leading is, guys, is basically the line height. As soon as I hover over this, you guys can see leading is line height inside of Tailwind, so you can change the line height depending on using the leading thing. And there's a bunch of different, again, you want to use any custom value, you can put square brackets and put the value inside of here. But I'm going to say leading 5, so a line height of 20 pixels. Now inside of my h4 tag, for now let's just get this, since we don't have any sort of thing, since you don't have the actual user, I'm just gonna type this one. And for my tag on the bottom here, and because I actually clicked on it and it's a logout button, so it actually logged me out right now by mistake. But let me actually log into this one. Sorry. Yeah. So let me get this one too before. Okay. So I think it's gonna log me out again, but it's fine. So now I can get my tag and my h4. For my h4, guys, only thing I want to do is I want to make my font to be bold. And for my p tag here, I want a class name. I want a custom color of text. So again, since it's a custom color, the color is gonna be 6E767D, and this is gonna be a custom color. And I'm just gonna save it right now. And of course, we aren't able to see anything. And the reason why, guys, is we haven't actually styled the container, the top container div here. Is we have to style this one too. So above the image, we have this container, and this container div, guys, is gonna have a D9, D9, D9. Okay, the color, and it's gonna be flex. So of course everything side by side, the image and the text, and this div basically. An item center, which means vertically in the center, justify center, horizontally in the center. And I want my margin top to be auto. And the reason I'm gonna actually tell you why the margin top is gonna be auto. So also I want that animation. So again, I'm gonna be using this powerful class name which I created, hover animation. On my Excel breakpoint, I want my margin left to be auto, and also on my Excel breakpoint, I want a negative margin right of 5. And there's a very nice, this is a very nice trick I'm doing here, and there's a very good reason why I'm actually doing that. So I'm gonna save all this, and boom, guys. And of course, right now it's not the way it's supposed to be, but don't worry about this. We're gonna fix this, and it's gonna be margin top of order. So you guys can see right now it's like, but I want this to be as far away from these two as possible. So what I can do here is I can just add margin top of auto, and as soon as I save that, guys, you guys can see. But of course, it's not the way I want it to be. But as you guys can see, the margin top auto is actually working, but of course it's not the way it's supposed to be right now. And that's because we have one more thing actually. So we have one more thing, and the one more thing is actually gonna be an icon here. And let me actually quickly get this icon rather than typing this out. So I'm actually quickly gonna get this icon. It's gonna be a dots horizontal icon, which is gonna be outside of the div, and it's gonna be hidden, of course, on mobile, but on access it's gonna be inline again, and there's gonna be a margin left hand. So as soon as I save that, guys, boom, now this is looking exactly the way it's supposed to. And look at this hover animation, guys. This is really powerful. And let me remove this again, and let me show you guys. So if I remove this again, we don't have anything, but as soon as I add this class name, like, it changes everything, right? It actually changes the whole user experience, right? So this is why it's like so powerful. I use the class name. As soon as I go smaller screen, of course we don't see the sidebar. Then we go a smaller screen, we see the logo, and of course again the hover animation is active here. But as soon as we go Excel breakpoint, it's gonna show us the text along with the icon here. And when we click on it, it's gonna be log us out of the application. So that's really powerful, right? Now, why did I actually add this margin right of negative 2.5, which is 2 pixels? So you guys can see right now, for my image, there's no sort of margin. The image is really closer to this. So that's the reason I actually added a margin right. No, not this one. Sorry, my bad. Not this one. I was talking about this one. A negative margin right of 5. Why did I actually do that? As soon as I do that, you guys can see. So it's a bit on the left right now. I mean, it's in the center. It's not on the left, it's on the center. But why I did it here is I did a negative margin right, which it pushes it towards the right hand side. It pushes it towards the right. And the reason why I did it, because that is how it was on Twitter. So it's like these slight UI elements, you guys have to change. And that is how it was actually on Twitter. So it wasn't aligned with the button, I guess, somehow. But this one was in center, and that's why I actually did this. But if you guys don't like this styling, you guys can pretty much remove this. But that is exactly how it was on Twitter. And so we have the sidebar officially completed right now, guys. So our sidebar component is actually done. So let's work on the feed now, guys. Since we have completed the sidebar, so we can work in the middle section, which is the feed component, of course. So let me just get back to the code, and let's go to our home page. So on our home page, as we can see, we have successfully completed sidebar, and it's a component. It's completely responsive. So this component is ready to be used on other pages as well, if we have any other page. And of course, since I told you guys, we have routing in our build, and since I logged out before, I need to log back in again. So if I try to log in again, and we have routing for our build, right? So there will be another page we're going to be creating inside of Next.js, where we're going to have the sidebar again. And since we have already built it once, and as you can see, if I try to like click here, it's going to take us to a separate page, which I told you guys about. So this is going to be a post page. So as you can see, you have the same exact sidebar component here. Like there's no distinction in between them. So that's what we're going to be using sidebar component. So because it's completed now. So now let's actually work on the feed. So what I'm going to do is actually go back to my components, and I'm going to create a new file called feed.js. And again, I'm going to use my beautiful code snippet underscore rfce to render this out, and I'm just going to type in feed for now, and I'm just going to save it. Now I'm just going to go back to my index.js, and what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to say feed, and I'm going to auto import my feed component from the components directory, and I'm just gonna save it for now. So as you guys can see, we have the feed, but of course it's the text is black right now. So if I try to make the text as white right now, because the text is black, so we can't actually see. So I make the text white. You guys can see the feed is there, but why is the feed not in the middle? Why is it on at this place right now? Because the feed should be in flex, like feed should be on the right of the sidebar, right? The reason why this is happening is, guys, remember, our sidebar is actually fixed, right? Our sidebar has a position of fixed, and when something has a position of fixed, guys, it's exactly like having the position of absolute. If you know how position absolute and fixed works, position absolute, whenever you do position absolute or fixed, it does not follow the flex direction. So just because it has a position of fixed, so if I remove the fix, boom, look at that, guys, immediately you see the feed actually comes on the right hand side. But as soon as I add the fix thing, and you guys can see the feed, now if the feed is not following the flex direction, now to make sure that it actually respects that, we have to give some styling into our feed component. And what we have to basically do is we have to give margin left for the feed, so it maintains some spacing from the sidebar. So let me actually make this smaller like this, so you guys can see what I'm doing here. So let me just make it like this. And right now it's mobile responsive or sidebar. So what I'm gonna do inside of my feed component, guys, I'm gonna remove text white right now. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say actually let me just keep flex, so we can see what's happening. First thing I'm gonna say flex grow. Now what is flex grow? Now flex grow is something, it basically means, and as soon as I actually do flex grow, you guys can see the feed has actually disappeared. We don't see the feed anymore, right? And that's because, of course, my bad, I just removed the feed. I'm sorry. So yeah, the feed is back. So what is actually flex row? So flex row basically means that when we have three things, as you can see inside our main tag, we have sidebar, feed, and widgets, right? And the model is gonna be position absolute, so it does not matter for the model, but the sidebar, feed, and widgets are gonna be the three components side by side to each other. Now, flex grow basically means that our feed component, if I go to our actual build right now, the completed version, and if I show you guys, what flex grow basically means is our middle component takes as much space as possible, and that is what essentially flex row means. So if I try to make it mobile responsive, try to make the screen smaller, you guys can see the middle section still maintains the same width, right? It does not shrink in any way. But as you can see, our widget section is actually shrinking, right? Our widget section is becoming smaller. That's because it's not flex row. What is flex row? is the middle section, the feed section. This is the middle section, right? So the feed is maintaining its width, whereas the widgets and the sidebar is gonna shrink, and that's what flex row basically means. So if you guys don't know about flex row, that was just I was just trying to explain you guys what flex row is, and it does essentially the same thing as flex one. Some people try to use flex one, and some people try to use flex row, but it essentially is the same thing as flex one. Now you guys can also give custom values, like for the sidebar. So the total actually makes a flex of 1 basically. So if you guys can also give, like, for the sidebar you guys can give a value of flex 0.3, and then for the widgets also you guys can give like a flex value of 0.3, which makes up 0.6. So the remaining will be 0.4, and then for the feed component you can just do like flex, and then you can give a custom value of 0.4 here as well. So you guys can do this way as well, instead of saying flex grow. That is another way of doing this thing. But what I like to do is I like to do flex grow of 1, and then for my sidebar and the widgets I like to give a fixed width, so it stays like it respects the width accordingly. But anyways, so this is the flex grow, the feed component, and then I'm gonna have a border left, because remember we have a border on the left hand side here. Let's go to our actual pin. As soon as I save that, of course, right now the feed is not where it's supposed to be. That's why we are actually seeing the border left and right on the wrong side, but of course it's not going to be there. So we have a border left and a border right, and I want the border color to be gray of 700, and I also want to give a max width for my feed component, and the max width I want to give is of 2xl, which is 672 pixels. As I hover over it, and you guys can see it's 672 pixels. And I also want to do on my small breakpoint, which is 640 pixels. I want to give a margin left, because remember, because of my sidebar is position fixed, so I have to give a margin left in order to make sure that the feed stays in the center. So on my small breakpoint, I'm gonna give a margin left of 73 pixels, and on my XL breakpoint, and which is gonna be, of course, my XL breakpoint is gonna be 1280 pixels. So on my XL breakpoint, I want to increase the margin left by 370 pixels. And as soon as I actually save these two things, you guys will immediately. So right now we are on the small breakpoint. We are not on the XL. So it has a margin left of 73 pixels, and you guys can easily see that it has the feed now immediately comes in the center. And as soon as I increase the screen size, you guys can see again, because it has a bigger margin left. So it's but if I don't do that, you guys can see again it's on top of this. So I have to give a bigger margin left to make sure that the feed stays in. And you guys can change this value. If you do 350 here, it's gonna be a bit more closer here, but I like to keep it like 370 pixels to maintain some spacing here. But yeah, this is our feed basically, and the border left and the right makes a clear distinction between that. And inside of our feed, now I'm gonna remove the feed, and inside of the feed I'm gonna have another div. Now this div, guys, is gonna have a class name. And what this div is basically, so this is gonna be the search, this thing on the top. Sorry, not the search. It's gonna be the home thing on the top. So even if I go smaller screen, it just stays like that. So this is what we're gonna be building right now, and this is basically gonna be this thing. So for this thing, I'm gonna have a div, and for this div here, the container div, I'm gonna give a text color, a custom color of course D9, D9, D9. And then I'm also gonna say display of flex items center, which is align item center. And on a small breakpoint, I want to say justify between, and I want to give padding top and bottom of 8 pixels, and I want to give padding left and right of 12 pixels, and I want to make sure that it's sticky. And what sticky is, it's position sticky basically. And remember, this is don't confuse position sticky with position fixed. Essentially they are the same, but position sticky is kind of the behavior is kind of a bit different than position fixed. Position fixed does not move at all, whereas position sticky is a bit different. There's a slight difference in the behavior in the UI with position sticky. So with position sticky, what happens is, when actually, as you can see, when I actually scroll through this, right, the position sticks. It sticks. The header is sticky. As you guys can see, it sticks to the top, right? It doesn't move, but it sticks to the top. That's what I want to do. So I want to have position sticky, And I wanna, so whenever we do position fixed, position sticky or something like that, we always have to give the top value. Like even for the sidebar, if I go in, when I actually did position fixed, we have to define either a height, or either we have to say from where. We have to define a position basically. So if you don't want to define a height, you can either say from top 0, left 0, or inset or whatever. But here I define a height, specific height of full, so that makes sense. But whenever you do like position fixed or sticky, you always have to do that. So make sure to remember that. So I'm doing position sticky, and I want the position sticky from top to be 0, and I want the z index to be 50. And why I'm actually doing the z index, because I want my so if I don't do the z index, this thing is gonna come on top of this, which I don't want, right? Because I want my header to be on and this thing to be under my header, and my header to be on top of everything. So when I scroll through it, this actually goes under that. So that's why I'm doing z index of 50, and I'm gonna say bg black, and I'm gonna also give border bottom. So this means border bottom or 1 pixels, and again I'm just gonna change the color of the border, and I'm gonna say border gray of 700. I'm actually gonna save this. So as soon as I save this, you guys can immediately see there's a border bottom, and it's the same color as this side border here. Now inside of this div, guys, I'm gonna have an h2, and the h2 is gonna say home, and after my h2 I'm gonna have another div where I'm gonna have an icon, and the icon name is gonna be sparkles icon, and it's gonna be an, I think it's gonna be an outline variant. Let me just quickly check if it's yeah, it's gonna be an outline variant. So I'm just gonna import it, but from the outline variant, not the solid one. So it's good. There's gonna be a sparkles icon, and the height of the icon is gonna be h5, and it's gonna be text of white as well. So I'm just gonna save this, and boom, as soon as I save this, you guys can immediately see the styling is applying, because of course we styled our container here. We said flex item center justify between, and you guys can see immediately this is applied. But I also want to change some styling for my text here. So for my home here, I want to say text of large. So text of large, and on smaller screen size, I want to increase the text to XL basically. And XL is a little bit bigger, it's 20 pixels, whereas large is 18 pixels. And I want to also do font of both. I want to save this. So as soon as I do that, and since we are actually on a smaller screen size, so it's actually 20 pixels, but as soon as I go smaller than that, I think it actually becomes 18 pixels. So as you guys can see, this is working, and this is really cool. And now for my this container div here, I want to again use my reuse my hover animation class which I created. So I'm gonna say hover animation, and you guys can easily see how useful this class is, hover animation, since we are using this at a lot of different places, right? And we are not repeating ourselves. So I'm going to say width and height of 9. I'm going to say flex and item center, and I'm also going to say justify center. And the reason why I'm saying flex, display flex, item center, and justify center is because when I hover over this, there's going to be a div, and I want my icon to be in the center. And that's why I'm doing justify center and item center, to make sure my justify content is in center. It's both vertically and horizontally. And I'm also going to say on the axle breakpoint, I don't want any sort of, so remember by default hover animation class, if I go to my this class, it has some padding, as you guys can see by default on an axle breakpoint and stuff like that. So I don't want any sort of padding. So what I'm saying is on axle breakpoint, I don't want any padding here in this case. So I'm removing the padding, and I'm also going to say margin left of auto. And now I'm actually going to save it. As soon as I do that, guys, look at this, and I hover over this, and you guys can see this beautiful animation applying here. So you guys can see how useful this is, and even if I go smaller screen, you guys can pretty much see everything. It's working really cleanly. So we have the search here, not the search, sorry, the top header section here for the feed. So this is done. Now we can actually move outside of this div, and now there will be another component here which we're going to be carrying, and this is going to be called an input component, and after the input component, we're going to be rendering our poster. And what I mean by this is this guys is going to be an input component here, which we're going to be creating right now. And here, guys, we're going to be having our post. So as you guys can see here, we are going to be having our post, and this is going to be the input component. So all the posts are going to be rendered here and we're going to fetch all the posts using a use effect hook, and we're going to use that, and we're going to be fetching this data, fetching all of our posts from Firebase, and we're going to be using the input component to basically send our post to Firebase, and then we're going to retrieve it back from Firebase. So that would be really clean, guys. So we're going to create, so first thing, we're going to create the input component. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to create another component, and I'm going to say input.js, and I'm going to say RFCE, again, use my beautiful snippet here, and let's just save this file first, and let's actually auto import our input, and I auto imported my input and I saved here. Now I'm going to go into my input, and let's actually create our beautiful input component with the emoji mart thing. So I added a library called Emoji Mart, as you guys can see. It's a beautiful React library you guys can use to add emojis and stuff like that. So we'll add this library. I'm going to show you guys how to add it, and we're also going to have this functionality of adding an image, and these are just basically just icons, because Twitter had it, so I had it as well, and we're going to have disable functionality as well. And even if I put space, I'm going to make sure that this does not work. For some reason it's working right now, but I'm going to make sure it does not work here. So we're going to have this beautiful functionality here. So let's start building this input component. So first thing, let me just open my input component here, guys, and let's go to my input component. So for my input component, guys, what I want to do, the first thing here is I want to have an image inside, of course, an image inside my input component. And what image am I referring to? Of course, again, I'm referring to the image of the user who's actually logged in, right? And since we do not have the authentication right now, so what I can do is, again, just use the image I used in the sidebar. So I'm just gonna quickly get this image for now, and I'm just gonna paste the source in here, and I think it's the same class name essentially. So I think it's the same class name here as well. So I'm actually gonna get the class name as well and just paste it here. I think it's height of 11 instead of 10 here, and I do not have the margin right here, and I also have cursor of pointer here. So as you can see, as soon as I save that, this beautiful image is done this way. Now we have an image, and we also then we're gonna have a div here. But first, let's actually style the outer container div here. So for the outer container div, I'm gonna use some JavaScript logic here. So I'm gonna put my backticks here because I'm gonna use some logic here later on, not right now, but later on. So I'm gonna first give a border bottom, and I'm gonna give the border color as border gray of 700, and I'm also gonna give a padding all round of 3, which is 12 pixels. I'm gonna say display flex, give me spacing between, again, I'm using space x of 3, which means spacing between the children, which means spacing between the image, and this whole entire div here. So that's what space x means actually. And again, if you want to know how much it is, just use gap and hover over this, and you guys can see it's 12 pixels. Because for space, for some reason, it just calculates. It uses a calc function, which is a really powerful function inside of CSS, and actually calculates it. So that's why we don't actually see the specific width of it. But we have a space x of 3, and then I'm also going to say overflow y of scroll. Now, why am I saying overflow y of scroll? And I'm also going to use a custom plugin, a Tailwind plugin, to hide the annoying scroll bar which we see. But that's going to be for later on. I'm going to show you guys how to actually add that. And as soon as I save it, you guys can see immediately it looks much better. So there's a border bottom and stuff. And why am I saying actually overflow y scroll? The reason why I'm actually saying overflow y scroll, guys, is because for this input sort of div, right? What's gonna happen, guys, is we're gonna be having a lot of text here. Let's say we have a lot of text. So what overflow y scroll means, guys, is, let's say I have all this bunch of text here. Overflow y scroll means, as you guys can see, I can scroll through this, right? So this is what overflow y scroll means. And we're going to be using a text area input here. We're not going to be using a typical input. We're going to be using something called text area, because we want to have multiple lines here, and that's how Twitter basically has it as well. And you guys can see I can scroll through this, and I can also make this smaller or bigger but it has a minimum height sort of thing. But I can make it as bigger as I want. I can adjust it, which is a good functionality to have, because someone might want to write a big sort of post and they want to have more spacing, so they can adjust it themselves. But it has a minimum width. As you guys can see, it does not go more smaller than that. And so that's what overflow wise code basically means. Um, so we have overflow wise code. Now I'm gonna have this div. Now inside of this div, guys, I'm gonna have another div, right? And this div is gonna contain my text area input field, which I'm just gonna save it right now. And you guys can see, as soon as I save it, we get this ugly text area input field, which of course we do not want to have. So we're gonna be styling that. But for this div, this container div here, I'm gonna have a divide. So here I'm gonna show you guys something really cool about Tailwind, guys. Something really, if you guys don't know about this, this is a really neat trick, and you guys are gonna be blown away by this if you guys don't know about this. So first I'm gonna say width full. Of course, this is not the trick I'm talking about, but the trick which I'm talking about, guys, it's actually called divide Y, and I'm gonna give the divide color as gray 700, and I'm gonna save it. And right now we aren't able to actually see anything, but just give me a second, guys, and I'm actually gonna show you guys what I actually mean by this. And let me actually have something here. Let me just say something like hello here, and let me just save it for now. And boom, here we go. So what happened here? What you guys might be thinking? Why is there a border here? So guys, this is something inside of Tailwind CSS. They have something called divide X and divide Y. Now what they actually do is, we have a parent container, and then we have two divs inside of it. So imagine if I had three divs, if I had one more div here. What divide Y, as you guys can see, there's another here. So what divide Y means, guys, it creates a line between each of the children, and you can basically think of it as a border, but you don't have to do it individually for every single div, and it does it between the children, right? Which is really cool. So imagine if you had lots and lots of posts and stuff like that, and you did divide by, so it's gonna create border between all of those posts, which is really clean between the children, you know. And you can also, guys, you can also adjust the width of it. So if I do it as 2, you guys can see it becomes a bit thicker right now here. And if I try to make it 8 right now, and I save it, it will become much thicker, as you guys can see. And we can change the color as well. And divide Y, the reason we're doing divide Y is because it's on top of each other again. It's stacked on top of each other, so we're doing divide Y. But if it's side by side, we can do something called divide X, which again, of course, is gonna be vertical, not like this. And you guys can see divide X is here, but it's vertically. So in this case, I'm gonna be doing divide Y. So this is something inside of Tailwind, guys. It's a utility class they made, and you guys can see immediately, as soon as I hover over this, it gives something called border top and a border bottom, and it's really powerful. And it does all these pseudo selecting things, which is a pain when you're doing CSS, guys. Trust me, I've done this using CSS, and I know how hard it is. Like, it's just a pain to write all these things, you know. And in Tailwind, this is how easy it is. So I'm gonna have a divide Y, but I'm of course not gonna have these two divs right now. And of course, to see that, we need to have another child here. So for this one, however, what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I have a width for now here on the so for my container containing the text area, guys. I'm gonna have some custom JavaScript logic later on in the file, not right now, later on. But for now, what I'm gonna say, guys, is for now, actually, let's just keep it empty because I don't have any class, right? Let's just style our text area for now. So for the text area, guys, I'm gonna be having, first of all, I'm gonna be having a value, okay, and the value is gonna be the input. And what is input? So input is something we'll have to create, and it's gonna be a piece of state. So I'm gonna say const, and how do you create a piece of state inside of React? Is you say const input, and you have the name of the field, and you have a setter of that field. That's a function. So this is the function. And if you guys have never used hooks before, and it's called something called useStateHook, which React basically has in itself. And this is how we manage state inside of one component, basically. you can think of inside of a component in React. So, and it does not persist by default. So to persist and all, we have to use some state management library like Recoil, which we're going to be using, but it does not persist on refresh. So remember that. And by default, I'm going to have this as empty because it's going to be the input field here. And I'm going to provide the value as the input. And as for my ID, I'm going to actually remove the ID because I'm not going to have any sort of ID here. And for my columns, I'm going to be actually removing columns too because I'm not going to be having, because I'm going to be having a width, so it does not matter for columns. But however, for rows, I'm going to be actually having 2 rows. So as soon as I actually do that, it becomes smaller, as you guys can see. And don't worry about the width. We're going to style it and make sure that the width is appropriate for this. So for the class name here, guys, first of all, I'm going to say BG transparent because I don't want the ugly white background here. And I'm going to say outline of none. And what the outline of none, what outline means is basically when you click on any input field, it gives you an ugly outline. So if I remove that, you guys can see as soon as I click on it, it gives me this blue border thingy, which I don't like. So I'm going to remove that. So that is the outline. So I'm going to say outline none, and I'm going to give the text color as a custom color of D9, and I'm also going to say the text needs to be larger, and I'm also going to say the placeholder. So now we're going to have a placeholder. So let me show you guys how cool it is to change the placeholder color inside of Tailwind. For the placeholder, I'm just going to say what's happening, because that's what Twitter actually says, and I'm just going to save this one. And as soon as I save it, you guys can see placeholder has a particular color, right? Now, if you want to change the color of the placeholder inside of Tailwind, it's so damn easy. All you have to do is you have to say placeholder, and you just choose the color like this. So I'm gonna say placeholder gray of 500, not 50, 500. I'm gonna save it. As soon as I save it, the color of the placeholder changes. And then I'm also going to say tracking wide. Now what tracking is, basically tracking is the letter spacing between the letters. So if I say tracking wide, it's going to be a little bit wider. Even the text you write here, of course, is going to be a bit wider. And right now I'm typing, but you guys can see nothing is happening, right? And why is that? The reason why is because we do not have an on change here. So we need to have an on change field. So whenever we type something, it actually stores inside of the state. So we have to say accept an event, and then I'm going to say set my input, because remember there's a function set input, right? That's going to set the input to the event.target.value. And what this is going to do is going to make sure that every time we type something, it changes our input, and as soon as I do that, you guys can see immediately it's working, right? And if I'm typing something, of course the width is not what we want, but it's actually working. So after my tracking wide, guys, I'm gonna give a width of full. As soon as I save that, look at that, guys. Immediately you can see the resize went on the right hand side, and now it is really clean and it's actually working. So we have a width of full, and there's one more thing, which is the min height. So if I don't actually give the min height, guys, I'll show you guys what happens. So if I don't actually give a min height, you guys can see it actually becomes really small. You can't even see the text right now, right? And we do not want that behavior to happen. We want at least some sort of min height, and that's exactly how Twitter has it too. You know, they have a sort of a min height, and it doesn't go below that height. It doesn't shrink below that. You know, so I'm gonna have a sort of min height, and I'm gonna give a custom min height of 50 pixels. So now if I actually save this, what's gonna happen is I cannot go below that height. As you guys can see, I cannot actually do anything. It does not become any shorter than that. So I have a min height of 50 pixels, which is always gonna respect it. And now, guys, and the text area, guys, is gonna be a self-closing one. I'm not gonna have anything inside of my text area, so I'm just gonna say as a self-closing tag, and I'm just gonna save my text area. So we have our text area. Now after my text area, what I'm going to be creating here, I'm going to be creating these beautiful icons with the button here. So that's the next thing I'm going to be working on. And what I'm going to be doing now for that is I'm going to be having a div here on the bottom, and this div, guys, is going to contain another div, and this div is going to have a class name of relative, and this div here, the containing div, is going to be absolute inside of it. And there's going to be a bunch of there's going to be an icon here, and there's going to be a close icon here. And what I'm actually building here, you guys might be confused what I'm actually building. So what I'm actually building, guys, is something. So when actually we select an image, right? So when I actually select it, let me just select an image, like let me just select the Spotify one here. So as soon as I select an image, you guys can see immediately the image is stored inside of a piece of state, and that's called selected file. So we are going to create a piece of state called const, and it's going to be called selected file, and we're going to say set selected file, and we're also going to say use state, and we're just gonna keep this empty for now. Or actually, we can just write null instead of keeping it empty. So we're gonna have a piece of state called selected file and set selected file, and by default it's gonna be null. So this piece of state, guys, what it represents is it represents this file here. So as soon as you select a file, it's gonna represent this file, and I'm gonna be creating this thing here, guys. So when I click here, it actually goes off. As you can see, it actually removes that image which you selected, removes the file which you selected, basically. So I'm gonna be actually creating that right now. So for this thing, guys, what we have to do is in this div here, we have to set it at absolute, and that's the reason why we made the container div relative. And I'm gonna give a width of 8 and a height of 8, and I'm also gonna give a background color. And what we're actually building, and this is gonna be a custom color, one of 15181 181C. And then there's gonna be on hover, we're gonna change the background to 272C26, and this again is a custom color 272C26. So on hover, we're going to change the background color, and we're going to also change the background opacity to 75, which is going to be 0.75, and we're going to change the rounded to full. And if you guys guess what I'm actually trying to because this is going to contain an icon, this div. So if you guys can guess what I'm actually doing right now, that's great. And I'm gonna say display flex item center, and I'm also gonna say justify center. And I told you guys why we always do this when we have an icon inside. And now I'm gonna say top one, since it's position absolute right, and left one, and I'm also gonna say cursor or pointer. And inside of the div, and let me see if these are the only stylings. Just give me a second, guys. I'm gonna just make sure that, yeah, so we have these stylings, and now we can inside of this div, we can have an icon, and this icon is going to be called an X icon, again from the hero icons package. And I'm going to just press enter on it. So it's going to auto import for me, and I'm going to have a class name here for the icon, and I'm going to say the icon is going to be a text of white, and it's also going to have a height of 5, and we don't need any extra spacing here. And I'm just going to save this. And as soon as I save this, it's there, as you guys can see, but we are not able to see that. And the reason why we aren't actually able to see that is because we did not actually give styling to one of these divs here, and we did not actually give some padding bottom, and that's the reason we aren't actually able to see that. But it is there, the icon is there, but some styling is missing. That's why we aren't able to actually see that. But don't worry about that, the icon is actually there. So outside of this div, guys, we're gonna have an image, of course. And what this image will be, it's gonna be the selected file, which we are gonna be storing inside of our state. We haven't stored any file right now, but of course we're gonna be storing that selected file inside of our state. And I'm gonna give some class name for this, and it's gonna be rounded of 2xl. So it's not rounded, it's not a complete circle, but it's slightly rounded. And it's also gonna have a max height of 80. And what max height of 80 is, basically it's a max height of 320 pixels. And I'm also gonna say object contain. Now what object contain is, basically it's gonna make sure that the image maintains its aspect ratio, no matter, so it's never gonna look stretched. And you guys are gonna understand what I mean by that. So and you guys might have seen me using object contain. Object contain is basically object fit of contain on images. I pretty much use it all the time on each of my images to maintain the aspect ratio of the image. So outside of this div, guys, so we are actually only gonna display this div uh, when our selected file is there, of course. Otherwise we aren't gonna display this whole thing. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open my curly braces here and write some JavaScript logic, and I'm gonna write if selected file and an operator. What and an operator means, it means that if, just consider an if statement. If you guys know how to write an if statement, it means if selected file is true, I want this to happen. Only if selected file is equal to true, which means selected file is there. There is any selected file. So if there is any selected file, I want this code to be there. So that is what an operator basically means. So I'm gonna put this whole div inside of this selected file thing here, and I'm gonna save it, and it's gonna go away as soon as you guys can see it actually went away. The reason, because we do not actually have a selected file right now. And one more thing which I forgot to add is we're gonna have an on-click function here on our X icon, this icon div here. And what this is gonna do, guys, is it's gonna make sure that our selected file is back to null again, right? Because if we click on the cross, imagine if we click on the cross, we do not want actually any selected file anymore, right? We want to get rid of the selected file, right? So that's what we're gonna be doing. And I think something messed up right now, and it sometimes happen on an on-click event somehow. And whenever I actually try to do this, is somehow my prettier stops working for some reason. I don't know if it happens with you guys. For me, when I use an on-click event listener and I try to write it, sometimes it happens. So what I can do is I can actually cancel this and maybe save this and close my editor. I actually open it back again. Yeah, so I can close it, and let's actually so I actually close it right now, and I'm just gonna try to open it again, and let's see if it works right now. So I'm gonna open clone YT because that's the one we're working on right now, and we are actually on the input component. So it's actually trying to load right now, and I apologize for this, guys, because sometimes in VS Code, I don't know if it's a problem with the extension, the prettier extension which I'm using, and it's somehow sometimes these things happen, and these are the struggles you face as a developer, guys, trust me. And my terminal for some reason stops there. Okay, so I'm gonna run my server again, yarn run dev. If this happens for you guys too, so just don't freak out, just try to close your app, just try to close the VS Code and just try to run your server again. It might take some time, but it is gonna work for sure. It's I think it's gonna work for me now. So I think only thing is my server is taking some time to load, so I'm just gonna refresh the page as well. And you guys can see, and you guys should always see these two warnings, by the way. If you guys don't see this, that means that something might be wrong with your Tailwind configuration or something. So these two are really, really important. And it's actually compiling, and it is compiled for me, and it's gonna load the page for me right now. I think it is going to work. And let me make this side by side so you guys can actually see. Okay, so we are back. I apologize for that, but we are back again, and let's keep going. We're going strong right now. So we're only going to show this piece of component here. Think of it as a component only when the selected file is there. Now, guys, what I'm gonna be doing is, of course, I was working on the on-click. My bad, I was working on the on-click. So the turnaround with this, guys, is basically that instead of doing something like that, just like set selected file first, and try to make sure this is null, and then go your way backwards from here. And sometimes maybe that is gonna work. And I think it shouldn't show any problems if it's still showing right now. It's actually loading right now. I'm really not sure why it's still showing. It shouldn't technically show any problem right now. And again, it's happening again right now. I'm really not sure, guys, what's going on here. I'm really not sure, but why is it happening again? Uh, let's actually complete the other thing, and then we can maybe rerun it again. So let's actually start working on other stuff. So it is gonna work. It is correct though. It is not wrong, guys. Trust me. It is. This is how you're gonna be doing. So when we click on the cross icon, it's gonna set your selected file. And the reason this is called an inline function, so I have to write this piece of code. So that is why it's called an inline function. If I don't actually write this, it isn't gonna work because it's gonna instantaneously execute this, and that's not what you want. We want to have an inline function, and this is how you actually write an inline function. um, but let's actually work on the other stuff. So after my selected file here, guys, and after this div, which is the div containing this div here, and after this div, guys, i'm gonna be having another div here. So, and for some reason even my suggestions are stopped working. Let me just quickly close this guy. I don't know what is actually going on here, guys, but let me try to close this, guys, again, and let me save this, and let me just close this again. I don't know what, if it's happening because of my Mac, or because I do not want to actually save this. I just want to really close this right now, and let's actually open that. Maybe it's happening because of my Mac. I'm not really sure why that sort of issue is happening today so much, but that shouldn't be. And I think it's fixed right now since we are not getting any error anymore. But let's run the server again, guys. Let's keep going. We're going really strong, and these issues can't stop us no matter what. And it's very dumb to have these kind of issues because we shouldn't be technically having these sort of issues. But anyways, let's keep going, guys. Let me open the file again and actually run the server again. So yeah, I think now it's gonna work. Maybe it's gonna work, this thing, and it's actually just loading my stylings in class. So yeah, so after my this div here, I'm gonna have another div here, guys. And what this div is gonna be for is, guys, we're gonna be creating our icons here, and they're gonna have a button here. So for these icons, guys, what I'm going to be doing is, first of all, let's actually style this div, the container div. So I'm going to say display of flex, items of center, and I'm going to say justify between, and I'm going to give a padding top of 2.5, which is going to be 10 pixels. And inside of my this div, I'm going to have another div, and this div is going to have display of flex and item of center. And inside of my this div, so I have one div, and then inside of this another div, and inside of this I'm going to have another div with the icon. Now this is going to contain the icon called photo graph icon. Again, it's going to be an outline variant, and the class name for an icon is going to be, it's going to have a certain height. So the height is going to be of 22 pixels. Now I'm going to provide a custom height here, so that's why there isn't the 22 pixels isn't found inside of the Tailwind. So if I go and show you guys like the heights here, you guys can see there's H5 and H6, which is 20 and 24, but I want 22, so that's why I'm using a custom value of 22 pixels. And I'm also going to provide a custom color here, and the color is going to be 1D9BF0. So 1D9BF0 is going to be 1D9, my bad, sorry. And I'm just going to quickly save this. And now this container for the photograph icon is, we're going to, again, now here this is really interesting. So we're going to create another custom class. Now this class isn't found inside of Tailwind. Again, this is going to be the same as our hover animation, like another class like that we're going to be creating. So we're going to be reusing this class, and we don't want to repeat ourselves, remember. So we're going to be creating this class, and we're gonna be having another on click here as well. And let me just actually get this on click and not try to write it myself this time. But before having this on click, we're gonna have an input field here, guys. And let me actually show you guys. My bad, guys. I thought I was sharing this. And as you guys can see, we have the input icon, right? Input icon, of course. And I'm gonna have an input field on the side of the input icon, but I'm not going to be showing this input field. The reason why is I'm gonna have the on click on my icon, but not on the input, because I want the users to click on the icon, but not on the input actually, right? And the input type, guys, is gonna be of file, right? Because the user is gonna be selecting a file. But of course, I do not want the user to click on the input. So if I actually remove the hidden, you guys will see that it's gonna have this sort of, because of course the input type is of file, not of text. So the input type is changed, but I do not want the user to click here. I want the user to click on the image. Now, how can we actually do that? So let me not actually add hidden right now, but I'm gonna have an on change field here, and the on change is gonna be having a function called add image to post, which we are gonna be creating, and there's gonna be a reference attached to this input field as well, and the reference is gonna be called file picker reference. So we're gonna be creating this ref. Now, what is the what do I mean by the reference? So references inside of React are basically, so we have to use another hook called the useRef hook to create these references and send these references. And the reason why I'm actually creating this reference is, I'm going to explain you guys why. So file picker reference, and references are basically pointers. They're basically locations. If you know about pointers, if you have studied Java or any other programming, you guys might know about pointers and stuff. So what a pointer basically does is basically and useref is another hook inside of React. So you guys can see I auto imported this from React, and this is a hook, and by default I want my file picker reference to be null. But what I'm trying to do here, guys, is I'm providing this reference to this input field, and what I'm gonna do, and of course, right, we do not have this function right now, so I'm just quickly gonna copy this and create this function as well. I'm just gonna say add image to post and just quickly create this function and just keep it empty for now, but so it doesn't error out. So we have this function, it turns yellow, as you guys can see. And what I'm actually doing is I'm providing this, I'm pointing this reference to this input field, right? But what I want to do here, guys, is on the icon, so on the on click of this div here, guys, here I want to basically have the reference. So I want to basically click, and I want the user to actually click here, and I want this to be hidden. So the user shouldn't be seeing this ugly styling, but the user should only be able to click here, right? And let me actually quickly get this as well. So let me just quickly go to the input component, because I don't want to mess it up again, guys. Let me just quickly get that on click, and this is what I mean by this on click, guys. And let me paste this on click on top of here. So this is what I mean by on, and what this on click, guys, what it actually means, guys. So what am I doing inside of this on click is I'm saying that select the file picker reference which I created. I want that the current event of that, and I want the click event to actually occur here when the user actually gets it. And the reference I provided was on this input field. So this is a very neat way of making sure that the user clicks on some other on some other element, but the reference is wherever the reference is provided, and actually the functionality is going to work exactly like that. So that's what exactly I'm doing here. So if the user actually clicks here, boom, look at that, guys. If I actually remove this on click, nothing's gonna happen. Let me show you guys again. So if I click right now, you guys can see nothing is happening because I do not have an on click event. But as soon as I add that, so as soon as I actually add this on click, which is the file picker reference dot current dot click. So what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to say that I want this reference, the reference which I provided here, I want this functionality to happen here. Essentially, it's as simple as that. I want this functionality to happen here. And now, if I click on it, look at this, guys. Now I can choose a file, and I don't have to actually show that ugly input type file thing here. So I can keep this hidden. But now let's actually create our custom icon class, guys. So let's actually go here and let me actually create an icon class, and I'm gonna use an apply because I want to use my Tailwind classes here, of course. So I want to say cursor of pointer, and I want to say width of 9, height of 9, and I want to say when I hover over it, I want the background to be changed to 1D9BF0, 1D9BF0. Again, as for some reason I said A, but it's going to be 1D9BF0, and I also want to say when I hover, I want the background opacity to be not clip padding, my bad. Background opacity to be 10, which is going to be 0.1. And I also want flex item to be center, justify center. So it's actually the actual icon inside of the div is in the center, and I want the rounded to be full, so it's a circle. And I want a transition as well, and the transition is gonna be ease out. And I want to say that. So you guys can see I wrote so many classes here, right? And you do not want to be repeating these classes. So again, I created a custom class here, so I can reuse this class instead of writing all these styling again, all these utility classes again, which is again really powerful. And I've used this class here, and if I hover over this, you guys can see there's a beautiful background here. I mean, it's really subtle. I don't know if you guys can see, but if you zoom in, you guys will be able to see there's a subtle background here, which is with a beautiful transition, and it's looking really nice right now. And that's what we basically did here. So now let's keep going, guys. Let's keep going. So in the same way, guys, we're gonna have and this time I'm just gonna copy the other icons because there's no point in me being writing the same things again and again. So I'm just gonna copy the other ones. I'm just gonna check, and outside of this div, guys, I'm gonna have these other icons as well. So I'm just gonna quickly oops, I didn't copy. I think, yeah, I tried to miss an opening tag. Okay, now I'm just gonna paste these icons. Of course, I have to get these icons as well. So I'm just quickly gonna auto import these icons from the hero icons package, and now I'm just gonna save it. And boom, look at that, guys, immediately. But also for the chart bar icon, what I did, guys, is to make it kind of similar to the Twitter one. I rotated it 90 degrees, and if I don't do that, you guys can see it was like that before, but as soon as I do rotate 90, actually turns like that to make it kind of look similar to how it was in the Twitter, in the actual Twitter, so that's why, to make it a little bit similar. And then of course you're gonna have the same class names and stuff like that. And on this one, guys, by the way, we have an on click, because remember, on the emoji one, we're gonna have this beautiful emoji mart library, and we can add emojis and stuff like that, which is really cool, right? And what I'm actually doing something really neat here, guys. I'm actually combining my text with the emojis, right? And if you guys have never done that before, so stay tuned to learn that, and that's gonna be really cool, because what I'm doing, guys, is I'm combining my emojis with the text, and I'm gonna be writing a custom function to do that. So of course, there's a custom powerful function which we'll be writing, and I'm gonna be showing you guys how I actually found it. And we'll write that function to actually combine our emojis with our input fields, basically, which is going to be really cool. So on the on click of this div, so I'm going to be creating a piece of state first of all, and that piece of state is going to be show emojis, basically. And I can go here and I can create a piece of state called show emojis, and it's going to be saying set show emojis, and it's going to be a piece of state. So it's going to say use state, and by default it's going to be false. So by default, show emojis is going to be false. But what we are going to be doing is when I actually click on this icon, the show emojis is going to become we're gonna say we're gonna trigger whatever the opposite, whatever the show emoji is in the current state. We're gonna do the opposite of that. So if it is already there, like it's already on right now, if I click it again, it's gonna be false. So if it's true, it's gonna be false. If it's false, it's gonna be true, as you guys can see. So that is what this not operator basically means. It means whatever the actual current thing is. So if it's not true, it's going to be not false, not true, not false, like that. You guys can think of it like that. So we're just changing it. So that's what we're going to be doing on the click, and it's of course an inline function. And now what I want to do, guys, here is that, and this is again a simple just calendar icon, that's it. So after this, guys, after we are done with this, here I'm gonna be doing, if my show emojis is actually true, right, I'm gonna be having a picker here. And what picker am I talking about? Now here is where I'm gonna be installing my emoji mart. So I'm gonna actually comment this out for a second. So we're gonna be installing our emoji mart. And if I actually go here, guys, and if I actually show you guys what emoji mart is, let me just go to emoji mart and let me show you guys emoji mart. So emoji mart is a beautiful emoji library which people use, and you can npm install and yarn add or whatever, and it has these bunch of props which it gives you, and you guys can pretty much experiment and see. There's so much cool stuff in this, and it's basically an emoji and as the name suggests, it's basically an emoji shop, emoji mart, with a lot of different emojis. And I'm going to be using a dark theme, of course, as you guys can see. I'm not going to be using this ugly white theme. I'm going to be using a dark, because I love dark theme, man. Like, I can't live without the dark themes, guys. So I'm going to be using this beautiful dark theme. And also I've customized it with some beautiful border radius stuff like that. So let's actually first of all add this with yarn. So I'm going to install my emoji mart library with yarn. Let me just quickly see if the command was like this. Yeah. So let's actually install this yarn add emoji mart. And what it basically gives us something called a picker. So we're gonna get this picker, and we're also gonna get the CSS, guys. We're gonna get the picker and we're gonna get the CSS. So we're gonna be getting these two things, and I'm just gonna go here, and on the top, guys, here I'm gonna be getting my CSS, and I'm also gonna be getting the picker from emoji mart. And if the show emojis is actually true, guys, which means if I click there and this becomes true. So if this is true, I want to render my picker here, and I'm actually gonna copy the picker as well, because I've already customized it, and I'm gonna explain you guys how and what I actually did in the picker. So I'm just gonna copy the picker and I'm actually gonna paste it here, and let's actually save it, and hopefully when I actually click here, this should work. And of course we have a function here called add emoji, which I have to create here as well. And let me go back again to my GitHub and actually so this is the function I was talking about, where we're going to be combining the emoji with our input. So let me actually first of all remove this, not remove but just comment it out, so we can see if it is actually working. And if I actually click here, guys, let's see if, and boom, here we go, it actually works out of the box, right? As soon as I click, and you can see as soon as I click again, it actually goes off, right? Actually turns off. So this is really beautiful, guys, right? And we can actually search for icons, for search for sad ones, for search for happy ones, laughing or whatever. We can search for icons, and there's a bunch of different categories, so it's really powerful. What I actually did here, guys, is I just customized it according to my need. So if I actually remove the styling, all of these things, it's gonna look like by default it's gonna look like, so if I click right now, you can see it's ugly like that. So what I basically did is I did some styling here, and what I basically did, guys, is I said position of absolute, and I give a margin top and a margin left, so stays, and I give a margin left of a negative value of margin. And you guys might be thinking, why didn't I actually do it as a if I wanted to give the margin from the right hand side, right? Why did I just say margin negative margin left? I could have done margin right, and you guys are right, but that wasn't working for some reason. So if I show you guys right now, margin right of 40, so basically, essentially, it wasn't, as you guys can see, it essentially isn't working, margin right of 40. So that's why I had to do margin left, a negative margin left, basically, to make sure that it has a margin right sort of thing. Because if I do margin right, it actually doesn't work, as you guys can see. Even if I do like 100 or something, it just, you guys can see it just doesn't work. Even if I do 200, it doesn't work. So that's why I had to somehow say margin left, and to somehow make it somehow similar to how Twitter had it. But you guys can customize it to according to your own need. I gave it a max width too. Without the max width, it's a bit wider, and I didn't like it, so I just a little bit shrinked it. And I also give a custom border radius. If I don't do that, you guys can see the the corners are sharp, and by giving 20 pixels, they're much more rounded right now. And the theme, of course, I changed it to there's a light and a dark one. And then there's gonna be a function. So when I actually click this emoji, what's gonna happen? We're gonna see the emoji appearing here by creating this beautiful function called add emoji. And what this function is a really powerful function, and I actually found this on an article I was actually reading, and I came to find this beautiful function. And what this function is gonna do, guys, is I have this function here, and let me actually uncomment this. So what this function is gonna do, guys, is so in this functions, first of all, we're accepting an event, and what we are doing is this is the way it was written inside of the article. So I pretty much copied it, and sometimes, guys, all you have to do is just copy stuff and copy these functions. And what it does something called unify it and split. I do not completely honestly understand this function, but for some reason what it actually does is basically combines your input field with the emoji, and it puts spacing and stuff like that. So what it actually does, it pushes it into an array sort of thing. So you're gonna have multiple. So as soon as I press on it, you guys can see immediately, you can see these emojis coming in, and we can also remove it. So, and we can the cool thing about this function, guys, is that we can add multiple emojis, not just one, but we can have an array of emojis. So that is what basically it's happening here. It's creating an array, and it's pushing all these emojis inside of the array, and then somehow it's combining all these. And you guys can see what I'm doing here is I'm just sending this codes array. I'm just sending this codes array here, and it's combining this whole array with our input field. So if I try to write something here, it's gonna combine it with our inputs, which is really powerful, right? And that's essentially what we're doing using the add emoji function. So we have the picker, and after my picker here, we're gonna have a button, guys. Now this button, of course, is gonna be the tweet button. So I'm just gonna say tweet button, and I'm gonna of course have a sort of some class names here, and I'm gonna say a BG, and let me actually get these class names too. I'm kind of lazy to write these class names because it's really easy, and you guys will understand. I'm gonna explain you guys what I'm actually doing here. So let me actually quickly actually remove the class entirely, and let me just paste this in here, and let me actually save this. And boom, as soon as I save it, of course we see the button. So what I actually did inside of this button, guys, I had a background, a text of white, and of course I made it rounded again, and I had some padding from left and right, from top and bottom. I made the font bold, added the shadow empty, which doesn't probably affect because of the background right now. And when I hover over it, I change the background color. Now this is very cool inside of Tailwind, something called disable. Now why am I actually doing this? So I want my button basically to be disabled when the input, okay, and I'm gonna say input.trim here. And what am I actually doing here? And if this is the case of, or if there is no selected file, and I'm gonna explain you guys what I'm actually trying to do here. If you guys don't understand anything, and if there's no selected file, of course, so the button is gonna be disabled. Now, what am I actually trying to do here, right? You guys might be thinking, what am I actually doing here? And then we're gonna also have an on click, which I do not want to write, and you guys know why I don't want to write this. So I'm just gonna quickly copy the on click right now, and sandpost is going to be a function which we are going to be creating. So what I actually did inside of this, and this is something really cool inside of Tailwind. So when we do something called disable, what I did in Tailwind, we have a variant called disable. So if our button is actually disabled, these are the styling which applies to our button, right? And the styling is basically of course you can see the background is the opacity is changed to 50. So the background opacity is changed to 50. If I do 100, it's gonna be like before, but since it's disabled, I want the opacity to be 50. And you guys can see it is disabled right now, the button. And as soon as I start typing, it enables. So I disable the button if there is no text or the user. And what I did here, guys, why did I actually write it as input.trim is because it removes the trailing, leading and trailing spaces. So if you try to do something like, if I just do there's no input and no selected file, what's gonna happen if I put some spacing? It actually enables, which shouldn't happen because it's still empty, right? It's still empty. Even if I put space, it's still empty. But space is a character, so it actually considers as a character and it enables the button, right? Because it does not, it is actually not disabled anymore. So what I'm actually trying to do here is I'm saying if if there is no input at all whatsoever, so even if I put spaces, it's still disabled, as you guys can see, which is what you should be doing. But if I put some actual text, then it actually enables. So I said that I want my button to be disabled if I don't have an input or if I don't have any selected file. So on either of the things. So this and then operator means on either of these things. So basically it means like if there is no input or if there's no selected file. So if there is any input, it's not gonna be disabled. And if there is a selected file as well, it's not gonna be disabled. So if I select any file and if I actually select this file and for some reason we aren't actually seeing our selected file, so we have to see what's happening there as well. And let's actually, I think I missed some styling on top here, which I'm gonna look back and I'm actually gonna see for my imager. So I'm having a selected file here, and of course I'm not having any sort of image right now. And also for the text area, so the div above the text area, guys, here we're gonna be I told you guys we're gonna be putting some logic inside of it, and the logic is gonna be that if my selected file is true, guys, I'm gonna have some sort of padding bottom. I'm gonna have some padding bottom of 7, and I'm also gonna have another piece of logic inside of it, and I'm gonna say if my input is true, I'm gonna have space y of 2.5 basically. And what this basically means, guys, is that if I go to my build here, and you guys can see immediately when I start typing something, uh, what sort of basically happens, guys. So if I have an image right now, so if I select an image, you guys will see what I'm trying to say. So I'm gonna actually, for some reason it's not selecting the image. Let me select this image. Okay, so if I select an image, guys, and if I start typing something, you guys can see that immediately the image gets pushed away. It gets pushed to the bottom, right? So what's sort of happening here is what I'm trying to say, guys. And spacebar, remember, it's between the children, right? So what I'm actually trying to say here is that as soon as I have the input, I have some input, which is this thing, right? As soon as I have some input, I want my spacing to increase. And the reason why I'm actually doing that, so if I actually don't do that, it's gonna look very close. So if I write some texture, as you guys can see, if I put some spacing, you guys can see it's gonna be really, really close if I don't have some spacing here. So that's the reason I'm actually putting some spacing, but I'm only doing it if I have some texture. So that's really, really neat, right? And of course we aren't able to see the image because we haven't actually done anything with the image so far, because we have to actually upload the image, and then we'll have to after uploading the image to Firebase Storage, we have to retrieve the image, and that's going to be the selected file's URL, which we are going to be using for the image here, which we haven't done so far. So that's why we aren't able to actually see the image. We are able to select it, but we aren't actually able to. So we can select the image, but we aren't able to actually see the image. So guys, the next thing, let's keep going, guys. There's a bunch of stuff. So we have this component so far, the input component so far done, guys. So all we have to do is we have to create this send post function. So let's work on it right now. on this send post function, guys. Let's actually work on this function now. So I'm just gonna go on my, and let's actually create this beautiful function now. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is first actually let's add this image to post the function which we had on this on click event. Remember, on this on change we had this function called add image to post. So let's actually create this function as well. And but first, before that, let's actually create our send post function. So here I'm going to be creating send post, and here's where I'm going to introduce Firebase to you guys, and we're going to actually work with Firebase, and we're gonna send our post. So whatever we type here, guys, so whatever we are typing here, and if you select our emojis, and it also shows you the frequently used emojis, by the way. So if you use some emojis really a lot of times, it actually shows you those ones, and how we are actually gonna send this post inside of Firebase, inside of our Cloudflare store, and then we can retrieve it down here. So we're gonna be working with Firebase here, guys. But of course, to work with Firebase, we need to be authenticated as well. And of course, we need to first make the authentication as well. So we're gonna be working with a lot of things right now. So stay focused, guys, and keep your focus on this thing. So first thing, I'm gonna create a loading piece of state, and I'm gonna explain you guys why I'm actually gonna do that. So first, I'm gonna create something called loading and set loading. And there's a reason why I'm actually doing that. I'm gonna say useState and the useState of false. Now for my loading, what I'm gonna say, the first thing I'm gonna say, if the loading is actually true, guys, if the loading is actually true, I do not want to do anything. I want to return. So that's the first thing I want to do. And if of course that's not the case, I want to set my loading to true. If my loading isn't true and it's false, I want to set the loading immediately to true, and then I want to proceed with my function here, because when I'm actually sending the post, right? So when I actually try to add a picture here, or maybe let's just write some text, and when I actually click here, you guys will see the opacity of this thing is gonna change, and the reason why that happened, that's because it's loading. Okay, so if I click here, you guys can see the opacity changed, it was loading, and then it actually, and even these things disappear, by the way. So if I'm actually typing something, you guys can see even these things, they disappear, and then my text actually appears, and it actually comes in. I can delete these two things as well. So that's what I essentially mean by loading. So we're gonna handle that really smartly. And now here, guys, I'm gonna create by mistake I turned the caps lock on. So I'm gonna create a variable called document reference. Now here is where I'm going to introduce you guys to Firebase, and let's actually first install Firebase into our application. So I'm just going to say yarn add Firebase. So let's add Firebase, and what I want you guys to do is go to the project, we created, guys. Let me make this bigger for you guys. And what I want you guys to do, guys, is click on this web icon, this web icon, and just register your application. And and you can type in any name. I'm just gonna keep it consistent, and I'm gonna register my app. Remember, we created a project in the starting, and if you guys didn't actually create a project, what you guys can do is just go to your Firebase console, just create a project first, and then come to this step and register your application. And if you're using, by the way, if you're using Firebase for the first time, you guys have to do something. Um, so you guys have to install it. So of course we install this. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So we don't have to. I think there was one extra step which we don't have to do anymore. And now what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to go to your project settings and go on the bottom here, guys. Go on the bottom and click on the config thing, guys. Click on the config thing and just get like this configuration thing. Just copy this thing, guys. Just copy this thing and create a file, and then go back to your project, guys. And let me actually make this bigger. And then create a file inside of your root directory, and name the file like something like firebase.js, and then paste your Firebase configuration here. Paste your Firebase configuration inside of this file. That's what I want you guys to do, all of you guys to do. So register your app, go to the settings, and go to the project settings, and then go to the config, copy this Firebase config, and paste your configuration here. Now I'm gonna be showing you guys. So by the way, if I go to my package.json, since we added Firebase, right? We are using the latest version of Firebase, which is version 9.5.0, right? So it's Firebase version 9 basically. So it's a modular version of Firebase. So and it's a major breaking version. So it's a breaking change which Firebase had. So there are some breaking changes. So I'm going to be explaining you guys. So it's not like old the way we used to do it. So there's a bit of a change now, and I'm going to be explaining you guys on how to actually do it in a newer way now. So first thing, guys, what I want you guys to do is you guys can pretty much go to my project, and what you can do is go to Firebase.js and get these things. By the way, just get these things, get this whole file, and just replace your Firebase config with this thing here. So I can copy that and replace my Firebase config with this thing, and copy my whole Firebase.js, and I'm gonna explain you guys what I'm actually doing here. So before, when we actually used to work with Firebase, so we used to so this step, guys, by the way, this step we are doing just because of Next.js. We have to initialize Firebase. Otherwise, if we aren't using Next.js, we don't have to do something like get apps. So because we are actually using Next.js, and before we used to do it a little bit differently. If you watched any of my previous builds with Firebase, we used to do it a little bit. We used to say Firebase.initialize app and stuff like that. But now it's all modular, and Firebase, they have actually created functions for everything. So they have functions like initialize app, they have functions for Firestore, they have functions for get storage, and all these beautiful functions. Before we just had to do something like db dot firestore, Firebase dot firestore, Firebase dot storage. But now they have all these powerful functions which they created, and all you have to do now, guys, is you have to use these functions. And remember, this line, why we are doing this is because since we are using Next.js, right? So we have to see if our app is already initialized, and if it's already initialized, we use the app which is already initialized. So we get these functions called these two extra functions called get app and get apps, because we are using Next.js. And then we check our app's length. And why we are using not here is we are saying if we are not using any app, we have to initialize our app with the Firebase configuration, with our app's configuration which we created. But if there is already an app present, we use the current app. We use the current app. That's all this basically means. That's all this basically means. And now it's really cool, guys, because now all we are doing is we're using these powerful functions from, and it's modular, and it basically reduces the bundle size. The reason why it reduces the bundle size is because, as you guys can see, we're getting all these functions from their respective directories, right? We're getting the Firestore function from Firestore, we're getting the storage function from storage. So it also reduces the bundle size, and it's extremely powerful as well. And now here, what I actually did, guys, is actually exported my app. So whenever you export something as default, you can only export one thing from your file as default. Like, I cannot export these three things, all of them as default. I can only export either of them as default. So I chose my app to be exported as default, and I wanted to show you guys this step. And of course, all my other things are gonna be non-default export. So these aren't the default export, but this is a default export. So only there can be only one default export, and all the others needs to be like this. So I just wanted to show you guys this thing as well. And now you guys just have to save this, and just let's get working with our, since we have Firebase right now inside of our project, let's actually continue working on the send post functionality. So now here I'm gonna create a document reference variable, and I'm gonna say await. Now all we have to do is we have to use something called await, and all these are actually asynchronous functions. So whenever we use await, we use it inside of an asynchronous function. So our sendPost function is going to be an asynchronous function, and what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be using another function from Firebase. So now guys, you guys have to focus, because the stuff I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing Firebase version 9 stuff here. So inside of this variable, guys, there's this function called add_doc, and I'm actually going to retrieve all these functions first of all. So if I go to my input component, guys, I'm actually going to retrieve all these. And again, as you guys can see, I'm going to retrieve a bunch of different imports here, a bunch of different functions. I'm going to retrieve the DB, and I'm going to retrieve the DB, the storage, because remember, we added inside of our Firebase, we have storage, we have the database, and we also have the app. And by the way, we actually, inside of our Firebase, we actually didn't initialize this, so we have to initialize this as well. So if I actually expand this, and if I go to my Firestore database, so we have to do a bunch of stuff here as well, guys. So first of all, we have to create our database and start the database in test mode. And we have to do this before creating the sendPost functionality, because the sendPost functionality isn't going to work because our database isn't initialized inside of Firebase. And we have to actually do this. And to do this, we just have to enable this basically. And we also have to enable our storage, and we also have to change the rules of our storage, because it is gonna error out if you don't do that. So make sure that you do these steps correctly. And I'm gonna initialize my storage, and then I'm gonna change some of the rules there. And you guys have to make sure to do that with me too, because that's really important to do. So I've started my database. My Cloud Firestore is working inside of the test mode. Now I'm going to click on storage, and my storage is already initialized. All I have to do is I have to change the rules, and as soon as I go into the rules, I have to make sure to make this to true, and I have to remove this thing, and I have to say true here. And this step is really important, guys, because it is otherwise the permission, you're gonna get an error called permission denied from Firebase, something like that. So to make sure you don't get this error, make sure to change the rules inside of your storage, remember, and then you have to publish these new set of rules, and then you aren't gonna get that error anymore. So make sure you actually do this. Allow retry if the true. So and one more thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be actually enabling the Google authentication. And the reason why I'm going to be doing that is because we're going to be using Google authentication, and we're going to be needing something called a client ID, and we're going to be needing a client secret, which we're going to be getting from Firebase. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to click on the Google thing here, and I'm first of all, I'm going to click on enable. I'm going to select an email, and I'm going to actually save it. We aren't going to be using Firebase authentication. We are going to be using Next authentication. We aren't going to be using Firebase authentication. Remember, don't confuse that. We're going to be using Firebase. We're going to be using Next authentication. Why I'm enabling Google is because I want to get the Google client ID, and I want to also get the Google client secret. So if I click here, and if I go here, guys, in the web SDK configuration, you guys can see I have two things: the client ID and the Google client secret. So that is why I actually enabled the Google authentication. But we are going to be using Next authentication. So do not confuse that we're going to be using Firebase. So after we have actually done these steps, let's actually go back and let's work on the functionality right now. So I got all these powerful functions from Firebase Firestore, and these three functions as well. Get, download, URL, and remember, all these things are actually functions. So Firebase, the team at Firebase, they actually went ahead and created all these beautiful functions for us, which again reduces the bundle size, and it's really powerful now. So what I'm gonna do, create a variable, and now I'm gonna say add document. And again, if you hover over these functions, you're gonna know what these functions are. So what this function does is actually adds a new document into a specific collection. And now I'm going to be showing you guys the modular thingy inside of Firebase. So it's all modular right now. Again, collection is another function. Okay, now inside of the collection, I'm gonna first of all, as I hover over the collection, you guys can see it. First of all, we need to initialize and provide our Firebase instance, our Firestore instance, sorry, which is gonna be our DB. and we are gonna of course get our DB from the Firebase. Remember, we initialized our DB, and inside of our DB I'm gonna be having a collection of posts, right? Because we're doing collection, so I'm gonna have a collection of posts inside of the DB. And then here I'm going to be inside of my collection of posts. Now here is where I'm going to be adding a bunch of different stuff here. And what I mean by a bunch of different stuff is I mean these things here. So I'm going to be adding these things inside of here. Now of course we do not have the session right now because we are not using the next authentication. We haven't initialized the next authentication, so I'm just gonna comment these out for now. But essentially the text is going to be the input. So what I'm actually doing inside of this function here is I'm actually making this equal to a document reference variable, and I'm saying that inside of my Firestore I want to create a collection and I want to add a document. Okay, I want to add a document because this is a single document, right? When you click on the send post button, this is a single document which you're going to be adding. I want to add this document to a collection called post, which is going to be post inside of Firebase, and I want to add these specific things. So I want to add an ID, and of course we're going to get the ID from the session user.uid. We're going to get the username of the user. We are going to get the user image of the user, and we are also going to get the tag, the user's tag, and we are going to get the of course the input is what we are actually the post which we are writing here. That's going to be the post which we're going to be adding into our database. And the timestamp, now what the timestamp is actually, before we used to do something like Firebase dot if you remember, before we used to do Firebase dot field value dot server timestamp, something like that. Now all we have to do is we have to use this function called server timestamp. Again, this is created this is given to us from Firestore specifically, so it returns a timestamp value which we are storing inside of our database as well. So this is really powerful, guys. Now Firebase is really cool, and it's all modular. So this is basically modular, right? Because we're providing our DB instance, that we're creating a post collection, and now here we're actually having an object. So this is an object, right? This is an object. So we're creating an object here. Now here I'm gonna create an image reference, and inside of my image reference, now again this is again given to us by Firebase. So what this is a function which returns a storage reference for a given URL. Again, we have to provide the storage's initialization. So we have our storage. So what I'm going to do is storage, because remember we initialize the storage inside of our Firebase. So I'm going to get the storage, and now here we're going to provide the URL of where how it's actually going to store the image. So the URL, I'm gonna have open my backticks. I'm gonna say post, and the reason I open my backticks is, again, I want to have a variable inside of it, and the variable which I want to have is document reference dot id slash image. So this is what my URL should look like inside of my Firebase storage. And what I mean by this URL is, guys, let me show you guys what I mean by this. So if I go to my storage right now, so all my images are going to be uploaded here. So whatever images I'm going to be uploading, they're going to be uploaded here, and there's going to be a specific URL here which I'm going to be getting. So for instance, if I upload a file right now, I don't think it's gonna give me a URL, but if it gives me, I can show you guys what I mean by that. So if I try to upload this image right now, and as you guys can see, the image is uploaded, and yeah, you guys can see it has a file location and other bunch of stuff. So it's gonna give me a URL sort of thing. I think it's gonna be here. It's gonna be a URL, and it's gonna be like directories and stuff like that. So there's gonna be like posts, and then there's gonna be there's gonna be a post folder, and then inside of the post folder there's gonna be a document reference ID, and then we're gonna get our image. So that's what I basically mean by the URL here. And trust me, guys, if it's difficult for you for the first time, if you guys are beginners and new to Firebase, don't worry about it. In future, I'm also going to be creating some courses on Next.js, Firebase, and everything targeted for beginners, so they can actually get a bigger picture and understand everything from scratch. And it'll be separate, so it'll be much easier than combining everything inside of a build. But again, push through with me, and just it's all pattern recognition, guys, and one day you're gonna get it, trust me. And it's all pattern. You keep doing this stuff and you guys are eventually gonna get this stuff. So it's all pattern recognition, guys. So now here I'm gonna say if my selected file is actually if there is a selected file, I'm gonna say await. And now I'm going to use the function called upload string. Again, this is given to us by Firebase. And what this function, you have to provide the storage's reference, which we created here, right? So I'm going to provide this reference, image ref, and because we created this reference, remember? So this reference, and then I'm going to provide the value. The value is basically the file, right? So I'm going to provide the selected file, and then what it asks is it asks for a format. Now, what are the formats? The formats are in string. So there's a base64 URL, data URL, raw format, and what the format we want is we want the data URL format. So that's the format we're gonna be needing, and we're gonna say dot then, and then it accepts a promise. So if I hover over this, you guys can see it accepts a promise, right? It needs to resolve a promise. So now we're gonna say dot then, right? Dot then a synchronous function, right? And I'm gonna say inside of here I'm gonna have a download URL. And again, if it's really difficult for you guys, just stick with me and just trust me, and eventually we're gonna be doing this a lot for other builds as well. And of course, and it's all pattern recognition, and you guys are eventually gonna get it, trust me on that. Now we're gonna use another function given to us by Firebase, and that will be get download URL. That's another function, and we have to again provide our storage reference here. So that's gonna be again our image reference, and we're gonna store this download URL inside of our variable called download URL. And then on the next line here, I'm gonna say update my document. Now again, this is another function, and again we have to as I'm doing this thing, I'm showing you guys how to actually get suggestions and stuff like this, so you guys can know what you guys have to actually send in here inside of these functions. So again here you have to send in a document reference. And what the document reference is, of course, is going to be the doc, right? It's going to be the doc. And of course, the doc requires, again, the DB initialization. So I've already initialized my DB. So I'm going to say DB. And again, it is in modular form inside of the collection of posts. And inside of this document reference.id, here, I'm actually updating this document with an image, right? And the image is gonna have something called a download URL basically, and I'm gonna save all of this. So what the heck, I just did it here, what the heck. So we are actually done with our send post functionality, and now there's one more thing. This is just one more thing, and the one more thing I'm just gonna quickly copy it because it's really easy, and I'm gonna explain you guys why I'm actually doing that. And this is after we have done all these steps, guys, all we have to do is we have to set our loading to false. Remember, we set the loading to true in the start, so we have to set the loading to false now. We also have to make the input null back to none again, because of course we do not want to have the same input after we have submitted that post, right? We also want to have the selected file to null, and we also want to show our emojis to false. If there's any emojis we are showing and we don't want to show the emoji anymore, and we want to set it to false again. So what the heck did I just do here? Here, what I actually did, guys, is remember since we are using Firebase Storage and we're actually uploading an image, right? So what I actually did here, guys, is I used a function called upload string, and what this function does is it uploads a string to the object's location, right? It uploads a string to this object's location, and I provided the image reference. I created an image reference here, and what I did is I provided the file, and what I did here, guys, is I converted this selected file into a clean sort of URL which Firebase Storage actually gives us. So Firebase Storage gives us a really neat URL. So when I uploaded this image here in Firebase, it actually gives us a URL. So let me actually try to upload again something. So if I upload this image again, it's gonna give me a really clean. So it's up, as you guys can see, it's uploading, and now it's successfully uploaded. So now if I actually click here, guys, you guys will see it actually gives me this clean URL. This is the URL. So Firebase actually gives you these URLs. So what I'm doing is I'm getting this URL, and I'm storing this inside of a variable. And what I'm then doing, guys, is I'm updating my document which I previously created inside of my post here, and I'm updating this document with the images download URL. So this is the way we're going to be displaying our selected file. We're going to be showing our selected file like that, which is really powerful, right? What we are actually doing here. So that's essentially what we are actually doing, guys. So that's exactly what we are doing here. And now we have this function called add image to post. Now inside of this function, guys, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be accepting an event, and I'm going to be having a reader. And this is really easy. All I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be adding my image to my poster, and I'm going to be having a reader, and I'm going to be having a new file reader. And this is again given to us inside of JavaScript. So this is something created inside of JavaScript, and what this is basically lets your web applications asynchronously read the contents of the files, and just like blob objects and stuff like that, if you have ever worked with those sort of things. So, and now on the next line I'm going to say if event dot target dot files, if event.targets.files, and I'm going to select my file. So this is the way you typically select your files. So you say event.target.files, and usually your file is going to be in the 0th index. So that's where your file is going to be. So this is how you select the file, and then you use your reader, and you say something like read your data, read it as data URL, and basically then here you send in, as you can see, you send in the blob here. You send in the blob. So the blob is gonna be event.target, and again it's gonna be event.target.files and the 0th index. So that's actually the blob, right? And now after doing this, you have to say reader.onload onload. What we have to do, so this is not a function, but we have to say reader.onload is equal to, it accepts a reader event basically. And what this basically does, guys, and again this might be the most complicated part of the build, and you guys might be really confused as to what the heck is going on in this area inside of our send post functionality. But trust me, guys, the more you do this, the more you will try to grab the hang of it, and you are going to understand this. It's not difficult at all. It's just your mind is tricking you right now into thinking that it is difficult. Um, and then we're gonna set our selected file, because remember what I was doing here is I'm adding this image to my post. And remember here on the bottom here I was having this image, right? So this image is the selected file. So I'm setting my selected file right now, guys. I'm setting my selected file to this reader event dot target, and this is gonna be the dot target dot result basically, and that is the URL of the file basically. That's actually the URL of that image, and that's how I'm actually changing my selected file. And this is how I'm actually going to be showing the image on the poster. This is how I'm going to be showing the image on the post. And since this is an on change thing and it's actually on the input, so what happens is when we click here, right, this is basically what happens if we change an image, or if we attach an image. And this is basically what sort of happens. So it initializes a new file reader, and what it does, it sees if there is any file, you read it as data URL, and then on load of that reader, get the event back, and then set your selected file to the result of that event, and that basically means that you have a URL now, and basically you can use that URL to display the image now, which is really powerful. Now let's actually test all of this, right? Let's actually test all of this functionality if it's actually working. So first uh, let's actually go here and let's actually click here, and let's see if we are actually getting any file here. And boom, look at that. Look at that, guys. Immediately out of the box, it works in the first place. So we have the image, and let's click on the close icon, and let's see if this actually works. And boom, look at that, image is gone. And let me click again, and let me choose the Disney one this time, and again it works. And let me choose the third image, the image of a girl here, and let me choose that. And again, of course, it's object contained. Remember what I did with the image here is I made sure to make it object contained. So I actually don't do that right now. uh, Again, of course, it's not it has a max height right now, so that's why it's not distorted or anything. That's because of that max height. But what object contain does, guys, is, trust me, it actually maintains the aspect ratio of your image, which is really clean. And this is why it's actually smaller and looking clean right now. So that is working. But now we have to actually test our adding post functionality. Is that actually working, and is it going to actually add a post inside of Firebase? And all the things we did are loading and stuff like that, is that going to work as well? But before doing that, actually there's one more thing which I want to do, and that's gonna be the file picker. This is gonna be this div here which we added, if you guys remember. So basically, um, we have this div here, right? We have this div here. And what I mean is, by this div, so we are only going to display this div if our loading is actually not true, right? If there is no loading, then only we're going to be displaying this sort of this. And I can pretty much copy this whole div, guys, till the end here, and I can put it inside of my this block. So what this is gonna make sure, guys, that remember when I showed you guys. So when I actually write something out, and if I click on tweet, this whole thing actually goes away. And this is how Twitter handles it as well, by the way. So it's of course it's supposed to be a Twitter clone, so it actually works in the same way as Twitter's functionality works. So you guys can see it actually adds it like that. So this is what's gonna happen here as well. So when we actually have something and we add a post, this is gonna disappear because loading is gonna be true, right? So that's why, and this is only gonna be shown when loading is actually not true. And so that's what we are basically doing here. And so we have actually done that. And let me see if there's any other thing that's missing. And one more thing we have to do here is, remember, we have some I told you guys we're gonna have some custom JavaScript logic here as well. So inside of this, guys, we're gonna be having so I'm gonna create a variable here. So of course you have something called loading, and if the loading is true, what I want to do, I also want to change my opacity of this entire thing to 60. Because remember, when the loading is true, the opacity changes too, right? So when the loading is true, I want to change my the opacity of my entire input to be 0.6 when my loading is basically true. So that's one thing. And we have to add the authentication. And after testing the input functionality, let's actually work on the authentication portion. So we get ourselves a break as well with next authentication, and we add the authentication, and then we come back to other parts of the build. So I mean, of course, other parts being like the post page. We're gonna be have to create a post page. So when we click on any of the posts, it actually takes us to a different page. And we also have to create the sidebar, the widgets, which is probably the easiest part. So we don't have to worry about that. But we do have to create the post and the post page as well, and we have to work on that and on those things and the comments and stuff like that. So let's actually test if this functionality, if this actually works. So let me type something in. Let me type, hey, how are you doing? Let me type something like this, and let me actually type and choose an emoji as well. And let me see, let me just type any emoji like this, and let me actually choose an image too. Let me try to write something much cooler. Spotify redesign, and let me change the emojis too. Let me change the emojis like this, and let me close this. So actually not close it. Now I want to see if my emoji picker automatically closes when I actually click on tweet. So let's actually click on tweet, and as soon as I click on tweet, the opacity changes, as you guys can see, and this should be inside of my database. So everything works. Okay, there's no error here. Of course, we do not see the post because we are not rendering the post here, but this is gone. Now let's actually go inside of our database and let's see inside of our inside of our database if there is any post. And we can see, guys, it's working. It's working. And here we go. Look at this, guys. This is exactly what the text was, and this is the beautiful image. So if I copy this and we'll try to open it here, and here we go. This was the image we added, and here's the timestamp as well, and it shows me the exact time when I actually added this image. And this is the ID of the post. And of course, there are other bunch of stuff which is going to be added to all these things. But since we do not have the authentication right now, that's why these things aren't added. But these things are going to be added too. So it actually works. So our post functionality actually works. Our send post functionality actually works, which is really damn cool. And even the design actually works. So all we have to do is we have to render the post and we have to work on the authentication as well. So we get the user's UID and the username and other bunch of stuff. So this is really cool because our post functionality actually works and there's no error so far. There's no error right now. But now let's check our storage if it actually uploaded the, and here you go, guys. I remember what I told you guys, right? This was the post, the image I added by myself. So this is what it has added for us. And remember that URL thing I told you guys, which was actually here, and this thing. Remember this URL thing? So there's a post folder, and then when I click on the post, there's an ID, as you guys can see, document reference.id. And then inside of this there's going to be the image. As soon as I click, and here is the image. So when I click on it, here is the image, and this should be the Spotify one, and here's the image, and here's the URL we got, right? So this is insane, right? This is really insane. So even our Firebase storage is working, and every time you upload an image, it's going to upload it to our Firebase storage, and it's going to upload it to our Cloudflare store as well. So both of these things are working out of the path, which is really, really cool. So now, guys, it's time to work on the authentication portion of the build. So let's actually work on the authentication right now, and let's actually create a login page for us, so the user is able to log in. And let's use Next authentication for that, and let's work on that right now. So guys, let's work on the Next authentication. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna actually show you guys the Next authentication, and we're gonna be using the beta version of Next authentication as well. So let me first show you guys the Next authentication, what it is. So it is basically, of course, since the name suggests, authentication for Next.js. And I've used this previously in my builds as well, but I'm gonna, of course, since always I like to do that from scratch again for anyone who's new to the channel and stuff from a beginner's perspective. So I'm gonna click on get started, and recently, like, they have a beta version, and we're gonna be using that beta version because of course it's really powerful, guys, and you just have to trust me. So first thing we have to do is, if you're using npm, just install using npm. I'm using Aaron. I'm gonna copy this command, and it is really, really powerful, guys, Next authentication, because it has server side. It gives you like server side support out of the box, and it has so many providers. Like, you guys can pretty much see, it has LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter as well. Is that if you guys really want to add Twitter provider as well, you guys can go ahead and do that. But I just did the Google one. But pretty much the procedure is same for every other provider too. But let's first add it, Next authentication, into our project. So I'm just gonna copy and paste this command, NextAuth add beta. But now there's something very you have to be very careful about, and you guys can see this warning thing. What they're saying is, due to an unfortunate publish on npm, there's a 4.0 version that is not suitable for use. And what they're saying, that please double check your node modules and version to be exactly like this instead of 4.0. So it shouldn't be 4.0. So once we actually install this, you guys just go to your package.json and just check that it's exactly like how they're saying. It's not like 4.0 like this, and it's not for us. And they're also saying that in your project's package.json, make sure you don't have a character before the version number. So we're also gonna remove this character, and that's just because due to an unfortunate public, and it is gonna be corrected once they have the stable version, as they said. So do not worry about this. Just remove the character here before this, and it's all gonna work. So now what we have to do is we have our next authentication. Now what we can do, guys, is we can actually go to our home page, and I'm gonna be showing you guys a server-side rendering. And let's actually I'm gonna be showing you guys a server-side rendering and stuff like that. And what happened here? So we are getting a sort of error right now. And let me just restart the server. I don't know what type of error we are facing. So let me just restart the server. But what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be showing you guys server-side rendering here, and I'm going to be fetching some data on the server, and I'm also going to be showing you guys how to fetch the session, guys, on the server, which is extremely powerful. And let me close this one. This is the old one. Which is extremely powerful. And let me show you guys how we'll actually do that. So first, let me just go back to my my pages and index.js on my other screen. So what we're gonna be doing, guys, is we're gonna be exporting here. So we're gonna go down here and we're gonna export a synchronous function, and this function is gonna be called getServerSideProps. getServerSideProps. This is going to be getServerSideProps. So we're going to be using getServerSideProps. So there's like two types of function, and these are functions built in inside of Next.js. So Next.js provides a getStaticProps and server-side-props, and the difference between these two things are the static props is for information that is static, of course, as the name suggests. It's for information which isn't changing. So if you want to fetch an endpoint which doesn't change from an endpoint, like you can call it like and from stuff which remains the same for a period of time. So you can use something called getStaticProps instead of a server side. Whereas on the other hand, server side props is for information which is dynamic, which is constantly changing. So that's when the server side rendering comes into place, and it's extremely powerful. Now inside of my function here, guys, I'm just gonna go back to my pages, and don't worry, I'm gonna explain you guys everything. But I'm gonna go inside my pages, and I'm actually gonna copy this whole function here, and I'm gonna explain you guys what I actually did here. So inside of this function, guys, what I'm actually doing here is I'm first of all, it gives us something called context. And if you guys want to learn more about this get server side props, just go to, like, again, Next.js documentation, just search for get server side props, and you guys will understand it has a bunch of stuff here. So but anyways, what I'm actually doing here is I'm having something called trending results and follow results, and I'm getting these things for my widgets, component, which we're going to be creating after. And I'm fetching actually from two endpoints. So it's just a API endpoint, JSONkeeper.com. So if I actually paste this in here, you guys will see that it has this JSON file here, which is all these things, some bunch of static information which I had here on for what's happening, and then we're gonna have some follow results, and again I'm fetching from an endpoint. And I just did this because I wanted to show you guys that how you can actually fetch this using server-side props. And then what I'm doing, guys, I'm actually gonna get my providers as well, and get providers, and I'm gonna get session and use session from next authentication / react, since we have NextAuth in our project right now. So I'm gonna get my providers, and what providers are, guys, basically I'm gonna explain you guys what providers are, and I'm also gonna get my session. Now this is what I mean by getting the session on the server. So I'm getting the session on the server here, but we still have to do some more steps in order for this to actually work on the server. For instance, and to go step by step through this, what I want you guys to do is go to this, click on this link, get started, and then follow these steps step by step. And you guys can see it's version 4, and it's for the beta version. And if you guys are for some reason using the old version, just switch to version 3. But of course, you're using the beta version. So first thing you have to do, guys, is we have to actually inside of our, you guys can see inside of our, to add a next authentication to project, we have to create a file called NextAuth. So I'm just going to copy this file name inside of my pages, and make sure to actually do this correctly. So go through this step by step. Inside my pages, API, and inside my API, there's another folder called auth, which we do not have right now. So I'm going to create a folder called auth, and inside of my auth, I'm going to create this file called next. And remember to copy this name because it has this weird syntax. So you have to make sure to have this exact syntax. Inside of this file, we're going to copy this stuff, and I'm going to paste it. And now, since we are not going to be using the GitHub provider, but instead we're going to be using the Google provider, so what I'll do is I'll just click on Google, and I'll go here, and you guys can see in the provider section, all we have to do is change the GitHub thing to the Google provider thing. So I'm just gonna change my GitHub to the Google, and here also I'm just gonna change this to Google provider from NextAuth providers, and it gives us a bunch of providers, as you guys can see. So I'm gonna use the Google one here. And all I have to do is change the GitHub to Google provider, basically. And now here is the important part. So we have these two important keys. Remember, I showed you in Firebase the client ID and the client secret, and that's the reason I actually enabled the Google authentication inside of my Firebase to get those keys. So I'm going to be getting those keys from Firebase as well in a while, and I'm going to show you guys how to securely have those keys inside of your project as well. But that's this step basically. Now, if you go further down, they tell you something called, to be able to use session first, you need to expose the session context, which is like the session provider at the top level of your application, and this goes inside of your app.js, guys. So go and navigate to your app.js, and just pretty much copy this whole bunch of code here, and change this thing to this basically, and just remove this spacing from here. And what this is essentially doing, guys, is basically providing the session context globally to the whole of your application. So at any point of the application, it's exposing your session, it's exposing your the session context basically. If you guys have used context API and you know what context means, it's exposing your context to the whole application basically. And then they're saying instances of use session will then have access to the session data and the status, which is really powerful, guys. So now this step is complete too. So after doing this step, just save this, since we are wrapping our whole application inside of the session provider. So that's what it actually means. So we are exposing the app with the session context. Now let's actually so after doing this step, there's a bunch of other stuff I'm going to be doing here, guys, and don't worry, I'm going to be explaining guys every single thing I'm going to be doing. So let me just quickly navigate to my next authentication this file. So here there's a more bunch of stuff I'm going to be doing. The bunch of stuff I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be having something called callbacks. Now what are actually callbacks? So if I hover over the callbacks, you guys can see callbacks are asynchronous functions we can use to control what happens when an action is performed. And read this, guys. Callbacks are extremely powerful. And why are they extremely powerful? Because in scenarios, if you guys know about what JSON Wrap Tokens are, JWTs, they basically allow us to change and add the stuff to the database, and basically allow us to implement access control without a database. And we don't have to even the reason they're extremely powerful is we change stuff, and we basically when we are going to be console logging the session, we're going to be actually manipulating. So we are basically manipulating stuff. So we are writing a callback function to manipulate some of the things here. That's what we're going to be doing. So and since it's an asynchronous function, as mentioned there, they're asynchronous function. So I'm going to say async session. I'm going to say async session, and I'm going to say inside of my async session, as you can see, I have parameter. So if I open this, and now I have options. So as soon as I press, I get three sessions: session, token, and user. So I'm going to get my session, and I'm also going to get my token. I'm going to explain to you guys why I'm actually doing this. So now I'm gonna put this, and now what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be saying session dot user, and the session dot user, and I want something called tag And now I want to make sure to do like session.user.name, and then I want to split the name. Now I'm going to be using JavaScript function called split, which basically splits it, and I'm going to split it into split it where there's a space basically. So the username is going to be like something like, let's say, for instance, just take it as a name like for instance, like my channel's name is ILW Jennifer, which means there's a first name and a last name. So it's gonna split where there's a space, right? So between the first and the last name. So it's gonna split it there. Okay, it's gonna split those two things, and then what it's gonna do, it's gonna join it. Okay, it's gonna join those things where it's split it without the space, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm joining those things without the space, right? And again, join is another function. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna convert all of this to lowercase basically, which it's gonna convert the whole the username. And this is basically given to us by session. The name is given to us by session, and we're splitting the name where there's a space, and then we're joining back in without the space, and then we're converting it back to the lowercase, and we are making sure that we are adding something called tag. And tag is not usually given to us by session, but we are manipulating using a callback here. So this is why the callbacks are extremely powerful, and you guys are gonna understand this. Don't worry about this. You guys are gonna understand this what I'm actually doing here. So now here I'm gonna say session.user.uid is gonna be equal to token, and there's something called token.sub. So token has these four things, but I'm gonna be making sure make sure to equal this to something called token.sub, and then in the end I'm gonna return whole of my session. That's when I'm basically return this my this session basically. And again, if you guys just pretty much hover over this, you guys can understand this callback is called whenever a session is checked, when we are invoking the session endpoint, use session, get session, whatever, whenever we are using those things. So this, after doing this, actually our file is actually complete. All we have to do is add our environment variables. And to add our environment variables inside of the Next.js application is very simple. All we have to do is we have to create a file called .env. So it's a file called .env.local at the root level, and you have to basically just add our Google client ID, and you'll also have to add our Google client secret. So, and you guys can pretty much go to Firebase as I showed you guys before, and inside of your authentication, inside of your sign-in method, click on Google and just go to Web SDK configuration, copy your client ID, and also copy your client secret, and just paste in here. And since we are actually adding environment variables, what we can do is we can actually we have to actually restart our servers. So whenever we change our environment variables, we have to, and as soon as I restart my server, you guys can see loaded env from the file, loaded env. So we have to restart the server. And now inside of our next authentication file, this is basically complete. So we can add more providers here again. So if you want to add more provider like a Twitter provider or Facebook or any other provider, you guys can pretty much add more providers here. And that's why this is next authentication. And this is how simple it is to add authentication, guys. I mean, if you have worked with MERN stack builds and stuff like that, you guys would know how much of a hurdle it is to do authentication. But with Next.js, this is how simple it is to just add authentication, and it's extremely powerful, guys, because you're gonna be retrieving the session on the server side before even the user reaches the page. That's when we're gonna be retrieving the session. So that's extremely powerful. So let's get back to our home page, guys. And inside of my home page now, I just have to navigate to my home page first of all. So inside my home page, what I can do here, guys, is since I have a session here, I have providers. What I have to actually do here is first inside of my home, I have to. So I'm sending these things as returning them as props, right? So I have to get these things as well. So I'm gonna get back my trending, and I'm gonna destructure my props right away. So I'm gonna say trending results, follow results, and I'm also gonna get my providers basically. So I'm gonna get my trending results, follow results, and the reason I'm not getting my session is because all we have to do here, guys, to retrieve the session on the server side, and all we have to do is we have to just use the get session hook, which we get from the next authentication, and we just have to return it as a prop. But we don't have to actually destructure it here, because we're going to be using a hook here, and the way we're going to be retrieving it. Now again, this is done inside of the, if you go to the next authentication, they will actually show you how to retrieve this, and here we go. They show you how to retrieve this on the front end. The use session react token, the NextAuth, is the easiest way to check if someone is signed in. So this is how we actually do it, retrieve the session on the front end. So I'm just going to copy that and use something called a use session hook, and this is how we retrieve it. So we don't have to return our session here. All we have to do is we have to write this. So if I don't do this, I'll actually show you guys what happens. So if I actually don't write this step is really crucial to get the session on the server. And I'll show you what's gonna happen. Now what I'm gonna do on the bottom here is I'm gonna say if there is no session, since I'm getting my session, I'm gonna return a login component which we haven't yet created, and inside of this component I'm gonna send my providers, which I'm actually getting back from my get providers function, which is basically, it calls the API/auth/providers, and it returns a list of all the currently configured providers inside of your next authentication file. Since there's just one provider right now, it's just gonna return me one provider. And then I want to create this component called login. So let's actually create login.js, and again quickly use my snippet, and for now let's just type login here, and let's just auto import our login component. So what I'm trying to do here, guys, so what I'm actually doing here is I'm saying I do not want to return this bunch of code if I do not have the session. If I do not have the session, I want to return my login component. I do not want to return this bunch of code here, right? So if I don't have the session, now if I go back to my application, like right now, since we do not actually have the session, what should happen is if I refresh, I should see my login component right now. And there's one more thing which I actually forgot to add, and you guys can see it's actually not showing here, but one thing which I actually forgot to add was the NextAuth URL, which is very important, and it's NextAuth URL. And the reason why we have to actually add this is because inside our Next.js application, we always have to do this next.url, so it knows where to actually redirect to, after successfully logging in. So we have to make sure to add this next.url, and this is going to be different for production environment, guys. Remember, so that's why we are going to be using Vercel to deploy all these environment variables to our Vercel Vercel platform. So it actually handles it really well for us, because then the domain is going to be different then, right? It's not going to be local, it's going to be for production, and we're also going to be exposing these keys onto Vercel. So that's really powerful. Now so you guys can see we do not actually see, so we are actually seeing login right now. If I make this class name text or white again, you guys will see this is actually a login page. So we aren't actually seeing our home page, we are actually seeing the login component. I mean, we are seeing the home page, but we are actually seeing the login component. So we are not actually seeing this, right? Which is what we actually want, because we do not actually have the session. So now, by mistake, I just did Command P on the Chrome. So now let's go back to our login. Let's actually create our login component, and let's actually work on our login component right now. And let's actually create it really quickly. So for our login page, all we have to do, guys, is we have to, first of all, we're gonna have a div. We're gonna have a logo. And for the logo, actually, I'm just gonna quickly get it because I don't want to waste any further time into this. And it's gonna be a Next.js image component for the logo here. So I'm just gonna quickly get this one, and I'm also gonna get my sign-in function and my image component from next/image, and my sign-in from this is a sign-in function. And again, Next.js, Next Authentication basically gives us these really powerful functions. So if I put a comma here, so it gives us sign out, sign in functions, and all we have to do, guys, is we have to just use these functions. We do not have to write any sort of sign in and custom sign in logic or custom sign out logic by ourselves. All we have to do is we have to use these functions provided by Next Authentication, and and look at how powerful these functions are. All they basically do everything for us. They add the CSR RF token. They also like remove the session, makes the session null, and adds the information to the session too when the user is logged in. So they do all the stuff behind the back, and we just have to use these powerful functions on the front end. That's pretty much all we have to actually do here. So first thing, I'm going to have an image, and let's get back to our page here. And as you can see, the image is lazy loaded because it's a Next.js, beautiful Next.js image component. Now we're going to have a div here. Now inside of this div, I'm going to be using something called object.values. And the reason I'm actually using this is because what we can do is because we want to return an array. So it's an array. So it's basically an array of objects, but we want to return and map through it. So to map through our providers, basically, which we are retrieving. Remember, we are sending the providers inside our login component from the home page as props. So I'm destructuring the props, and what I'm doing is I'm saying object.values, and then inside of my values I'm providing these providers because I want to actually map through them. Okay, so I'm going to map through these objects. So all of these providers are actually objects, so I want to map through my objects. So I'm converting them to an array, and then I'm going to map through. And the way you convert them to an array is you use something called object.values, which actually converts them to an array, and then you can basically map through it. So I'm going to map through each and every single one of the provider, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to be returning a div. And of course, since I'm mapping, always whenever you're mapping with stuff, you always need to send the key, and the key is going to be the provider.name. And inside of this div, guys, now here's the cool part. Now here I'm going to be showing you guys how to actually so this is again, of course, a login logout. Sorry, when you click here, it actually logs you out. So I'm going to show you guys how I actually got this beautiful button. But I got this from a website actually, which gives you like Tailwind CSS buttons, which is a really cool website. So you're gonna, if you guys didn't know about it, I'm gonna be telling you guys. And I'm gonna be actually go back. Let me actually go back. So it's this website actually I got it from. So I'm actually gonna paste it here as a comment. Just keep it as a comment. And by the way, it's gonna be down here. Sorry. And now, of course, let's keep working. Let's keep building this. So now, this button actually I got it from this website, and let me actually navigate to this website and just like show you guys these beautiful buttons basically. So this website called Dev, it's a Dev Dojo website basically, and it has these beautiful Tailwind CSS buttons. It has a collection of Tailwind CSS buttons, and you guys can see it has these beautiful buttons, and all you guys have to do is copy this, and actually copies the Tailwind classes, utility classes, because of course they're Tailwind CSS buttons, and you guys can see there's a bunch of different buttons. So I like this one basically. The one I'm using right now is actually this one. As you guys can see, it's actually this one, but you guys can pretty much feel free to use any of the other buttons if you guys like. And I have linked the website here as well in the repo, so you guys can navigate to the website and try to use any other button. Just copy it, and that's how I actually pretty much got this button, and it's really like beautiful, and of course it's Tailwind CSS as well, so that's really cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually since I did not actually write any of this styling by myself, so I'm just gonna quickly copy this, and it's this button basically, and there's a huge bunch of styling, and you can see like there's a huge bunch of styling here, and of course like right now it's kind of looking ugly and stuff, and of course since it's not like that, so it's kind of looking so much styling, but of course since it's a button and of course it has some cool animations and stuff, that's why it has a lot of different styling. But yeah, And if you guys if you guys can understand this styling, that's pretty cool. Like I'm proud of you guys if you guys can understand all of these stylings. But yeah, so these are all Tailwind utility class, and of course, if you guys don't want to have these many stylings, again, make sure to go inside of your global CSS and include a separate class for them, just like maybe a Btn class or something, and then include it inside, as I showed you guys this trick of creating a class name, and try to do it in that way if you guys don't want this many class names here. But yeah, that's all pretty much we are doing. So when we actually click on the button, so let's actually go back here, and here we go, guys. We have this beautiful button. So what I want to do is when I actually click on this button, I'm using this sign in function from Next Authentication, and what I want to do is I want to sign in with the providers.id. And since I only have one provider right now, and that's the Google provider, and imagine if you had many providers, you had Facebook and stuff. So that is the reason we are actually mapping through all the providers, because then we'll have all the other different providers, right? And all those providers will be on top of each other, tagged on top of each other, basically. And now I'm having a callback URL here. Now, what is a callback URL? So callback URL is something which you have to provide. And what this basically means is after a successful login, where do you want basically this the page to route? Where do you want it to route? Where do you want it to go? Where do you want the user to go? So I want the user to navigate to my home page after he successfully logs in, and that's all I'm actually doing on my login component. So but we have one thing missing, which is the container styling here. So I'm going to say flex column, item center. I'm going to give space x between the children of 20, and I'm also going to give padding top of 48, and I'm going to save it right now. And as soon as I do that, boom, it comes in the center. And that's it, guys. Our login component is actually done, and you guys can feel free to use any other button styling you guys want to use. And now what we can do is we can actually experiment and try to click on it, and let's see if this actually works. Of course, we have to change a bunch of different stuff. I'm gonna show you guys what we'll have to change here. And so if I click here right now, we'll see that we get this error. And don't freak out, guys. We are bound to get this error because of course we did not actually change our redirect URI, and we have to now make sure to see these steps really carefully, because now we have to go to the Google Cloud Console, basically, and we have to register this redirect URI which it gives us here, and we have to register and add this redirect URI inside of the Google Cloud Console. So what you guys can do is go to your Google Cloud Console. So just type Google Cloud Console here, and just go to the console here, and make sure you are logged in with the same account you were logged in inside of your Firebase project with. So I was using this account inside of my Firebase. So I'm gonna log in with the same account, and then after you're logged in with the same account, choose your project from top here. So I'm gonna click here, click on all, and then I'm going to choose my Twitter clone YT. So this is my actual project, right? So I'm going to switch to this project, and then click on click on the menu here, and then go to the API and services, and then go to the credentials section, guys. This is really important. You have to follow these exact steps. Go to the credentials, and after you go to the credentials, click on this web client 2.0 client IDs. And after you go there, and make sure you have copied this thing, the redirect URI, because we're going to be adding this registering this redirect URI inside of the console. Now you're going to see this screen. Now here you guys can see authorized redirect URI. So what I want you guys to do is add a URI here, okay, and paste that exact redirect URI. And one more thing you guys have to do is you guys have to copy this thing, and you guys have to add the URI, because we are using localhost 3000. We are not using 5000, we're using 3000. So add the localhost 3000 and also add the redirect URI, and then click on save. And as soon as I actually click on save right now, and then if I actually go back, navigate to localhost 3000, and we have our login page here with the logo here. Now what I want to do is I want to click on the sign with Google again, and boom, guys, look at this. works out of the bat, right? That was the only thing we have to fix here. So we have to fix our we have to add a redirect URI inside of here, and we have to copy this localhost 3000 and add it inside of our URI. Both of these things are super important, and we have to do it inside of the right project as well, the project we registered in Firebase with. And now we can choose any of our accounts. Let me choose my main account here, and let me log in with that account, and it redirects us to the home page, and we are actually logged in right now, and we have the actual session right now. And how do we so if I want to prove to you guys that we have the session or no, what we can do here is we can just type in so let's just say we can just inside of our feed here, we can just because we have the session here, we can say session.user, and we can just type in user's name, and let's just save it right now. And you guys can see, of course, the color. So as soon as I highlight this, you guys can see, here we go. So in love with Jennifer, this is my username, right? So it's the color is of course black, but we are getting the session. So we have the session right now. So that's really cool, guys. So we have the session, and now what I wanted to show you guys is I commented these two things, right? So now if I refresh the page, watch what's gonna happen, guys. So you guys, I don't know if you guys noticed, but if you guys really notice, it actually shows us the login thing, and then it actually shows us the home page, right? And this typically happens in React application. And the reason why it happens is because, of course, there's a flickering, right? This is a flickering, and it goes to login, and then it redirects back to the page. Now, if I want this behavior not to happen, what we can do is we can retrieve this session on the server side render. So even before the user actually reaches the page, we actually have the session ready on the server beforehand, you know. Just like these follow results and trending results, we're also fetching the session, but you don't have to retrieve it as prop here. We just have to use and write this line of code. Now, if I refresh, watch what happens, guys. Boom, guys. You guys, I don't know if you guys noticed, but that is gone right now. We do not actually see our login page. Our login page is entirely gone. We are actually not seeing the login page anymore, right? Which is really powerful, guys. Really powerful, right? Because we aren't seeing the login page anymore. It's just showing us so it's basically showing us the home page, but it's not actually showing us the login page. And this is what exactly happens in our finished build as well. Like if I go to my finished build, this is my finished build. And if I actually try to refresh here, so if I try to refresh this page, you guys can see it does not actually show us, and here as well, it does not actually show us the login sort of thing. But that's actually gone, and the reason that's gone because we are getting the session on the server right now, so which is immensely powerful, guys. It is actually immensely powerful what we are doing here. So since we're actually done with our login component and we are actually done with a lot of the stuff, guys, we can keep going, and now we can start working on our the other parts of our. First of all, we can change this. So let's actually change this information since I'm logged into my own account. So let's actually go back to the sidebar, and the image we are using here is, of course, now we're going to be retrieving the session. Now again, to use the session on the front end, all we have to do is we have to copy this, and we have to go back here, and we have to I'm just going to auto import my use session from NextAuth/React, and I'm retrieving my session here. And of course, guys, before we didn't used to actually do like that in version 3 of Next Authentication, but in the beta version, this is how we actually retrieve the session. Before it was somewhat like somehow like this, session and loading, and that's how we used to retrieve it. But now it's a bit changed, and it's like this right now. So now I'm gonna, inside of my image, I'm gonna say session.user.image, and let's just actually save that, and let's see if the image is seen. And boom, here we go. The image is immediately changed, and it's my own profile picture here now. And the same thing for the session.user.name, right? and here we go, the name's changed, and this is going to be the tag. So I'm just going to say session.user, and now remember we added inside of we added a callback, and we added something called the session.user.tag. So I'm going to say session.user.tag, and let's see what happens. And here we go. So what we're doing inside of our next authentication is actually working, right? What we did is we splitted these things here, as I told you guys, and then we converted it to lowercase and we combined it without the space. So that's exactly what the tag, what is happening to the tag right now, and it's actually working. Now all I have to do is one thing is I have to do is when I click on this whole thing, which is on this entire div here, not this entire div, my bad, sorry, on this div here, on the bottommost div here, this div here, basically what we can do is we can have an on click and we can say sign out. So again, sign out is a function given to us by NextAuth/React. So this is another function and it signs the user out. So all we have to do, guys, all we have to do is just on click and is equal to sign out. That's all we have to do. And now if I actually click on it, it's actually gonna log me out right now. And let's see if that works. So if I click on it, here we go, it's gonna log me out, and here we go, it logged me out of the application, which is really cool. So it actually logged me out of the application right now, and now I can log back in again. So if I click on sign in with Google again, I can use any other account this time perhaps, and let's see if I'm logged back in. And I'm logged back in, and let me refresh and see if it's not even showing me the login page. So, and you guys can see the information is changed there. And again, here we have to do the same thing. So let's go back to our input, and let's again the similar way we got the session. Let's get the session again and go to our input, and again auto import our use session hook. For some reason it's not actually giving us the session, but we can just pretty much get it manually. So let's just get our use session hub. We do not need the sign out, but we need the use session. And now what we can do, guys, is we can again go to this point here, and again this image we can pretty much say session.user.image. It's going to be session.user.image, and just save it. And as soon as I save it, it's going to be changed to this image again. So this all is working. So now it's dynamic, and now we have the session. And now one more thing we have to change is inside of our input, we're doing all these things, right? So we have to uncomment these things. And now we're gonna, whenever we'll actually send the post. So now actually let's try to send the post, and let's go into Firebase and check that if our updated post, our new post is actually updated with all these new information here. So these will be bunch of information here with our session, what the session actually gives us. So now let's actually add a post. Let's say let's add an image again. Maybe let's add a Spotify image, and let's say Spotify. So we already actually did the Spotify one. Let's maybe try to add Disney one this time. Let's add the Disney Bell, and let's actually add this one, and let's say let's add some fire emojis maybe. I don't know, I like the fire ones and the rocket ones a lot actually. And let me click on tweet, and this should automatically close when the tweet is actually sent. And now we should also additionally have the user's name and the profile picture and the user's tag and stuff like that. So let's actually navigate back to Firebase. Let's go back to our database, and let's see if our post is updated. And here we go. Look at this. How sick is this, guys? We have the user's image. We have the user. So this is the user's image. Sorry, this is the post image. This is the user's image. This is the user's username. This is the user's tag, and we also have the user's ID. Which, of course, what I did is basically I said inside of here I said I want to send in the session.user.uid, and remember the UID. What we did is again in the callback. We made sure to add the token.sub as the user's UID, and we manipulated and we added another field. So UID and tag are two new fields which the session actually does not give us, but we manipulated the session object, so it actually gives us these two fields. So that's all we basically did here, and we added this ID, and we have this inside of our base. Now we can remove the other post because it's not complete, so we can remove this, but we can keep this new one. And of course, inside of our storage as well, we should have received, if I go into my post right now, we should have two of these IDs. As you can see, we have two IDs, and of course we should have two images as well. And you guys can see this is the new Disney one. So that is really cool, right? That is really powerful. So we have the session, now it is dynamic, and now basically we can work on other stuff. So now since we have the post inside of Firebase, how do we actually retrieve the post right now? Because we created these things, right? We created, and our post functionality is working, our add functionality is working. This is really beautiful. Now how do I actually display my poster? Let me again make this like this, and let's actually go back to our feed component, and let's actually work on the stuff after the input here. So let me just go back to my feed, guys, and let's actually finish our feed component. So inside of our feed component, as I told you guys, we're gonna have a div here, and inside of the div, first of all, we're gonna have a class name. The class name is gonna say the padding. There's gonna be a padding bottom of 72, and inside of this div, guys, we're gonna be rendering all of our posts. So we're gonna be mapping through our posts. So what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is I'm gonna be creating a piece of state, and this piece of state is gonna be saying posts, and it's gonna be having set posts, and I'm gonna be saying use state, and so it's gonna be multiple posts, so it's gonna be an array, but by default it's gonna be an empty array, of course, and it's gonna be a piece of state. So I need to import my use state hook, and of course it's saying use state is not defined, so I'm gonna save it now. And inside of my, so how do I actually retrieve my post? Because we have the post inside of Firebase, so I'm gonna be using a use effect right now, and to basically retrieve. Now there's like two ways, and I learned this from Sunny Sangal's video from his YouTube channel. If you guys don't know about him, he's absolutely great, and he does all these things, clones and stuff, and he explains everything in so detail. And he's my inspiration. He's my mentor and my inspiration, and he's really great. He's fucking great, guys. So I learned this trick from him, and what this trick is basically, so if I actually go to my feed component, so so he basically created like two use effects when he did the Instagram build, and I learned this trick from him. So there's like before I used to do it like this in a messy way, and he showed this a clean way. So of course it's just like reducing your code complexity and making your code look much more cleaner, but both ways work actually. So I'm just gonna paste it here and explain you guys what it basically means. So there's a clean way and then there's a messy way. So of course, let me just first explain you guys what we are actually doing here and how we are actually retrieving our. So I'm gonna get the DB first of all from Firebase, and I'm gonna get all this bunch of stuff as well. So I'm actually gonna copy all this here and get all these imports. So I'm gonna get my query. Query is another. So what we are basically doing here is we're retrieving our post. So we have something called, so whenever we use something called query, if I actually go to my, so basically if I go to my use effect, so not use effect, sorry, if I go to my on snapshot function, you guys can see we have something called unsubscribe, right? And what unsubscribe is basically, unsubscribe basically means you have to always clean up the function, clean up our use effect. And the way we clean up is we actually have to return, we have to create a function, and then we have to return that function in the end inside of the use effect. So what we basically do is, this is the main code basically. So what we basically do is we use something called on snapshot, and that's of course a function from Firestore. And this is unsubscribe is just the name of the function. We can name it something like cleanup or anything, whatever you want to name it, but it's just the name of the function, which you have to invoke it again and return it. So what we are doing here is, guys, we are having a query. The reason we're using query is because we want to order our post. So again, we're using collection, and remember I told you guys it is all modular now. So we are going to the collection inside of course you have to initialize the DP and give the initialization of the DP, and then we're going to the collection of posts. Now remember we added something called timestamp when we added each and every post, right? So now we want to order by timestamp, and that's the reason we actually query, because we are querying our post. We are querying our post using the timestamp field. So we're saying order by is another function using the timestamp, and we're saying descending here. Of course, if I remove descending, you'll have two options: ASC, ascending, and descending. So I'm using descending because I want from latest to oldest, right? And then after this, I'm receiving a snapshot, and I'm setting all of my posts to snapshot the doc. So if I actually press dot here, if I go, it gives me this bunch of stuff, right? But what I need all the documents, right? Because inside of my post collection, we're gonna have many documents, right? So if I go into my collection right now, let me explain you guys in this thing in detail if you're new to Firebase and stuff. So if I go to my database right now, so we're gonna have a collection. So I told you guys it's a NoSQL structured database. So inside of my post collection, I just have one document right now. Now, what if I actually add something? So if I add something like this, and this is another thing. So now if I refresh this, we're gonna have two documents, real time, right? So we have two documents right now. So we have one and two. So similarly, like the more posts are gonna be added, the more it's gonna increase. So we're gonna have multiple docs. We're not gonna just have one doc. Inside of our post collection, we're gonna have many documents. So what I'm actually doing, guys, is I'm retrieving all of my documents. I'm saying snapshot dot docs, and we're setting our post to that, our all of our posts to that, and then we're returning the unsubscribe function. Now, how do we actually clean this use effect? Because this is a bit of a messy one, and how do we actually clean this? The way we clean this is using this. So first thing is we can actually remove this, because if you remove this, basically we do not have to write return anymore, right? So we can remove that. As you guys can know, we just write this, and then we have to do an explicit return. So if you remove this, it's going to be implicit, so we do not have to write return anymore. And we can also basically say so we can also basically just say, first of all, we can also basically just do return like this instead of like even doing this, right? So that's the first step we can do. So instead of returning like this, that's the first step we can do. Then instead of even returning like that, we can just remove that, and we can just remove that as well. And this is going to be just one line of code, just one line of code, and we can save it. And this is the clean. This is the clean, and this is exactly the same one what we are doing here. So this is what we have done, and we have just converted. And again, it's your personal preference if you want to keep that, and if it's easier for you guys to understand like this, then just keep it like this. You don't have to change, but just know that if you read this code like this, that doesn't mean that this doesn't make sense. It makes complete sense, and it's just a more professional way of. And the more you guys practice, the more you guys learn, the more you guys are gonna understand this about implicit and explicit returns and stuff like this. The first step we can do is we can remove this, and what we can do is we can just return like this. That's the first step. Okay, we can return like without the equal, so we can return like. And then of course we can just have an implicit return and not even have an explicit return. So we can completely remove the curly braces. So this is just one line of code. Like this is just one code, right? There's nothing else happening. So that's what basically messy and clean, the difference between messy and clean is. So again, I'm gonna keep both of these things here for you guys reference, but of course I'm gonna use the clean one here because I think that makes more sense. And I'm also gonna get the DB and all this bunch of stuff. I think I've added this stuff here, but I'll add it again. Okay, so I'll add this stuff again, and I'll just save this. And now inside of my so let's go back to our build here, and let's actually refresh this right now. I don't know what's going on right now, but it's saying that import post from post. So we do not actually have a post component, right? Because what we're going to be doing here, guys, is we're going to be having a post component, right? Because we're going to be having multiple posts, and we would need a single post component. And what I mean by a post component, guys, basically is it's going to be this one. So let's go back to our feed. So now we have a post component, and what I mean by post component is basically this component. So this is actually a post, a single post component. So I post something else here. If I tweet it, this is another post. So these two are different posts. And if I post something else here again, this is another post. So these are three posts, 1, 2, 3. So this is what I mean by a single post component. So this is what we are going to be creating inside of this. So what I'm going to be doing here, guys, since we have the post, I'm going to say post.map and go through each and every single post, and I want you to return a single post component. And of course, I'm going to first auto import the post component. So sorry, I already imported the post component, and since we are mapping through it, we need to send in a key, and the key is going to be the post.id. And remember the post component, when we are actually inside of our input, when we're actually sending our post, we have something called id here, right? So this is what I mean by the id. And then there's going to be an id you're going to be sending. So key is not something, a key is never sent as a prop to the component, but whatever accept key we can, whatever we use here, accept key, that is always sent as a prop to the component, but key is never sent as a prop. So don't confuse yourself and destructure the key inside of the component. That's not gonna work, because key is never sent as a prop. But we'll send the id, and then I'm gonna send the post. But inside of the post, now post is gonna be what we're gonna be sending is post.data. And now the reason I'm writing post.data, guys, is even if you guys like just console log your post here, you guys are gonna know why I'm actually doing this. Because if I console log my post here, guys, and if I just go and show you guys, so inside each and every of my posts, of course, since I'm not mapping through, so it's not gonna work. But what I'm basically doing here is each and every every post component inside of my post component, we have something called data, which is what I'm actually sending. And I do not see the data here because I'm actually not mapping through. But what I'm doing here is I cannot say post here, because this has something called data, which contains all these attributes, guys, which contains all these attributes: the username, the user image tag, and text. And trust me, guys, I'm telling you guys this because I've checked this, and the post doesn't contain that. So we have something called post.data, which we have to send. So inside our post component, now we can destructure our id, and we can destructure our post, right? So we can destructure our post, and we can destructure our id, and now we can create our post component. And you guys can see we have two posts, right? So it's saying two posts here. And now let me actually go to my post component, and let's actually create our post component. So inside our post component, the first thing I'm going to be doing is, let's actually do some outer container styling here. So I'm going to be saying I want the padding to be 3, overall padding. I want the display to be flex, cursor to be pointer. I want a border bottom, and I want a border to be gray of 700. And I just want to save it. As soon as I actually save it, you guys can see we have two posts, right? So there's two border bottoms. Now inside of the div, I want to have, so there's actually an additional prop which I'm going to be receiving as well, and that prop is going to be actually called post page. And the reason, there's a very good reason why I'm going to be sending this prop, but I'm not sending it here. But remember, we have a page. So when I actually go to my finished build, and if I click here, it actually takes me to a different post page, right? So you guys can see it actually takes me to a post page sort of thing. So this is why what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be sending this prop, but that prop will be sent from my post page actually. So it's gonna make sense then. Right now it's not gonna make sense, but it's gonna be sent from my post page, and there's gonna be some differences on that post page. That's why I'm gonna be sending that prop. But for now, just know that there will be a prop here. So now what I'm gonna do here is, if the post page is not true. So what I'm gonna do, if the post page is not true, like in right now, I'm gonna be having an image, and the image is gonna be the post, and I'm gonna do optional chaining, guys, to protect myself. And if I don't do optional chaining, it's gonna error out. So trust me, because I've done this before. And if you don't do optional chaining, there's something optional chaining. So what this does is basically, if it's undefined, it basically wait till it gets the image before like erroring out. So it actually means option change. So if it checks, and if it's undefined, it does not actually error out. So that's why option chaining is really damn useful. So as you can see, we have two images, because these are both of my posts, right? So these are my images. And now class name. So for the class name, I'm gonna say height of 11, a width of 11, and I'm gonna say rounded of full. And you guys might probably know this by now. It's gonna be a circle and a margin height of 4. So we're gonna have some margin height of 4. And this is only gonna happen if it's not a post page. And since it's not a post page, it's happening right now. Now outside of this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna have a class name of flex, flex of column, and space y of 2, and width of full. And inside of this div, we're gonna have another div, and this div, guys, is gonna have a class name. And now here, guys, I'm gonna do my JavaScript. I'm gonna put my backticks because I want to use a variable, if you guys guessed it. So I'm gonna put my variable, and this is gonna be, again, if it's not a post page, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be saying, I want to say justify between, if it's not a post page. And inside of this, guys, inside of this, if it's a post page, I want to have an image here, and only I want to have this image if this is if it's actually a post page. And again, it's going to be the same image, but it's only going to happen if it's the post page. So then only it's gonna happen. So this is why, guys, props are really powerful, right? The props like post page and active and stuff like that, to change information dynamically on a component, because I do not want to recreate this component, because I've created this component once. Now I just want to change it based on my props. So I don't want to recreate this once more just for my another page, because that's not a good use case, you know. But yeah, what I can do after this, after doing this, I also want to type profile pick here as an alternative, because if it's undefined, it's not gonna like show any weird sort of issues or anything. So I want to write profile pick here, and everything else pretty much stays the same. Now outside of this div, we're gonna have another div. Now this div is gonna be having a color of a custom color of 6E767D. 6E767D, and there's gonna be a div inside of here, and this div, guys, is gonna have a class name of inline block, and it's gonna have something called group. Now what group basically means is, if you guys don't know what group is, I'm gonna explain you guys what group will do. So don't worry about it. I'm gonna explain you guys what group is gonna do. And inside of this, we're gonna have an h4, and the h4 is gonna contain my post, and again optional chaining, and post dot username. So boom, and because I changed the color, I have my post dot username. So what's actually happening, and it's not even on the correct alignment, right? So don't worry about that. We're gonna fix all those things. And along with the h4, we're gonna have a span tag, and of course the span tag is gonna contain the @ and it's gonna contain the post, again optional chaining, and it's gonna contain the tag. And I'm just gonna quickly save it. And now as soon as I save it, we have these two things. So now what's actually going on here? Of course, we're gonna give the styling here. So for my h4, first of all, let me give the styling. Again, I'm gonna put my backticks here because I'm gonna do some JavaScript. First of all, I'm gonna say font of bold. I want to have a text of 15 pixels. So it's a custom value again, so it's going to be 15 pixels. and on my smaller, I want my text to be base. Base is basically 16 pixels, but on my smaller breakpoint, and I also want to have the text color of D9099, and I also want to have, so what group basically does is group basically does is it basically means that this entire div, right, based on the hover of this entire div. So as you guys can see, so this span tag comes in under this div, right? So even if I hover over this span tag, the underline comes over my username, right? And that's what group hover means basically. So that's exactly what the purpose of group hover is. If I only do hover, if I only do hover and not do group hover here, if I just do hover, if I go and hover over this, nothing, you see there's no underline appearing, but only if I hover over the actual text, there's underline. But if I do group hover, and if the group is provided here, right, which means it contains the whole division, contains the whole div. So even if I hover over the tag, it actually adds an underline or my username, which is really clean, right? That's the purpose of group hover basically. So we have group hover, and now what we have to do is we have group hover, and now of course I'm gonna be using my custom JavaScript logic here, and I'm gonna say if it's not a post page, I want to make sure to do inline block, this one. So if I do inline block, it's gonna be so inline block is gonna make sure that it's gonna be side by side like this because or this h4 and this span tag basically. But I only want to do this if it's not actually a post page. And for my span tag now, I want to give some styling, and again I want to do some backticks here, some JavaScript here, and I want to say text of small. And on my smaller screen, I want my text to be a custom font of 15 pixels, and I also want to make sure now to use my JavaScript, and I want to see if it's not a post page, I want my margin left, because see there is no margin left right now, so it's not a post page. I want my margin left to be 1.5, and I'm gonna save it. So as soon as I actually do that, we can immediately see the text become smaller and there's actually a margin left too. So now it's looking really neat right now, which is what we actually wanted, right? So we have this done. Now we can outside of this div we can work on, so outside of this div we're going to be having a dot sort of thing, and we're going to be having a space. So let me actually get this dot from our post component. So for some reason my post is okay. So what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm going to be getting this dot with the spacing here. So I'm going to get this dot, and I'm just gonna save it inside of here. As soon as you guys can see, immediately we have a dot here. So this is what I mean by having a dot. And of course I also want to have some spacing after the dot here. So I don't know if I can have this spacing here as well. And yeah, as you can see, we have two spacing. So we have, so whenever you want to give some spacing, you can use JavaScript like that and just put like some spacing, so we can have spacing like this. So this is a trick to have spacing using like JavaScript. So now we have a space between this, and now what I want to do is I want to have another span tag here. And now what this span tag is going to represent, guys, is going to actually represent our timestamp here, and we're going to have some class name. So for the class name, I'm going to say when I hover over this, I want an underline basically, and I want the text to be small, and I want on my smaller breakpoint, I want the text to be 15 pixels again. Okay, and inside of my span tag, I'm gonna be using something called moment. So moment is another library to manage your timestamps and you know, all those kinds of things. So I'm going to be using my something called moment. I'm going to be using that, and right now let's just comment it out. And let me actually just get this real quickly, because this is like really easy, and it's gonna be a self-closing tag actually, so it's not gonna have anything inside of this, so it's gonna be a self-closing tag as well. um, so it's not gonna be self-closing, my bad, sorry. So it's not gonna be a self-closing tag, but because there's something inside of this, okay, but I'm just gonna comment it for now. uh, so we are going to be installing this. The reason I'm commenting this because we haven't installed Moment inside of our project, but we're going to be installing this to have our timestamps. Because remember, we have those timestamps, and we're going to be using this. And by timestamps, what I mean is basically these things. So when I posted this, it was 15 minutes ago. So if I go back to my other post, and you guys can see this was 9 hours ago, this was 15 minutes ago, so you guys can see by timestamps. This is what I basically mean by timestamps. So this is exactly what I mean by timestamp. So after this thing, I'm gonna say, if it's not a post page, I'm gonna have um, a sort of p tag. So I'm gonna have a p tag basically, and the p tag is going to contain the post, and again optional chaining, and it's going to contain the post.text. Now of course we have to give the styling here, and the styling is going to be text, and of course there's a specific color, and the color is D9D9D9, and now the text is going to be 15 pixels, and on smaller screen size text is going to be base, just like the username. And also I want to give some margin top of 0.5, which is 2 pixels, and that's all. So as soon as I save that, and boom, it changes, right? And it's already looking much better right now. And let's try to add like any other post, hello world maybe, and let's see what happens if I add another post. And you guys can see immediately there's another post added here, and of course it's again my account right now. So we have these posts, and after this thing, what we can do is, after this div ends here, this sort of div, we can go down and we can create another div here. And I know I'm creating a lot of divs and stuff, and it might be confusing for you guys, a bit confusing for you guys, but don't worry about it. It's all pattern recognition, and I keep saying this stuff because I know, and it was the same for me when I started learning React and stuff, and it was confusing at first, but as soon as I kept practicing and stuff, it came as pattern recognition. And yeah, you never like reach from anywhere from somewhere big from the start. You have to practice so much and to become really good at it. But trust me, you guys are gonna get the hang of it once. So I have these things, and now I want to build this bottom section with the icons, and I also want to have this dots horizontal. So I'm gonna work on this dots horizontal icon right now. So this is what this div is gonna represent, and I'm actually gonna get this really quickly because I don't want to waste a lot of time in this one. So I'm really quickly gonna get this one, and I'm actually gonna paste this, and I'm gonna get this from the outline variant, and I'm just gonna quickly save it, and here we go. We have this icon, right? And again, we're using our hover animation. So we are using our icon class, which we created, remember, inside of the global CSS. So we do not repeat ourselves. And then we have an icon inside of it, and we have some group hover, and we have flex shrink of 0 as well. So that's really so let me see if I can explain you guys flex shrink right now, what it does. So yeah, I cannot probably right now because it will not shrink, I guess, right now, but let me see if it does. So yeah, it is actually not shrinking right now, but what happens is basically if you go closer and closer, if your screen becomes smaller and smaller, the div outside of this actually shrinks and it actually stretches. And to prevent that behavior, we say something called flex shrink 0, and it actually prevents that behavior, and that stretching thing sort of never happens. It's sort of like an object fit contain thing for images. which does not stretch the images, then it's the same thing for divs and stuff like this. So make sure to know about these things. So we have this now. After this div, guys, what we can do is we can, after this div, this whole div here, we can have, so I'm gonna say if it's a post page basically, then I'm gonna have a p tag, instead of having there, I'm gonna have this p tag here if it's a post page. So if it's not a post page, I want to have the p tag here, but if it is a post page, I want to have the p tag here. And I also want to, after this basically, I want to have the image, and the image is going to be the post image. So I'm going to say post, again optional chaining. I'm going to say dot image, and let's have some class name for the post image here, and I'm going to say rounded to XL, and max height, a custom height I want to give of 700 pixels, and I also want to say object cover. So this time I'm actually saying cover and not contain, and there's a very good reason for doing that, is because when we have these images, and since we do not have any, I think we did not, or we did have one image here. So the reason for doing cover and not actually doing, so I actually make this bigger, you guys can see, it actually maintains this aspect ratio. The reason for doing cover and not contain, guys, is very simple, is because when we do contain, it might work for this image, but there's a risk for with doing contain, is because, and the risk is basically sometimes it messes up the border radiuses, and to not actually mess up your border radiuses, you always want to make sure to do object cover, and especially in images like this. So it's never gonna mess up your border radiuses then, and it's gonna be looking always clean and responsive. As you guys can see, it's really responsive right now. So we have the image, and now after adding the image, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a div here, and this div basically is gonna have class name. Now this div is gonna be the div for all the icons on the bottom. So again, I'm gonna do some JavaScript here, put my backticks, and first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say text of 6E767D. So 6E767D. I'm gonna say flex. I'm gonna say justify between, and I'm gonna say width. I want it to be 10 by 12, and by 10 by 12 I mean by the width of 83.333% basically. So that's the width I want to have. And now, of course, I want to use my custom JavaScript logic here, and I want to say if it's a post page, I want to make sure, and I want to say MX auto. So if it's actually a post page, so this is not a post page, remember, if it is a post page, I want my margin left and right to be auto. And of course, so this is what I'm doing. And now what I want to do inside of this, I want to have a div. Now here's the cool thing, guys. Now here I'm going to be having all the icons and all the bunch of cool stuff here. And what I'm going to do, guys, here is I'm actually going to copy this part here, since this is a huge part and it's very easy, and I'm going to explain you guys what I'm going to be copying, and you guys can pretty much do the same, because this part is actually really easy. All we have is a bunch of divs, and the divs are containing the icons basically. So that's all we're going to be doing here. So I'm just going to quickly copy this, starting from here. Actually, let's start from the bottommost part here. So starting from here, I'm gonna go to the top, and I'm gonna copy, I think, till this point here, and I'm gonna paste this inside of here, and I'm just gonna get all these icons, the outline variants, and I'm gonna get heart icon, and let me actually get all these imports basically. So I'm gonna have a bunch of imports, and let me get all these imports. So I'm going to be getting a bunch of these imports here, and so I'm going to be having two variants of heart icons. So there will be a solid variant, and then there will be an outline variant, and I'm going to have all these bunch of icons. and then there will be some on clicks and stuff like that. And don't worry guys, and I'm gonna explain you guys like literally everything what I actually did here. But trust me, it's very simple of what I'm actually doing here. And of course we're gonna have so many errors right now because there are so many things which we haven't done. So we haven't actually installed Moment. So first I'm just gonna comment this one out, and we haven't even installed Recoil, so we have to comment this one out too. We have to comment this one out too. And bear with me guys, let me just do this because we haven't installed these three things, these two things I mean. And of course we do not have any likes right now, and I'm gonna actually comment this one out as well. And I'm actually gonna comment this whole div actually, because I'm gonna be explaining you guys what I actually did here inside of this div. And this div I'm just gonna keep it, and you're gonna have session. So I think we need to get the session as well. So let's go back to our sidebar, and let's actually copy this session, and let's get our session as well inside of the post. And we already imported that, so we have the session. And so we have the session basically, and there's comments.length, so on line 107. So I'm gonna comment this one out as well for you guys and explain you guys what I'm actually doing here. So here we go. We have this div, we have these icons. So two icons are still missing. We just have the delete one, the share one, and the chart bar. So there are two more icons that you need, and don't worry about it guys, and I'm gonna explain what those icons are gonna do just in a bit. So as you can see guys, so we have these three icons, right? So the reason I commented these two icons, so this piece of block basically represents one icon. This piece of block represents one icon. This piece of block from here to here represents another icon. Then this piece of block represents the third one, and then there's the fourth and the fifth one, as we can see, the share and the chart bar icon. The reason why I actually commented out these two icons is because this icon has functionality and this icon has functionality as well. So when we click here, as you guys can see, the modal pops up, and we can basically comment here on the post, on someone else's post. So let's say this is this guy's post, and I try to comment here anything here pretty much, and if I try to reply, it actually takes me to the post page, which is basically in here's my reply basically, and then I can go back, and of course this is the post, and the comment increases as well. So we have functionality, that's the main reason. So that's why and we did not actually implement the functionality yet, so that's the reason I actually commented these two icons. But let's start from the beginning, and it's really easy guys, don't worry about it, it's really easy. So let's start from the beginning here. So this is the container, and of course we have done the container. So this is the first icon. The first icon is the chat icon. So the chat icon guys, if I actually uncomment right now, okay, and this is a really cool trick I actually learned. And if you guys don't know about this trick, this is a really cool trick. I'm gonna be telling you guys what it actually does. And so basically let's actually install Recoil as well, because we're gonna be needing Recoil, and we're gonna be installing Moment as well for our timestamps. So let's actually install these two libraries. So I'm gonna install React Moment. So first I'm gonna install React Moment, and I'm also going to be installing Recoil. And if you guys don't know what Recoil is, it's similar to Redux, but it's much better and much easier guys. It's the complexity is much more easier when compared to when we use Recoil. It's much more easier, and trust me guys, it's called RecoilJS. And if you go to and click on get started, you just have to install this, and then it's pretty easy to use, and you guys can pretty much read documentation and stuff here. And trust me guys, it's really easy. It's you guys will be amazed at how easy it is to use Recoil instead of using Redux. So it's really cool. So I'm just gonna install Recoil as well. So I'm gonna say just let me double check if it's, yeah. So I'm just gonna say yarn add recoil and install recoil into our build as well. So we're gonna install these two libraries and they're installed. And now I'm gonna go back here and I can actually successfully. So the way we actually use recoil is we have something called, so we have a folder called atoms basically. And what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is on my root here, I'm gonna be creating a folder, and the folder name is gonna be atoms. And inside of the atoms, so basically, if you've used Redux before, and I've actually done a build using Redux as well. I've done my Starbucks or Tesla build, I think so, with Redux, and Discord one as well. Um, so what in Redux we have basically something called slices. In Recoil we have something called atoms. And what we can do with atoms is that we can have inside of our atoms you can have a file called model atom, because the things we're going to be doing are going to be for the model. So I'm going to say model atom.js, okay, and we can create a file. And inside of this file, what I can do is I can import one atom from Recoil, and it's all gonna make sense. Don't worry about it, guys. Trust me, it's all gonna make sense. And the way you write, this is the syntax basically on how you actually write one atom basically. So I'm gonna name it model state, and I'm gonna say atom. Inside of the atom, basically, this is basically the atom, and creates an atom. It represents a piece of state, and what you basically do is you put it as an object. Now it gives you these four things. So first thing is gonna be the key, and the second one is gonna be the default. So the key is gonna be a string value, and the name is gonna be model state, and then there's gonna be a default. Now default one is going default basically means, and of course in React we use states, right? So default means what's the default value, right? So if I translate to a typical React use state, it's gonna be like this. So there's like a you can call it as a model state, and you can say set, and I'm basically translating this to React use state hook, which we use in React. This is how you typically write it in React, and by default the value is going to be false. So this is how you would do it using a use state hook. But of course, using a use state hook, it limits your capacity to use it globally, use this piece of state globally. But by doing like this is going to be available for us globally into any component, into any place we want to use it. So that's basically the main reason we actually use something called a state management library like Redux or Recoil or anything, or even the context API, So that's the main reason we actually use these things. So we're gonna have a model state, and we're gonna have another one, and that's gonna be for the post ID state. So this one is going to be for the post ID, and even the key. I like to keep my key names and the variable name same always. So, and by default, this is going to be empty. Okay, since this is going to be store a string, an ID string basically, and this is going to be the model state. This is going to be the ID string, and so we'll have these two atoms basically inside of our model atom. And now what we can do, guys, is we can go back to our post component. We can go back to our post component, and let's actually work on the post component. So inside of our post component, what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be having this state called is open, and I'm going to be having set is open. And what I'm going to do is, when you're using recoil, what you have to do is you have to use something called use recoil state, which we got it from recoil, as you guys can see. And what we do is exactly similar to use state. And what we actually do here is we pass in our model state, right? And the model state, of course, is something which we should be which we were getting it from our model atom, which we created, right? So model state and post ID state. So this is how simple it is. And now we have these two things. The function set is open, and we have the is open, and this is globally available to us into any sort of component wherever we want to use it. So it's not necessarily just in post. Wherever we want to use this, we just have to import use recoil state and the modal state from the modal atom and recoil, and it's gonna be available to us globally throughout the whole thing. So that is how this is how powerful it is basically, and it's saying it cannot resolve a moment. So if I actually forgot to install moment as well, so I need to install a moment as well. So what I'm gonna do is yarn add moment. Not just React moment, we also have to install moment. So moment is like the native dependency sort of thing, whereas the React moment is the React moment package. So we have to install both of them, I guess, for this thing to work, I guess. And I think now it should be, so if I try to refresh this page, it's still not working. Let me just restart the server maybe, and let's see if it works then. Sometimes when these errors persist and they keep happening, it might be due to not restarting the server. So restarting servers actually fixes these types of issues sometimes. So let's see if this actually works right now. Okay, so it's saying that the component must be used inside. Oh, so there's one mistake which I made right now, and one mistake which I made is when we are using Recoil or Redux, what we have to do is we have to provide the state into our whole application, right? So what we have to do, guys, is inside of our app.js, right? What we have to do, guys, is, and if I go into my app.js right now, and if I actually navigate to my pages and I navigate to my app.js, what I have to do is I have to get something called recoil root, and I have to import that from recoil, and it's called recoil root from recoil, and I have to provide this after my session provider, and I have to wrap my component, since this is my entire application. This component page routes is my entire app, so I have to wrap my entire app in something called recoil root. And what recoil root is the root component for managing the recoil state, as you guys can see. And this you can see most recoil hooks should be called from a component nested in this recoil root. So this is what I was missing, and that is why this the error we're getting is because of that this recoil root thing here. So now if I save it, and it should probably work right now. If I try to refresh right now, and here we go, it actually works now. So there's no sort of error right now. So now it actually works. Now what I can do, guys, is I can go to my, and don't worry about this warning. This is not I don't think this is any much of a deal. This is, don't worry about this warning. It doesn't matter right now. So we have this set is open, and make sure to do make sure to wrap your app inside of recoil root. So what this is gonna do is gonna give access to the whole context, to the whole state throughout the entire app, because we are gonna be using this throughout your entire app. So that's really important to do. And now we can use this. So I can go back to my icon here, where I was actually rendering this icon, and it was here basically. So I can actually uncomment this right now, and we can actually work on this icon. So we have something called a chat icon, right? And we have comments comments here as well. Now of course for the comments here, we'll have to create another piece of state for comments, because comments are something, again, they're going to be stored inside of our Firebase, and we're going to have a piece of state to track our comments. So I'm going to say set comments, and I'm going to also do use state, and of course, since there's going to be multiple comments, it's going to be an array by default. And of course, since I'm using use state, I need to I already got it from React. Okay, so that's fine. So I have to do that, and then if I go back here, so I'm going to be having comments and a bunch of stuff. And don't worry about this, I'm going to explain you guys what this is going to do. And if I actually save it right now, you guys can see I have set post ID, and as soon as I save it, you guys can see I immediately get a chat icon here. And what we're doing inside of this chat icon is, guys, so first of all, we have this outside div, and of course you guys can see, like, if I hover over this, there's a beautiful animation and stuff like that. And for each icon there's a different color. Like for this one and this one is the same, but for the delete icon it's a red color. For the chat icon it's a blue color. And what I'm doing, guys, what I'm actually essentially doing here, so when I actually click on this icon, I want what I want to do is so don't worry about this. I'm gonna explain you guys what this is gonna do. But first we're gonna set our post ID. We're gonna set our post ID, and again, post ID is basically we're setting it globally, because remember, post ID is something. What we are doing is, and we haven't actually created post ID here, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna say post ID, and we're also gonna say set post ID, and we're gonna say here post ID state, just like model state. So we're gonna have a post ID state, and we're gonna set the post ID to the ID of this particular post, which we're gonna be retrieving, of course, which we are retrieving through the feed, right? When we are actually mapping through the post, we are sending this ID through every single post, and we are destructuring this ID. And what I want to do here is, when I'm clicking here, I'm setting this post ID globally into our you can call it as in the global layer. So it's available globally. The post ID is actually available globally, so we would know which post we are referring to, which post essentially we are referring to. And what is set is open? Set is open is the modal state, remember. So modal state, I'm making it true right now because I want the modal to be open, right? And modal is only gonna open when the set is open is true. So I'm making this true as well. So I'm doing this thing. Now what is stop propagation thing? Okay, so don't worry about this. I'm going to explain you what stop propagation is doing. So what a stop so on our post, so if you guys notice, so when I actually click here, right, anywhere on my post, it actually takes me to a post page, right, to a different page right now. But when I actually click, like, even if I click on these icons, it actually takes me to, because I click anywhere on my post, this whole container, right, actually takes me. But when I actually click on the delete one, or maybe on the heart one, it does not happen. And when I click on the chat one, it does not actually route me to that page. But why is that? Because I'm having an on click on my container div. So what I'm actually doing here is I'm having an on click here. Again, with on clicks, I want to be careful and just copy it because I don't want to get into that sort of issue right now. So I'm having an on click here, and in Next.js you have something called a router basically. So what I'm going to be doing is, as I'm going to be using Next.js, it has a built-in router. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to say router is equal to use router. So it has a hook called use router, which actually gives you access to a built-in router basically from next/router, as you guys can see. So what I want to do here, guys, is when I click on my post, I want to push push to a page called /id. Okay, and I'm going to be creating this page inside of, and remember, in the starting of the build I told you guys, anything inside of my pages directory, it refers to a particular page, and I'm going to be doing that. So I'm going to be showing you guys how clean it will be. So when I click any of my posts, it's going to be navigating to a page with that post ID thing, right? It's going to, with whatever the post ID is, so it's going to navigate to that page. But that means, like, to this entire div, right? But what if I don't want that click to happen? Maybe on some div I do not want that click to happen. That is why we use something called stop propagation. So what stop propagation basically does is it prevents the click. The click is going to happen on the entire div, like if I go to my finished build. But instead, when we click here, so here we have the stop propagation. So that is going to prevent the routing, prevent that on click thing, which is on the entire div. But wherever we don't have this stop propagation, like here we don't have it, here we don't have it. So when I click here, it's gonna still route me to the to my page. And even if I click, like, anywhere here, like even if I click here anywhere on this where I'm not having the stop propagation, it's gonna happen. But when I click here on the like thing or when I click here. So on the like icon also I'm gonna be having this stop propagation. On the chat icon also I'm gonna be having this. So that is the reason I'm actually having something called a stop propagation thing here. And now what I'm basically doing is, after having this chat icon, I also have the number of how many, like here when we go, we have, if we don't have anyone, if we don't have any reply, basically when the comments.length is like less, it's just equal to 0, which means you don't have any reply, we don't show a number. But if when we have a reply, basically we want to show a number, and that is what we are actually doing here basically. So that's exactly what we're doing. So we're checking the comments.length. If it's actually greater than 0, if there is even a single reply, I want to show this pan tag. Okay, I want to show this pan tag with the comments.length, and comments of course is going to be an array, and we're going to be fetching the comments through a use effect as well, in a similar manner as we fetch the post. If you guys remember, when we if I go to feed, this is how we fetch all my posts, right? So in a similar manner we're gonna get the comments too. So yeah, we're gonna fetch the comments, and we're gonna see if the comments.length is greater than 0. Even if there's a single comment, it's gonna show a number on the side here. So that's essentially what's happening here. Now let's move on to our delete icon here. So for the delete icon, what I'm doing is I'm saying, so I only want to display my delete icon. So I only want to display my. So remember, guys, if I so I by mistake I clicked there, and because I don't have a page right now, I didn't create a page right now, so that's why it's erroring out. So remember I told you guys, so if I go to my finished build right now, you guys can see I do not have a delete icon here, right? And the reason why I do not have, because this is not my post, right? This is someone else's post, and I cannot actually delete someone else's post. I only have the ability to delete my own post. If I want to delete it, I can delete my own post, but I cannot delete someone else's post. So it is displaying another icon here, right? So what essentially happens is, like, what technically happens here is that, guys, here what I'm saying is, I'm through my session basically, I'm checking the UID, and I'm checking the UID with the post.id. And if you guys remember, when I actually if I go to my input component, I added my the ID of the post as the UID of the user. If you guys remember, session.user.uid, that was the ID of the post, right? So when I was adding it into the database, right? So I'm checking that same ID right now. So I'm saying post optional chaining, and I'm checking that ID. If that matches the UID of the session, we're gonna know it's this user's post. And if it's that user's post, we're gonna display him the trash icon. And then basically when he actually clicks on the trash icon, again we're going to say stop propagation, so that click does not work here. The on click on the parent div, so that does not work. And then we use a delete doc function from Firebase, again from Firestore. Then we say doc, and of course the doc, we have to initialize the database, and then we go into our post collection, and we specify the ID of the post we want to delete, and we basically delete that sort of post. And after deleting that post, we want to push back to our home page, because we don't want to stay there. Of course, after deleting that post, we're going to also route back to our home page. Okay, and of course we're displaying the trash icon. Now if that's not the case, if the post is not of that particular user who's logged in, then we're going to display another icon, and that's going to be this icon. If I go to my finish build, that's going to be this icon here. So let's test it here actually. So let me log out and let me log back in. But before testing all these things, let's finish with the third one, which is going to be the emoji one. Sorry, the heart one. I'm sorry, not the emoji, the heart one. So I'm gonna uncomment this as well, and let's actually figure this one out now. For the heart one, guys, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be having a function called like post, and let's actually create this function. So what I'm gonna be doing is, so first of all, I'm gonna be having a piece of state called liked and set liked, and that's gonna be true or false, a boolean value. So I'm gonna be having a piece of state called liked. And this is the most sophisticated component of this build, guys. The post component is the most after we are done with this component, everything else is going to be the pretty easy. we're gonna have some widgets on the right hand side, and when we click on this, there's gonna be pretty much the same stuff we're gonna be doing, just inbuilt page routing using Next.js beautiful pages directory, which I'm gonna be showing you guys. So that's gonna be really, so this is the most sophisticated component of this build, guys. The post component, where we have a lot of things going on together, and we're gonna be fetching commands, and we're gonna be fetching posts and fetching some different stuff. But for the like, we're gonna have a piece of state, and we're gonna say liked and set liked to use state of false. And similarly, we are also gonna have a piece of state for likes, the amount of likes basically, and we're gonna say set likes, and again you're gonna have an array, of course, because it's gonna be it can be multiple likes, right? So one is liked, which is a boolean, and another there's another one which is liked, which is number of likes basically. So we're gonna have these two, and we have comments and all these. So now I'm gonna go back down here, and we're gonna have a function of like post system, but I'm just gonna comment it for now. So what I'm gonna be doing, if our liked is actually true, which I'm gonna be showing you guys when it's gonna become true and when it's gonna be false. What we're going to be doing is, of course, we're going to be displaying. So if my like is true, if I like this post, for example, I'm going to be displaying a heart icon filled, of course, which is a solid variant. So as you guys can see, it actually turns solid, and even the color actually stays that. So right now the color doesn't stay, but if I click and the color changes and it becomes a solid variant, and also one on the side comes. Now the number, for the number, is again the same thing. What we are doing is we are saying if the likes of length is greater than 0, then we want to display the length of the number of likes. And again, we're gonna fetch the number of likes from Firebase, again from our database. And just remember that if we like the post, of course it's gonna show this one, and the text is gonna remain pink, whereas otherwise the icon is gonna change. And then when we click on it, we're gonna run this function called like post. So let's actually create this function right now, and let's go on top here, and let's actually create this function. So for this function, guys, I'm gonna say like post. Okay, I'm gonna create an arrow function like this, and what I'm going to be doing inside of this function, it's going to be an asynchronous function. It's going to be an asynchronous function, guys. And what I'm going to say, first of all, I'm going to check if the post is actually liked. So if the post is actually liked, what I'm going to say, if it is already liked, and if I click on it again, like I have already liked this post, right? So if I click again, it unlikes it basically. It reverts it back and undoes it. So it deletes your like basically. But if I click it again, it likes it back, right? So I have to make sure to check if it is already liked. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say delete document. Okay, and again delete document, and again this is really modular, so I'm just gonna say I'm gonna type db here, then I'm gonna type post here, and then I'm gonna type id here. So I want to go into the collection of posts, then I want to go into a particular post that is this post id basically. I want to go into that post, and then into that I want to get into the collection of likes, right? And of course we are gonna go into the collection of likes, and of course we're gonna create this collection of likes, right? And what we're gonna be doing is, then we're gonna say session.user.uid. And the reason we are saying that is because the reason we are actually saying that delete this particular document with because when we are adding this like, actually we're gonna be adding this session.user.uid. So if I do else here basically, which means if it's not liked, of course right now it's not liked for us here, it's not gonna be liked, right? So what's gonna happen is it's gonna say await set doc, and again it's gonna go into the DB. We're gonna initialize our DB. Again it's gonna go into the post collection, then it's gonna go into the particular post, and then it's gonna go into the collection of likes. So here we are actually creating a collection of likes. Here we are creating a collection of likes, and what we are doing is we are saying inside of this collection of likes, I want this like to be stored inside of the ID of the session.user.uid, right? And then I want to basically have a username here. Let's just say okay, and the username is going to be session.user.name, okay, and save it. So that's all I'm doing. So of course then first of all, it's not going to be liked. So this is going to happen. It's going to create a collection of likes, and it's going to store it inside of session.user.uid, this particular like. Then what's going to happen, it's going to be already liked, right? So once it's already liked, and the how are we going to actually know, and how are we actually going to set liked? Because right now we didn't actually set liked, it's by default false, right? So how are we actually going to set like, right? For that we're going to be using a use effect here. So I'm going to use a use effect. And I'm going to be saying, so inside of this use effect I'm going to be saying, and since it's again just one line of code, I'm just going to say set liked, okay, set liked to likes, and then I'm going to find index. I'm going to use a function called find index. And what I'm going to be doing, so this function, guys, is going to be, it's actually really powerful. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to, so find index is it works similar like a map, like it is for arrays. Like likes is an array, right? So we're gonna find an index of like, so it has a predicate and a value basically. So what happens, it actually checks this particular, if this particular like, right, it's gonna check if this particular like dot id, if this likes dot id actually matches with the session dot user dot uid, and I'm doing optional chaining just to protect myself. And what happens, guys, in this function is if it returns the index of the first element in the array if the predicate is true. So session.user.uid is a predicate basically. So that is what it's comparing. But if it is actually false, it returns -1. So we are checking when it not actually returns us -1, if you guys understand. So we are checking for a condition when it's actually true, which means it shouldn't return -1 to us, right? And of course, since it's a use effect, it's gonna have a dependency, and dependency is gonna be likes, right? So why are we actually so what are we actually doing here? So let me explain you guys this use effect again. So we are setting our likes inside of the use effect. We are in likes is an array we have. So we are actually going to that array, and we're saying find index, and then we're getting one like, and we're checking that likes id if it matches the session.users.uid, and if it does not actually return us false, so which means it actually returns us true. So then we're gonna know if the set like is actually gonna be true or not, right? Now here, if that like is actually true, it's gonna delete the document, and hopefully you guys understand. But take time for this step, guys. If you guys don't understand this, take your time with this step, with these two steps. And here, what's gonna happen if it is liked right now, if that is true, it's gonna delete the document, and it's gonna go, because we already created a collection when it was not liked, and it's gonna delete that same particular document, right? Again, we have these powerful functions: delete document, set document, add document, from Firestore, which basically Firebase gives us now. And that's all we're going to be doing. Now what we can do is we can test our functionality if all of these things are actually working for us. So what we can do is so, and you guys can see, as soon as I save that, we can see the heart icon and stuff here. So what we can do is we can actually click here, and we can see if these things work. So since I think I commented my function here on the heart icon. So I have a function called like post basically, and I actually did not actually comment it. So it should be technically working here. So if I refresh this, and right now you guys can see when I'm clicking on the heart icon, nothing's actually happening, right? It's not changing color, and nothing is pretty much happening. And why is that? Like, because we have a like post right now, but nothing's actually working, right? So let's actually double check, and let's see if we made any mistake anywhere. So we have the post, right? We have the ID, we have the likes, we have the session.users.uid, then we have the post again, and then we have the id, and then we're creating a collection of likes, right? And then again, of course, we are storing the session.user.name, and we're saying await, and it's an asynchronous function. So this function is absolutely right. And even when we are actually searching for a like, even this thing is actually right, because we're comparing our likes id with the session.user.uid, and we're checking if this is not equal to -1, which means if this is not false, of course. That's what essentially this actually means. And then and it has a dependency of likes here, of course. And this is actually so far, this is actually so far correct, right? But why is it not changing, and why is it not actually working, right? If it's correct, then it should be technically working, right? But it's not actually working right now. So why is that the thing? So let's figure it out, why it's actually not working, because our functionalities are correct, but it is actually not working right now, as you can see. uh, so if I go down here, and if I actually check my like post function is actually perfectly correct. So there's nothing wrong with my like post function. And like, even if I click here and if I click here, you guys can see nothing actually happens, right? Nothing. Then even if the like this true, the hard icon fill, I'm not getting the hard icon fill, and nothing's actually working right now here. And even I'm not getting the likes length or anything. And then when I click on a chat icon, nothing's pretty much happening here. So nothing's pretty much working here. And why is that the case? Why is it happening like this? So let's actually debug through this, and stick with me, guys. We're gonna figure this out. Why is it not actually applying and it's working right now? Because this should be technically working. And let's actually try to post something, and let's try to like it here, and you guys can still see it's not working right now. So we can still see that it's not working. So let's try to figure this out. Why is this sort of issue happening right now? So we have stop propagation, which has nothing to do with this step, basically. I think so, because this step is different from this on click here. But let's see, why is it, and let's actually see. So our delete functionality is actually working. So when I click on the delete, it actually deletes the document, so that is actually working. So our delete functionality is working right now, which is great. The only functionality which is not working is the hard functionality, and another functionality which is not working is the chat functionality. For the chat functionality, of course, we have the modal, so we aren't actually doing anything. But for the hard, actually, we are actually doing something here. As for the hard, I mean, we're definitely doing it. So, but for the hard, is actually not working right here. So let's actually see what is actually going on in the like post function here. Because even our function seems to be correctly, it is actually correct. Our function is actually correct. There is nothing wrong with our function. uh, but we're gonna figure this out, don't worry about it, guys, because it does work in the actual build. So which means I might have done something wrong here, but we are actually going wrong here, and we do not have. So let's actually create a page too, and let me show you guys the page functionality, because the delete functionality is pretty much working right now. And also for the chat, we have to create the modal as well. But before doing that, guys, we're gonna figure this hard thing out, don't worry about it. But before doing all these things, guys, what I want to do is I want to actually have my moment working here. And let's actually save this and see if this actually works. And boom, yeah, it actually works. Let's go. So inside, if you guys don't know about what moment is, you guys can just go ahead and type moment.js again. And I don't want to get in too much into it, but it's just a time management library where you can manage your time and stuff like that. Like you can manage timestamps and stuff like that. and there are different formats. Like you can use, like if I go ahead, so if I type like format, so it gives you like different format options which you can use, and you guys just have to check through the documentation. I'm just using something called from now, and then I'm actually option chaining, and I'm getting my timestamp, and I'm converting into a to-date object, and that's what it's actually giving me here. So this is working, which is clean. And again, our this functionality, like post functionality, isn't working for some reason, but we're gonna figure that thing out. So don't worry about it, guys, right now. But we're gonna actually figure it out, right? Um, but for now, oh, I know why it's not working. I know why it's not working. We missed a critical part of this, and we actually aren't fetching our legs, guys. We aren't actually fetching. Our legs are actually empty right now. The length of our legs, because they are actually empty. We aren't fetching our legs from Firestore. So we forgot to actually do that part, which is really really bad on my side. I'm really sorry. I didn't think about it. So we have to fetch the likes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the use effect. Okay, I'm gonna say, uh, and so inside of my use effect now, what I wanna do is I wanna do on snapshot. So on snapshot, and on snapshot inside my collection, inside my DB, again we're gonna use a collection because we're gonna go into the likes collection, get our likes basically. So we forgot to actually do that. So let's go into a single post, and inside of that post we're gonna go into the collection of likes. So I'm gonna type likes here, and then I'm gonna get a snapshot object here. I'm gonna say set likes to snapshot dot docs, and this is what we were actually doing here. So now we can put a comma here, and since it's a use effect, there are going to be two dependencies dependent on it, the database and the ID basically, of course, since they're outside of the use effect. So whenever we use a use effect and there's any dependencies outside of the use effect, and if you guys don't have any clue what a use effect is, guys, then I would suggest just go ahead, check my previous builds or something, because I don't want to again get too much into it, because it's a vast topic as well. And just try to search about it and just try to watch videos, and it's really easy, it's not that hard. So whenever there's something outside of the use effect, we have to include it inside of the dependencies. So in this scenario we have the DB and ID. In this likes scenario, we had the likes which were outside of the use effect, so we have to include it as in the dependency. And here we can, you might also argue that even the session is outside, so you guys can also include the session inside of the use effect here. But the main one is of course the likes. So because it's dependent on those dependencies actually. So here we weren't actually doing these things, guys, and as soon as I actually even save that, we can still see the result, and it's actually working for us. And here we go. So we weren't fetching our likes from the database. Now we are actually doing that, and we weren't doing that right now, and now it is working right now. So I also want to check one more thing. So let's just check if we actually log out and we log in from another account and we post something, and let's see if that actually is working too. Because I want to see that functionality as well, and hopefully it's gonna be working, guys. So I logged in from my main account now. So let's try to post something, and let's go. Let's try to post the Spotify one here. Let's try to post Spotify, and I'm just gonna post it really quickly. And now if I actually you guys can see I can like here, and of course I'll be able to so when I click on this, technically a modal should pop up, right? That's what's happening in our finished build. So when I click here, so that's what we're going to be building the next one, the next thing. But now our likes functionality is working, at least we know that. So you guys can see it's working, and I am not actually seeing the delete button. So I'm only seeing the delete button here. I'm actually not seeing the delete button here. And of course that happened because again we are not using propagation here, so it navigates and the on click actually works here, but we do not still have a page right now for the post. So, and we are actually having this on click here, so that's the reason it's erroring out. But right now let's create our model. So let's actually finish that, then we're gonna move on to create a post page basically. So let's actually create a model at this stage right now. So what we're gonna be doing, guys, is as for the chat icon here, guys, for the chat icon, right, which I had here, what I was doing here when I was clicking here, first of all I was and these two things which I'm doing, I'm actually setting them globally, right? I'm setting the post ID globally, and I'm also setting the model state to open globally, and I'm making it true globally. So I'm doing these two things globally. So what I want to do now, guys, is remember inside of our index.js we had the model here, right? So let's actually create the model component right now. So I'm gonna go into my components, and here's where we're gonna be using headless UI, guys. And headless UI is extremely powerful, and it's really easy to use, guys. With Tailwind CSS, because it's actually made for Tailwind CSS, and so it's really easy to actually use the headless UI. So we have the model now, and what we're going to be doing inside the model is I'm going to actually go to my model component, and actually I'm just going to copy the model component. um, the reason I'm going to copy it because it's all headless UI, and I haven't written any of this code myself. I've only done it probably till this point, and then I've written it myself. But actually, let's not copy everything. Let's just copy where the point till where we have the headless UI. But let me first show you guys what headless UI is. So let me go to headless UI. So if you guys have never heard about headless UI, so what headless UI is basically, it's completely unstyled, fully accessible, as you guys can see, UI components, and they're of course designed to integrate. And you guys know how much I love Tailwind CSS, so it's designed to integrate really beautifully with Tailwind CSS. Uh, so what sort of happens is we have these different components here, like the select one, the switch, the toggle, the disclosure, the transition. But we're gonna be using this specifically, the dialog one. And I think in my previous builds I also used menu one or something. I don't actually exactly remember, but I used another one as well. But in this build, we're going to be using dialog one. So what we have to do, the first thing is you have to, of course, install this package. So I'm going to go here and open my other terminal and install headless UI. And don't worry, guys, it's really easy to integrate headless UI, and they're completely unstyled and accessible, and they integrate really well with Tailwind. So don't worry about any of it. So what I'm gonna do now, guys, is we have these bunch of examples right now, but I have customized it according to our own need, according to our project's need. But again, I'm not gonna copy everything here. I'm only gonna copy the stuff which we need. So from starting from transition, I'm gonna copy. Something like till here, I would say. And then so I'm gonna remove all the bunch of code in between. I'm just gonna copy till here basically. So let me just copy everything, and then I'm just gonna remove the stuff which and we're gonna, like, of course I'm gonna show you guys from the beginning how to add those things. So starting from this div, actually, let's actually remove everything here. So I would say this div here, and I would say it's gonna be, I think it's still this point. Yeah, I think it's still this point. So it's still I'm getting confused actually. I'm sorry. I think it's still this point. So let's just remove all of this thing, because I want to make sure to explain you guys. I think, yeah, it's still this point. Yeah. So let's actually remove all this, and let's just keep this setting. And of course, this is again, wherever you see these huge chunks of utility classes, you guys can pretty much. So I haven't done that, because of course it's not like. But if you guys, of course, want to use it like really professionally in your production projects or any stuff, just make sure to have class names for this to shorten this. And again, go into your global CSS and put those class names there, so it's gonna separate your code there. But again, for this purpose, I'm not actually using that. So I'm actually doing that, and right now it's saying that I have an invalid document references, and they must have an even number of second, but post has one. So they're saying they have messed somewhere here. Okay, so I think that, okay, so I'm actually going to remove all these use effects now, these things here. Okay, I'm gonna remove these things as well. So I'm just gonna keep it clean for now, so you guys understand what I'm actually trying to do. And again, is open is, again, we have to get the state from. So let me actually keep these things here maybe, and let me just remove the functions here. Let me just remove the use effect as well, and let me keep those things actually. And now here we go. So now it's not erroring out anymore, and it's working. So now what this basically this piece of code is, guys. So this is all I didn't write any of this, so this is all given to us by headless UI basically, and you guys can check it inside of headless UI. And the code which you're gonna write, I'm gonna write it with you guys. And if I try to so if we try to inspect how our model is currently looking right now, if I save my model here, and if I try to click here, and boom, guys, you guys can see immediately the color of the background changes. And the reason this is happening is because we are saying inside of our index.js. So inside of our index.js, so if I go into my index.js, just give me a second, guys, because I want to make sure to see if I'm actually displaying the model based on is open. So what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm going to be doing inside of my home page here, I'm going to be getting my use recoil state, and I'm going to be getting my model state. And what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm only going to show the model, guys. I'm only going to display the model if my is open state is actually true. Then only I'm going to actually display the model, which means that the model is only, of course, is only going to be displayed. So when I actually try to click here, of course, my is open becomes true. But then if I click on the side again here, the model is again, you guys can see, is again switched off. So it's the same essentially as this. So when I click here and when I click here again on the side, the model is off. But when I click inside of the model, of course, nothing happens. When I click anywhere outside of the model goes off again, because the model the inside of headless UI, it is designed in such a way that this is a model, and of course that is how it actually works inside of the headless UI. So now, as you guys can see, all of these bunch of settings, these are just animations pretty much. These are just transitions and animations which headless UI actually has in their own sort of way. So they have like transition.child, they have something called an overlay, and so this is basically an overlay what's happening. So when we click on the chat, this is an overlay what's happening. And inside of this div basically is where I'm gonna be actually working for the model. So I'm gonna go open my model now, and now I'm gonna be showing you guys so what we're gonna be doing inside of this thing here. So inside of this div, I'm going to be having a div. So first of all, we're going to be creating this top div. So when I click here, you guys can see we're going to be creating this top div here with the close icon and stuff. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a div with a bunch of class names. So I'm going to say flex item center. I'm going to say padding left and right of 1.5, and I'm also going to say padding top and bottom of 2, and I'm going to provide a border bottom, and I'm going to say border gray of 700, and I'm just going to save it. and let's keep our modal on as well, so we keep seeing if there's anything. And as soon as you guys can see there's something, immediately you guys can see something is actually going on here, if you guys can notice. So I'm just gonna make it a little bit smaller here and make this a little bit bigger so we guys see what's happening. And inside of this div now, guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have, of course, another div, and this div, guys, is gonna have a class name, hover animation. And if you guys guess what this is gonna be, again, we're using this beautiful class name which we created, a width of 9, a height of 9. We're gonna have flex item center, justify center, and on Excel breakpoint we're gonna say padding left and right of course we're gonna say padding left and right of 0, because I'm remember, again, inside of our hover animation we have something called padding, right? So on my Excel breakpoint I don't want any sort of padding. And now, of course, we're gonna also have an on-click event here. And of course, for on-click, I'm not gonna try to write it again. But inside of this, I'm gonna have an icon, and I think guys might have guessed it by now, because we have done this so many times in this build since the starting, that we have been doing this. We have been including our icons inside of the divs, and we have been putting this hover animation class, and we have been centering the icons by saying flex item center and justify center. So this icon is going to be height of 22 pixels, and it's going to be a text of white. And I'm just gonna save it. As soon as I save it, you guys can see I have this beautiful thing. So this is essentially this thing what I'm creating right now, and you guys can see it has a beautiful hover thingy as well. This is working. Now, of course, for the icon, on the icon here, I'm gonna have an on click, and what's gonna be happening on the on click, guys, is if I go back here and on the icon here, what's gonna happen is on this div, I'm gonna set my is open. Now again, the reason why this is so powerful to have state management is because now it is changing globally, so it's changing in our whole entire application. So where, no matter wherever the modal is open, even if it's on the ID page, even if it's on the home page, it's gonna close everywhere, right? Because it's changing the state globally right now, right? Because is open, you guys can see, is coming from Recoil, right? So it's globally. So we are changing the set is open to false. So if I actually click here, guys, look at this. The modal actually closes. If I click outside of the if I click inside the modal, nothing happens, as you guys can see, nothing. But if I click outside, it closes. If I click on it, this closes. So this is like really powerful. And again, I tried to click on the post, but there is no page. But this is actually working. So this is so far what we get. And now, outside of this div, guys, outside of these two divs here, we're gonna have another div. And now this div, guys, is gonna have a class name, and it's gonna say, so this div is gonna be displayed of flex, and it's gonna be padding left and right of 4, and it's gonna have padding top of 5, and it's also gonna have padding bottom of 2.5, and it's gonna have on smaller breakpoint, it's gonna be padding left and right of 6. And inside of this div, guys, there's gonna be, of course, another div here, and this div, guys, is gonna have a class name, and this is gonna have a class name of width of full. And inside of this div, guys, now I'm gonna have, of course, another div now, and we have so many divs, and sometimes I know it's confusing, guys, because there are so many divs here and stuff, but don't worry, the more you do this, again, it's all practice, you know. And I'm gonna have a custom color of 6ED 6E7676, I guess, or 7D, sorry, 767D. And I'm gonna say display of flex, and this time I'm using gap instead of space, and there's a reason why I'm actually doing that. And I'm also gonna say, and as soon as I save that, you guys can immediately see we have some padding top, padding bottom, and on smaller breakpoint we have different sort of paddings. So we have this div, and we also said this is gonna be relative, Now inside of this div we're gonna have a span tag, okay, and the span tag is actually it's gonna be a self-closing span tag basically. And what this span tag, by this span tag I'm referring to, is gonna have a width of 0.5, it's gonna have a height of full, and it's gonna be a z index of -1, and it's gonna be position of absolute, it's gonna be left of 5 from left hand side, and that's why we did position relative for the parent, right? Because we wanted to position absolute something inside. And we're gonna say bg gray of 600, and I'm just gonna save this, and let's see what do we actually get, right? And as you guys can see, if I comment this out, we actually don't actually see anything yet. We don't actually see anything yet, right? And why do we actually don't even see anything, right? We should be seeing something here, right? But we don't actually see anything. So let's keep doing. Let's keep going. I think some styling might be missing, and that's the reason we might not be we aren't able to actually see anything. But let's keep going. Now for the image tag, I'm gonna, for the source, I'm gonna say post, and it's going to be post.userImage. And again, inside of the model, guys, we have a piece of state called post and set post. And again, inside of the model, how are we actually going to retrieve the post is we're going to use this use effect, right? And again, for the use effect, I'm going to just quickly copy this use effect here, okay? And inside this use effect, again, we have done this so many times. You're going to get a snapshot, we're going to go into a document, and we're going to retrieve this single post, right? And how, now this is why this is so powerful, right? Because how do we actually manage to get the ID? Now we have the ID stored in our global state, right? Remember, we stored the ID. So now we can get, and this is the reason we stored the ID, because we wanted to get the post here. Because when we actually click on any of these things, you guys can see we have these exact same posts here in the model, right? So that is the reason, that is the exact reason why we actually needed the post ID into our global state, you know, and that's the main reason we actually needed it. So now we can just simply say post ID, get the snapshot, and set our post to snapshot the data. And now we can basically say post.userImage here, and after this, let's continue this. Uh, and after this, of course, this is gonna have a class name as well, and of course the class name is gonna be height of 11, and it's gonna be width of 11, and it's gonna be rounded full again. And I'm just gonna quickly save it. And of course, let me just click on any of these posts, and as soon as I click on this post, you guys can see this is the image we're getting. If I click here, this is the image we're getting, and there's something on the bottom as well you can see here, and that's basically this span tag. So let's continue this. Now we're gonna have a div, and inside of this div, guys, we're gonna have another div. Now this div, guys, is gonna have a class name of inline block, inline block, and it's also gonna have a group. And remember what I told you guys about the group thing. So whenever we want to have hover effects inside of the children, we want to make sure that the parent is provided the group. And inside the h4, we're gonna have post the username, right? And of course for the h4 we have some styling here, and again it's pretty much the same styling if we did it inside of our it's pretty much the same styling we did it inside of our post.username here, I guess. So I'm just gonna quickly actually copy this and actually paste this in here as well. So I'm just gonna say class name, and I'm gonna say for the post.username, guys, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a font of bold, a text of D9, text of 15 pixels on a small breakpoint. It's gonna be text of base, and it's gonna be inline block 2. And on the, so there isn't any sort of group hover here, but it's gonna be inline block as well. And that's pretty much it, guys. That's pretty much it we have here for this thing. And outside of this h4, we're gonna have a span tag again, and the span tag is again gonna be containing the post dot tag. And of course the span tag again is gonna have their own styling. Again, it's gonna be having a margin left of 1.5, and the text is gonna be smaller, and on smaller breakpoint the text is gonna become a little bigger, which is gonna be 15 pixels. So from 14 pixels to basically 15 pixels. So that's gonna be the transition. As you can see, you can immediately see these results coming in. So now again, outside of the span, we're gonna again go to our post, in a similar way we're gonna have this thing outside of our span. So we're gonna have a dot again, and that's gonna be outside of our, so that's actually outside of our this thing here. So it's actually gonna be here, and then we're gonna have another span tag here. Again, this is this span tag we're gonna be having is again gonna be for the timestamp. So I'm actually gonna quickly get the timestamp, and I'm just gonna quickly save it, and we have the timestamp right now. Now we have the timestamp, and again there's gonna be a p tag on the bottom, and the p tag, of course, you guys might have guessed it, is gonna contain the text, the post text, and the p tag is gonna have class name as well. Again, we're gonna have text of D9099, and we're gonna have text of 15 pixels too, and we're also gonna have on smaller breakpoint, we're gonna make sure the text is base, and we're just gonna quickly save this. And if we save this, we have this text here. Now still there are a lot of things here, so if we click here, and if I try to click here, you guys can see the post here, but still there's a lot of things. There's like tutor apply this section on the bottom, which is still we have to create it. So we have this done so far. Now outside of these divs, guys, outside of these two divs, we're gonna go outside of them, and this is basically outside of this div here. So we're gonna go outside of these divs now, and now guys, we're gonna have another div here, and inside of this div we're gonna have we're going to be having an image first of all. And again, I'm using image tags here because I don't know these images are gonna be coming from authentication and stuff like that. So I'm using image tags here. So I'm gonna use session.user.image. So this is gonna be the image for the person who's gonna actually reply, right? Now again, the class name, pretty much, and I think we should have created a class for this. This would be much better, but we actually didn't because we always do this so many times. But it would be better if we created a class for these images as well, you know. So if I click right now, of course it's showing me the same because it's my own post. But now here you guys can see it's a different one, right? Because this is the user who's logged in, whereas this is the user who has the post sort of thing. So now this container div, guys, what I'm going to be doing is this container div is going to have a margin top of 7. It's going to be display of flag. It's going to say space x of 3, and it's also going to say width of full. And I'm just going to quickly save it. As soon as I save it, you guys can see immediately it looks much better. Now after the image, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have class name. The class name is going to be flex of grow, and there's going to be a margin top of 2. Now inside of this div, we're going to have the text area input. Now this text area input is of course going to be for the command. Now I'm quickly going to go here and actually get my text area input here, and what I'm going to do now, of course, we have a value as a command, and command is a piece of state, and on change we are actually setting our command. So when we type, we keep typing, and then we have a placeholder, and we have some bunch of class names. So if I save this, boom, we actually see our text area here. And of course, since it's a text area and it's flex of grow, which means it's gonna grow fully, and it's gonna be like this. So it looks much nicer right now, and exactly the way as we supposed to, and it is actually responsive too. So if we make this bigger, you guys can see it's actually responsive as well, right? Which is really cool. So, but I'm gonna stay like this here, and even if I go like very smaller screen, you guys can still see it's really responsive. So, and that's all headless UI, handling everything for us on the back. Um, so yeah, now after this text area, guys, I'm gonna be having another div here on the bottom, and I'm gonna be having some class names for this div. So it's gonna be displayed as flex, it's gonna be item center, and it's gonna be justified between, and then there's gonna be padding top of 2.5. Now what div am I actually referring to? So when I actually click here, right, what is actually missing? These icons and this reply thing, that is what's missing from here. Now again, we have actually already done this. I'm just quickly gonna actually copy this stuff too, because we have already done this before too. So I don't think there's any need for me to write this out. Right now I can see that this is erroring out for me. So if I actually remove this, I have to remove this fully. And before the transitions, I have 1 2 3 4 5 divs here. So 1 2 3 4 5 divs here. So I have to copy it from this one, and I have to copy it till I think it's I have to copy till I have to copy that here. So I'm just gonna quickly copy it, and now I'm just gonna quickly save it. The reason I'm copying this is because we have already done this before, and right now what's happening on this button is we have a function called, so when we actually click on this button, we want to trigger a function called send command, which we haven't created yet, and we're gonna be having that function soon. And as soon as I open this, you guys can see immediately we have these icons and the reply button here. So basically you have to create the function called send command. So let's actually create this function, guys. So it's going to be send command, and what we're going to be doing inside of this function, so send command function is a really, again, it's going to be an asynchronous function. So asynchronous function, and what we are going to be doing, since the type is of submit, so we don't want the page to refresh, so we want to say whenever we use button types of submit and we don't want our page to refresh, we always have to say event.prevent default, which prevents the default behavior of refreshing the page. And on the bottom here, I'm going to use await add doc. Now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be adding the comment, right? So I'm going to be going into the collection of my DB, into my post, which is going to be my post, and then inside of my post ID, which I have, right, and then inside of my post ID, I'm going to create a collection of comments, and here I'm going to be adding these comments. Now what I'm going to be adding, I'm going to be adding a comment first of all, and which is going to be a comment, of course, and a username, and of course the username is going to be the session.user.name. Then there's going to be a tag, and of course the tag is again going to be the session.user.tag. And now we're going to have a user image. Now of course for the user image also, it's going to be the session.user.image, and then there's going to be a timestamp. Now for the timestamp, it's going to be the server timestamp, and it's going to be a function from Firestore. Now outside of our await thing here, outside of this await thing, what we're going to be doing is we're going to make sure that our set is open. So after we successfully actually add this command, we want to make sure our set is open to false, so our modal basically turns off, and we also want to make sure that our comment is empty now, so this thing, and we also have to make sure that set our comment to back to empty strings right now. And also one more thing you want to do is you want to also push to basically to that particular page with that post ID. So when we actually add the comment, we also want to push to that page, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push to that page, push to that slash post ID page, because that's where the comment is gonna be, right? So we also want to do that. So we want to do these three things after our comment is successfully added. So first of all, we add our comment into a collection called comments. So that's what we are doing. We're saying add document instead of a collection of comments, and then we are adding these all these fields. And then we are also saying that after adding this successfully, we want to make sure that our modal becomes false. So set is open to false, and our comment is empty, and we also want to push to our ID route here. So that's all we want to do, and now we can basically test this stuff. But before actually, yeah, we can actually try to test this stuff, since these are the only things we're having inside of our model. And I think even our model right now, if this works, is actually complete now. So we have actually successfully done our model as well. So let's see if this actually works. Let's type something like this is insane. I'm gonna say this is insane. I'm just gonna type this, and let's just do the reply. And we can see when we are doing send command, we are not actually having so we are doing something called event.prevent default, but we need to accept an event as well, which we weren't doing that. So we have to do that as well. So now if I actually reply here, now of course we do not have a page right now, so that's the problem with what's happening right now. But it should technically have added this added the command basically. So if I actually go back right now to my home page, it should have technically added the command thing here. And when we add the command thing, we also want to make sure that our chat is more than one. So let's actually go to Firebase, and let's actually see if we have any comments in any of these. So here we go. As soon as I click here, we can see there's a collection of comments created, and here we go, guys. Here's this comment. So we have this comment. This is insane inside of this post, which is basically the Spotify one. So we have a collection created, and this collection has this ID, and what ID is this? Basically, is gonna be the post ID, of course. As you guys can see, so sorry, not the post ID. So for the comments, is it created an auto ID, an automatic ID, and then this is the command, the particular command basically, which is really clean, guys. So this is working. This means that this is working because it's inside of our database right now. So now all we have to change, this should be changed as well, because we added a command right now. So this should become 1 right now, and it has not. Let's actually go back to our post component, and let's see if we did this right. And I think we forgot to actually fetch our comments inside of our post component. I think we might have forgot to actually do that. So yeah, and that's exactly what we forgot to do as well. So just like we forgot to fetch the likes before, we also forgot to fetch the comments as well. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to copy this exact same thing now inside of my DB, but I want to query my comments, because what I want to do is basically I just don't want to on snapshot. I want to also query my comments, and then and I'm just gonna copy my user effect inside of my feed, and then go back to post, and then paste this one in. And now I want to go into my DB of post, and then of course I want to select the specific post with the ID, and then I'm gonna have go into the collection of comments basically, and then I'm gonna order by timestamp, since we added a timestamp, right? And then of course from latest to oldest, and I'm gonna get a snapshot, and instead of set post, I'm gonna say set comments here. So set comments, and the comments are gonna be snapshot snapshot.docs basically, and we can basically save this, and this is going to be dependent on DB and the ID field, and we do not actually need this curly brace as well here. So we can pretty much, by mistake, actually open something which I didn't mean to. So let me remove this thing and let me actually have this. So we can shorten this to this much. So we get a snapshot and snapshot.docs, and we set our comments to snapshot.docs. So as soon as I actually save that, you guys can immediately see there's one here, because now we are actually fetching our comments, and we have the command right now. So that's actually working. Now what we have to do, guys, is we have to create a page, right? Because that's what's missing. So when I click actually here, and actually shows us 404, because there is no page right now. So create a custom ID page right now, and I hope you guys and this build is, I would say, is a really challenging build. It's not that easy, because there's a lot of new stuff which is happening, like Firebase version 9, and you guys might have to go slow through this build, because and of course, like, you guys can rewatch it or do however you guys want, but just make sure to have pattern recognition along with all this stuff, because yeah, this build might be challenging for a lot of you guys, especially the beginners out there. So if you guys are still watching and still pushing, that's really cool. That's really cool. So we have these posts. The like functionality is working, as you guys can see. The chat is working. All we have to do right now, what's missing right now, is actually the post page. So to create a page inside of Next.js, as I told you guys before, we have to create inside of our pages directory. We have to create a file, right? So in this scenario, what I'm going to be doing, guys, is I'm going to be creating a file called id. I'm going to be creating a file called id.js, and I'm going to use my snippet here, and I'm going to say post page here, and I'm going to save it. Now what am I actually doing here, guys? You might be thinking, what am I actually doing here? So what I'm actually doing here, guys, so if you guys remember, so when I actually go to my post, and on top here, you guys can see when I actually click on my post, I route to a page with a random ID. So I do not actually know the name of the ID, right? It's gonna be any random ID. It can be any sort of random ID, and it can be a wildcard, right? So to do that wildcard guess, okay, of course we cannot have like we cannot know what the ID is. So do that wildcard file thingy. What we have to do in Next.js, inside of the pages directory, what we can do is inside, not in the API, remember. So outside of the API, anything which happens inside of the API is the backend code. Okay, so we have to always make sure to do this outside of the API. Outside of the API, I created something called ID with square brackets around it .js, which means it's gonna be a wildcard now, right? So because for every post, it's gonna be a different unique ID, right? And it's gonna be a different unique page depending on that ID, right? So that's what we have to make sure. Now this page is gonna be, of course, a post page, which you're going to be creating. And if I show you guys what I mean by the post page, if I actually, this is the deployed app, so if I click here, and it takes me to this random ID in this page. So we have the post here, and then you can read all the comments here. It is basically to display all the comments. That's what's happening on the post page basically. And then we can of course use the modal and stuff like that. So now what I'm going to be doing, guys, is so when I click here, I want to route to this page, right? So right now, since I created this, there shouldn't be any sort of error happening. So if I click here, here you go, guys. Now there's no 404 error, because we actually have an Next.js page, right? So we have an Next.js page, and you guys can see there is no error happening right now. So this is really cool. Even when I click here, you guys can see there is no error happening, because it is working really cleanly right now. So there's no error. Now we just have to create this page, right? So since we have already created our home page, and it's gonna be the pretty much exactly the mimic of our home page, what we can do, guys, is we can just pretty much copy this whole div here, and go to our ID, to our new page, and I'm just gonna paste this in here, and all I have to do is I have to, of course, get my head component, and I have to, from next slash head, and I have to get my sidebar. So I'm just gonna auto import. I'm not gonna be needing feed, of course. Instead of the feed, I'm gonna be having different stuff, but I'm gonna be needing my modal, and I'm gonna be needing my is open stuff, and stuff like that. So I'm going to be needing my session and these two things as well. So I'm quickly going to get this too and go to my post page. So I named this not post but post page. The reason was because we're going to be having a post component, and I don't want to mess up the name. So it's gonna mess up the names, and names are gonna be the same. So that's why I named this as post page. Now here I'm going to be using a use session hook, and here is going to be use recoil, and here I'm going to be importing my model state. So I'm going to be having a bunch of this stuff on this page. And a very interesting thing I'm going to be showing you guys about the head tag here, guys, is something really powerful. And because since it's a component, right, what we can actually do here in this sort of page here, guys, is if I actually let me actually go back to my page on inside of GitHub. Let me go to this page. What we can actually do here, guys, is we can do something like this. We can do something like, of course we need to get the post, of course, and we need to get that specific post, that single post, right, that single post which we are actually talking about. So guys, what we can do here is that since we have routed to this page, right, so what we can do is we can basically let's go back to my code. Let's actually close this. And what I can do, since what I can do is basically, so whenever we actually route to a different page, right, so if I go back to my post component and just once more, if I show you guys, when he said push here, right, and whenever we route and we actually send variables inside of this push state here, right, so we can actually retrieve this ID thing uh, by just saying router.query basically. And what I mean is basically we can just get this ID, the post ID, right, and I can just pretty much get into my code here. And what I can do here, guys, is I can get this. Now of course I need to be to make sure that this works, we also need to get the router object from next/router, and we have the router now. And now what we can do is this is basically something, right, if I just do ID, we can go into the router and we can, so if I actually console log the router for you guys, and let me just show you guys what the router actually gives us. So if I just console log the router right now, and if I go back to my page right now, and if I actually click here, and if I open my console here, you guys can see we get an object here, and these are the things which the router actually gives us. So router actually gives us these things. Now we want to get into the query, and as soon as I get into the query, you guys can see we have an ID, and this ID is exactly the same ID as this, right, because we are sending this ID, right, so we're actually sending this ID. And how are we actually getting this ID? We're actually getting this ID because we have this page, right, we have the page, this wild card page and whatever. And when we actually navigate to this page, so this actually saves this ID, because we are actually navigating to this route, right. And this is what is actually it means here, like this ID here is what actually comes in place of this ID thing here, and this is the file name basically, right. That's what technically happens here. So we can get the ID, and we can just pretty much so if you don't want, if this is just a shortcut way of writing this, otherwise you can just do router.query.id, but this is much better way of just like getting the ID really quickly. And since we have the ID now, what we can do now, guys, is we can go back here and we can use the use effect to basically get this post. And of course, since we're using use effect, we need to import it from React. And let me actually import all of these things as well. Uh, so let me import all these things here. And since we're using so we're gonna say on snapshot, and we're gonna get this single post, right? We're gonna get this single post, and you can see we have the data here. And now we'll be able to actually use this post. So what we can do here, guys, is inside of the title now, guys, what we can do is something really cool, right? Something really cool. I can get my, since I have my post right now, so I can do, and this is exactly how Twitter, by the way, does it. If you guys have used, if you guys just go to Twitter and just go to click on any post, and you guys are gonna see this is what Twitter actually gives you. So we're gonna say post the username, and we're also gonna say post the text. And if I right now, if I try to, and of course we do not have any widgets right now, widgets component, so I'm just gonna not get that. And we also do not have command, by the way, so command will be another component which we will be creating. So we don't have command, and you guys can see that they're saying the post is actually not defined right now, right? The reason it's not defined is you don't have any post here. So we're gonna say post, and we're gonna say set post, and we're also gonna say use state, and we're just gonna keep it like that. And now, now if I go here, it's saying that they cannot read the session.user.image. So basically, that's going to be, is it in the sidebar? Yeah, it's actually happening in the sidebar. So in the sidebar, it's saying it cannot read the session.user.image for some reason. So let me just refresh it and let's try it again. So it still cannot actually. So let me just maybe do optional chaining here. Sometimes optional chaining, like, it saves your day. And now, okay, I'm not sure what technically is happening here, but let's just do option chaining everywhere. Maybe say session.user.tag, session.user.image. Okay, so now inside of our ID page, what's kind of happening is it's saying that cannot read properties of undefined. Okay, so let's see what's actually going on right now. I'm not sure what's messing up right now. So we have the sidebar, and we have, so our sidebar is actually messing up. So our sidebar is actually messing up right now for some reason, but it shouldn't be messing up like this. And even this thing inside of our IDLJS is saying that cannot read properties of undefined. So we have the DB, we have the doc, we have all these things, and we have the ID as well. And then we have the snapshot, and then we set our post basically to the snapshot.data. And so everything's working fine here, and I'm not really sure what the issue is, because this should give me a single post, and since I'm doing snapshot.data, and this technically should be working right now. Oh, I know why this is not working. My bad, guys, my bad, really my bad. The reason I did not actually have to do this, any of this inside of my sidebar, and my bad. The reason it's not working is if I go back to my homepage, guys, I actually forgot to add this one, right? So this is basically, it prevents if there is no session, right? So I actually forgot to add this one. So if there is actually no session, I want to get my login component, and I think I already got my login component. Maybe I didn't get, yeah, I actually didn't get my login component. So I'll actually have to do this here as well. So I have to say login from dot slash components, and I also want to have to get my login component. So now I think I've got my login component as well. And what this is gonna make sure, And we also want to inside of our so if I go back to my home page, guys, I also have to get these things as well. And I'm just gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste this in on the bottom here, and I'm also gonna go back again once more, and I'm also gonna retrieve these three things inside of my ID as well, because of course when we're doing server-side rendering, we're gonna make sure to do the same things here. And now typically this should be working now. So now if I actually save this and I refresh this page, let's see what happens. And as soon as I refresh the page, we have the sidebar here. So yeah, now it actually works. And so the mistake was that I wasn't protecting myself when there was no session, so I had to return a login component when there wasn't any session. So this is how, so that was actually needed. And as I told you guys, it should be exactly the same as my home page, so I had to mimic this exactly the same way. So now I have the sidebar, and you guys can see it's a different page now. So if I go back right now, you guys can see I have these things. But if as soon as I click on this thing here, not right now, and this is what I wanted to show you guys. So if you guys go on top here, you guys can see what's happening here, right? So what I did with this head component is I basically what I did with this head component is I added this title, and since this is a dynamic, right? Since this is a component, so what we can do is we can add dynamic information, and this is how exactly Twitter is handling, by the way. So I have the name of the person who posted it, and he's saying on Twitter and his post, and then it basically truncates till here, somewhere around here. So this is like really damn powerful. This type of functionality. Now we're gonna have a div after our sidebar, and this div is gonna have, so now what I'm gonna be creating is I'm gonna be creating this top part here. So I'm gonna say div class name of flex grow, and I'm gonna say border left, and I'm gonna say border right. I'm also gonna say border gray of 700, and I'm gonna say a max width of 2 XL, and I also want to say on my small breakpoint I want the margin left to be 73 pixels, and I also want to do on my XL breakpoint my margin left to be 370 pixels, as we have done it in our home page as well. So we're gonna say 370 pixels here. I'm just gonna save it. As soon as I do that, we have these two borders, and we had this in the feed as well. So we have this. Now I'm gonna have a div inside of this, and this div is gonna have a class name of a display of flex, and I'm gonna say item center, and I'm gonna say padding left and right of 1.5, and padding top and bottom of 2, and border bottom, and a border of gray. Border of gray 700, so a border of gray 700 after the border bottom, and I'm also gonna have a text color of custom D9099, and I'm also gonna have font of semi-bold, basically font of semi-bold, and I'm also gonna have text of XL, which is 20 pixels, I guess. And then I'm also gonna have a gap. Again, I'm using a gap property this time. A gap out of 4. I'm gonna say sticky, the similar way we did for the feed one, if you guys remember. And I'm gonna say from top, I want it to be 0, z index of 50, so it's on top of everything. And then I want to also say BG black, and so it has a background. And I'm just gonna save it now. And as soon as I do that, we have since we do not have any sort of text inside of it. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna have another div here, and inside of this, and I'm gonna have, of course, an icon here, arrow left icon, and of course the icon is gonna have a class name of h5, and it's gonna say text of white, and I'm just gonna save this. And as soon as we do this, we have this icon. But of course, for the icons there, we are gonna again have a class name and hover animation. We're gonna use the same animation class we have been using, a width of 9 and height of 9. And I'm gonna say flex item center, and I'm also gonna say justify center. And on my axle breakpoint, I want no sort of padding on left and right axis. And as soon as I save that, you can see I have this beautiful hover effect on the icon. And now of course this is a back icon, so it makes sense that when we click on it, so we go actually push back to our home page, right? And the way we're gonna be handling that is what we have to do is we just have to say on click. So I'm just gonna have an on click, and of course when I click on it, it's gonna route me back to my home page. So actually, let me just do this like this, and if I click here, it should technically take, yeah, so it actually took me back to the home page. So if I click again here, it took me back here, and if I click here again, it takes me back again here. So now this is really clean. Now what I can do is I can work on other things. So after this, after this div, I'm gonna type tweet here, and I'm just gonna save this. And of course, you can see we have tweet here as well. Now, what I want to do after this div ends here, I want to have the post basically, and of course, this is just gonna be a single post. So there's gonna be an ID I'm gonna be sending, and again, I'm also gonna be sending the post, and I'm then gonna be sending the post page. Now, this is why we had the prop called post page, right? Because now this is the post page, right? So I'm sending a prop called post page, and as soon as I do that, look at this, guys. Reusable component, and this whole post just came in, just like that, just by this one line of code here. Like, this is how insane it is. And because we customized it for the post page, right, using this prop, and if I actually don't do that, then it means it's not for the post page. So you guys can see it's actually the normal posting, which we have. But as soon as I do post page, this is how we actually customize it for the post page, and this is looking really sick right now, guys. So we have this post. Now even if I go back and if I click on another post, all the posts are gonna be in the same manner. Even if I click on this Disney one, it's gonna load, and here we go. This is gonna be the Disney bill. And now after my post here, guys, I want to render out the comments. So what I want to do is I want to say comments, and of course we do not have the comments yet. So again, I'm just gonna go to my GitHub, and since we have done this a lot of times, I'm just gonna not waste any more time into like writing this again and again. So I'm just gonna get this again, and I'm gonna set my comments. And of course we need to have a state for comments, and you have to say set comments, and you also have to create a component for comments as well. And since there's going to be a multiple comments, I'm just going to say comments and set comments like this. And of course, set comments is going to be instead of snapshot.docs is going to set all these comments. And I'm just going to quickly save this, and then I'm going to go on the bottom here, and after my post here, what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to say comments, and I'm going to say comments.length. If the comments.length is greater than 0, then only I'm going to be displaying this div here on the bottom. So this div here, which I'm going to be displaying, is only going to be displaying if there are any comments. So if there are any comments, this div is going to be, and inside of this div, of course, inside of this, so first of all, this div is going to have a padding, a bottom of 72, and inside of this div, we're going to have the comments, and we're going to map through each and every single comment. So I'm going to map through each and every single comment, and I'm gonna render out a comment component. And of course, since it's going to be so I'm going to say comment.id. Since we're mapping through, we have to send in a key. So I'm saying comment.id. So each and every comment we added through the model. So if I go back to my model, you guys can see we should have an ID. And of course, this is not that ID. because when we are actually retrieving these comments, we are retrieving in a way that we have the data which contains all these things. We have the data which contains all these things like the command username and all this bunch of stuff, and then we have the ID separately. So we have the key, we have the ID. We can send the ID as a prop as well. So we can say comment.id, and then we can send in the comment itself with comment.data basically, and that's all we have to do. And now we have to create a component since it's gonna error out. So I'm gonna create a file called comment.js. I'm gonna say rfce, and I'm just gonna type in comment for now. And of course, let's actually destructure our ID and comment as well, since we are here, and we can just auto import our comment right now. And so we have the comment component as well now. And now we have all these. We're gonna get all these comments. So we just have to create the comment component now. That's all. And even the mole, guys, look at this. So the mole, even it works on this page as well, because it's globally available, right? So it works on every single page, just like that. That is, in my opinion, is so sick, guys. So we are really really close to finish the build, because after finishing this section, we're just gonna create our widgets component, which is gonna be the right hand side, and then we are pretty much done with the build. So let's get through this, guys, and let's actually go to our comment now, and let's actually create our comment component now. So our comment component is gonna be, of course, it's gonna be, let me show you guys, it's gonna be this component here on the bottom. So to create this component, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be having the div again. I'm gonna be having class name, padding of 3, flex, cursor of pointer, and I'm gonna say there's gonna be a border bottom, and then there's gonna be a border gray of 700, and I'm just gonna save it. Okay, and then inside of my div here, I'm gonna have an image first of all, and the image is gonna be the comment, again optional chaining, and I'm gonna say user image, and there's again gonna be the class name, and the class name is again gonna be the height of 11. It's gonna be inside this height of 11, a width of 11, rounded full, and it's gonna be margin right of 4. And I'm just gonna quickly save this. And I don't think we do have any comment here, so let's try to maybe comment something here. Hello, and maybe just like reply. And as soon as I click on reply, you guys can see immediately my image comes up. So now we're gonna have a div here, and this div is gonna have a class name of flex, display of flex, a flex of column, and a space y of 2, and it's also gonna be having a width of full. And inside of this div, I'm gonna have another div, and this div is gonna have a class name of flex, and it's gonna say justify between. It's not gonna be center, but it's gonna be justify between. And inside of this div, guys, I'm gonna again have another div, right? And I'm gonna have a class name of text, and this is gonna be a custom color of 6E767D. And now inside of this div, I'm gonna have one more div, and this div, guys, however, is gonna have a class name of inline block, and it's gonna say group. And inside of this div, I'm gonna have an h4, and I'm gonna have a span tag. And again, we have been doing so many times, so let me just quickly get these things without wasting any more time. So I'm just gonna quickly get into my command, and where my h4 is, actually I'm just gonna quickly get my p tag and my h4 tag and all these tags. Actually just my h4 and span tag, since this div ends. And then after my span tag, there's gonna be this thing here after this div. I forgot the last one here, so I can just do it like this. And then I'm gonna be having a span and a p tag till another div here. So span and a p tag, and I'm gonna be having a dots horizontal icon, and then I'm gonna be having a bunch of icons. And again, we have done this a lot of time, guys. So I think I shouldn't like waste any further time into just writing all these icons. So let me just save this and show you guys what happens now after doing these things. Again, moment is not defined, so we need to get moment. You can just auto import it, and let me save it now. And here we go. So by far it looks like this. So if I try to add another command, 1 2 3 4 testing, something like this, and if I reply, so I actually replied twice, and I don't know why I actually, it shouldn't be actually giving me that thing. So if I do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, yeah, so I just clicked on reply twice, so that's why I posted this command twice. But anyways, so we cannot delete this post because since it's not our post. So yeah, so we have the comments, but so far it looks like this, and we do not have the icon. So I'm just gonna have the icons now. So what I can do is outside of this div, I can create this div which is on here. I can save this, and of course this icon isn't defined, so I can get this icon and save this. Now we'll have the icon on the right here, and now we just need the bottom section, the bottom div. So here outside of this div here, we're gonna be creating this sort of thing. And let's actually create this, and of course we would need all these icons. I'm just gonna quickly get these icons. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm quickly gonna get all these icons. So this is gonna be the heart one, and guys, these icons, by the way, they are not functional. So if you guys really want to make these icons functional as well, what I would suggest you guys to do is, as I showed you guys how to add the, so if you guys really want to make these things functional too, like this inside of the replies, if you guys want to make sure to, if in any reply someone can add and post image, they can add emojis, and I showed you guys how to do that. So if you guys want to extend the build, you guys can go ahead and pretty much like work on these things. You guys can create the image functionality in the reply section, also the emoji one, and even the delete one for the replies. And of course I did not do it because of the time limit right now, and I don't want to like keep it more longer. But since I showed you guys how to add those things, you guys can pretty much add it yourselves as well, you know. But we have these comments and stuff, and of course these things are not functional, as I told you. But we have these comments. Now we can go back, and I think so far our comments are done. And again, these are very simple, just some divs, and we're using some reusable class names like icon and stuff, which we have already done. So that's all we are doing for this page. And now even if I click here, it's going to open. The only time it's actually not going to open when I click on this, because we have propagation here. So we have event.stop propagation, which does not, so the event on click does not actually work here on this one, and also on the like one, and also on the delete button here. But everywhere else it actually sort of works, which is really, really nice. So as you can see, there's one comment here, and there's like 4 comments here, and we can pretty much see that. So I think our post page is actually complete. So if we go to our post page, I think our post page is actually done. All we have to do now, guys, is we have to create the widgets component. So let's actually create another component called widgets .js, and again let's just do rfce, and now this is gonna be our last component, guys, I guess, right? And it's gonna be the widgets, and it's gonna be on the right hand side, and let's actually create this, and let's actually copy this here, and this is gonna be on my ID page too. So let's go in the ID, and instead of this, let's just replace this with widgets and auto import this as well. And we're gonna have these widgets, and of course for the widgets, what we're gonna be doing, guys, is inside of the widgets, guys, um, we're going to be sending two things. So we're going to be sending the trending results and the following results. We're actually getting back to which we are actually getting back to our component here, the trending results and following results. And we're going to be sending this through the widgets here, since we are actually server side rendering and getting these results, right? So we're gonna send it here, and same goes for the follow results as well. So inside of follow results, I'm just gonna put follow results, and I'm just gonna copy this whole thing here and go to my index page, my home page, and replace this thing with them and do the same thing. Now all we have to work on is the widgets component. So let's go to the widgets component and let's actually work on it, which is pretty much the last component we have to work on, and we are pretty much done with our build. So let's actually check our build right now, and it looks sick, guys. It looks really cool. It looks really sick. So it is completely like mobile responsive, and you guys can see even the sidebar is going in, and there's logout, there's login, logout, login, everything's working. Even the user is fetched on the server, and images are lazy loading, and there are posts, and the post page is working. So I click here, I go to this post page, the information, it changes dynamically. I can like, dislike, and I can also delete my post. I can go back, and it's really sick, guys. It is really sick, right? So now for the widgets, guys, this is pretty much the last component. So let's crack this, and let's actually so let me just make this a bit bigger now, because you need to be able to see this, the widgets section. So let me actually make it a bit bigger, and let's actually work on the widgets. So for the widgets, guys, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be saying class name, and by default on phone screen it's going to be hidden, and it's only going to be shown on a larger screen size, and it's going to have a margin left of 8, and on my Excel breakpoint I want to give it a width. And remember, guys, I told you guys that I like to give widths for my so for the center I want to keep it flex grow, and whereas for the sidebar and like for the right hand side I want to give fixed widths to make them responsive. And I'm gonna give padding top and bottom of 1, and I'm also gonna say space y of 5. Now inside, of course, I'm just gonna save this first of all, and then inside of this I'm gonna have another div, and this div is gonna be the class name, and this is going to be this top section, the search Twitter thing here, which we're gonna be creating. So this thing, guys, is gonna be sticky. And it's gonna be from top. It's gonna be from top 0, and padding top and bottom 1.5, and it's gonna be BG black, and Z index of 50. And we have done this a lot of times. And again, like, guys, like we're doing these things a lot of times, and it's all pattern recognition, as you guys can see. I mean, by now you guys might have noticed that it's all pattern recognition, and the amount of times we are actually doing these things, right? We're kind of repeating the procedure a lot of times, and it's all pattern recognition, and you know you get it eventually, and we're gonna have a search icon, the outline variant, and the search icon is gonna have a class name. So search icon is gonna have a class name of text of gray 500, and it's also gonna have h5, and it's gonna have a Z index of 52. So this is gonna be the search icon, and now after my search icon, what I have to do is I have to have an input field, and for my input field is gonna be a type of text, a class name is gonna be there, the BG is gonna be transparent, and there's gonna be placeholder color of gray 500, and then there's gonna be outline, I don't want any sort of outline, so I'm going to say outline none, and I'm also going to say text. Of course it's going to be D9 D9, and then I want position to be absolute, I want the inset to be 0, and there's a reason why I'm actually doing that. And I want some padding from the left hand side, and I want border, and the border, but initially it needs to be transparent. I want the width of full, and I also want to say on focus. So what on focus basically means, if you guys don't know what focus basically means, so if I save this styling right now, you guys will see I do have the input field here, but I cannot actually see anything. Like right now I cannot actually see anything, and the reason why is because, guys, uh, I mean, we should be actually able to see the text because it's actually white right now, um, but for some reason we aren't actually able to see the text as well, which is a bit unfortunate right now. And I mean, we should be able to see the text. So let me just add a placeholder as well, and let me see if we actually can see the input. So search is going to be saying search Twitter, and let me save it. And yeah, so the placeholder color is actually gray 500 as well, but we can't actually see that, the widgets. And we are on the home page right now, so let me just get to the home page and let me see if we have, so we do have the widgets, which means we are actually creating the widgets, and we should be seeing something. Let me just refresh this, and let me see if then it actually works. Okay, so we do not actually see any sort of text here. We do have the search icon, but we do not see any sort of text. Even though we are saying width of 11, and we're giving sort of widths and stuff, but still we aren't able to actually see. Oh, I think we missed something. That's why. Yeah. So my bad, guys. We actually missed something. We missed the div here, and the div here is gonna be display of flex, and it's gonna be saying items of center, and that's why we couldn't actually see it, because we actually missed the div here, guys. My bad. I actually missed a div here. So 202327 is gonna be the custom color. There's gonna be a padding all round of 3. It's gonna be rounded full, and it's also gonna be relative. So it's gonna be relative. And now, of course, inside of this div, we're gonna be having the input and the search icon. So I can cut it and put it inside of my this div. And now, actually, let's just save it. And again, you guys can see it's not the way it's supposed to be. Again, but let me see if I actually messed somewhere else as well. So I had this with here with 11 by 12, a ZNX of 50, BG black, top of 0. So this was the div I missed, guys. And I think now it's pretty much right, I would say. But we do want to have some stuff here. So for our so as you guys can see, this input thing is not actually taking full width, right? Which it should be technically taking the full sort of width, which is actually not right now. It's actually not taking right now. So this thing should be taking the full width, but it's actually not taking right now. And its position of absolute instead 0, and it's relative to its parent, so it should be relative to its parent as well, which it is relative to its parent, and we do not actually see. So let's just complete the styling for this first, and then let's see what happens. So on focus, basically I want my so let's not, I'll not do the focus thing right now, but let me just see if there's anything else except from focus. So nothing much except from focus here. So we have done all the settings. So where did we actually mess up right now, and why is it like right now. Why is it like this? Let's see, guys. Let's figure this out, because uh, we have the search icon and we do have the input field. Okay, so we have the search icon, and then we have the, let me just see, guys, if I actually messed up something here. So this is item center, padding 3, rounded full, and it's relative. And there's actually a background here, which is 202T327. And it's sticky, top 0, padding top and bottom of 1.5, and a width of 11 by 12. So everything's actually the way it's supposed to be, guys. I'm not really sure where we are actually messing this. I'm not really sure we're actually messing this stuff, but let's actually go forward. Let's actually not stop here. Let's actually finish this first, and let's come back to this later on. And we're gonna eventually figure it out what's going on here. Maybe it's happening because I don't have other divs right now. So let's see why it's happening like that. So class name, let's just give it a text value of here d9 d9 d9, and also space y of 3, and let's say bg. The background color is going to be 15181C, so 15181C. That's going to be the background color, and a padding top of 2, and I also want to say rounded XL, and then I want to say a width of 11 by 12 again, and I also want to say on XL screen size I want to again say width of 9 by 12, width of 9 by 12, yeah, and I want to save it again. Now inside of this div, guys, again, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have an h4, and the h4 is going to say what's happening, basically. So it's going to say what's happening, and the h4 is going to have a certain style. So the certain style is going to be font bold, and it's going to say text XL, and it's also going to say padding left and right of 4, and I'm just going to save it. So, and yeah, that was the issue, guys. So we did not actually add any other divs, and as soon as I add this div, you guys can immediately see, we can actually see this thing here, the upper search bar. So that was the issue. So we have this h4, and after my h4 I'm gonna be getting my trending results, and I'm gonna map through them, basically, and I'm gonna get each and every I'm gonna get a single result, and I'm gonna also get the index. And the reason I'm getting the index is for the key, because for the result I've actually not added the key inside of the result. So I'm gonna use an index, and I'm gonna have another component actually, and it's gonna be a trending component. Surprisingly, we have one more component, okay, and the key is gonna be the index, and then there's gonna be a result, which is gonna be the result here. And of course, since it's a component, we'll have to create another component called trending.js, and we have to do RFCE here, and let's just save this component now. Let's go back to our widgets, let's auto import this. So we have another component, basically, and they're saying that trending results is actually not defined, and of course, because we aren't actually destructuring in here. So we have trending results and we have follow results. So we have destructured these two things here, and here we have our trending. Now of course, you're gonna also have a button on the bottom here, and what I'm gonna do is, once we actually create this one, as you guys can see, if I go ahead, and you guys can see both of these basically follow the same pattern. Only difference is the components in the middle here, but all the structure is the same for both of these divs. So I'm just gonna copy it, but I'm just gonna change the trending component and the middle section there. So for the button, guys, let's just style the button. So button is gonna be, the button says show more, and let's style it. So button's gonna be on hover, we're gonna say bgy, And on hover also, I want the opacity to be, so I want the background opacity. Now I want a custom value here, and it's going to be 0.03. And I also want to do padding left and right of 4, padding top and bottom of 3, and cursor pointer. And I also want to do transition. So let's do transition. Duration 200, so I want to increase duration 200. I want to do ease out. I want to say flex item center. I want to do justify between, and I also have some more styling here. So width of full, so width of full, and I also want to say a text color, a custom color 1D9BF0. So it's gonna be 1D9BF0, and then there's gonna be a font of light basically. And I'm just gonna save this. So as soon as I save this, we have the button here, and when I hover over it, you guys can see there's the background changing here for this one, and it's really this is what we basically needed to have here. So we have this button now, and now outside of this button, so I think this is the div we have. So this is pretty much the div, and now we have to just create the trending component. So let's actually go and let's just create our trending component now. So for our trending component, and also we have to come back to the search bar because of the focus. We have to change that. So for the trending component, however, and let me actually make this bigger as well a little bit. So I think it's too small right now, and you guys can see as soon as I make this bigger, it looks much better. For the trending component, let's actually create this component. So again, it's gonna be the same. So it's gonna have the same styling here till justify between, and I'm actually gonna have the same class name here. So I'm gonna say class name, and I'm just gonna paste the styling here. And after doing this, I'm gonna have another div inside of it. So there's gonna be another div, and this div is just gonna have some it's just gonna have some space y of 0.5. Sorry, it's gonna have some space y of 0.5, and inside of this div there's gonna be, of course, there's gonna be children. So there's gonna be a p tag, and the p tag is gonna be result.heading, since you're actually sending in the result. And if you go back to our widgets, you guys can see we're sending in the result into our trending, and inside of a p tag, I'm just going to say result dot heading, then I can say, so as soon as I do that, you guys can see we have these three headings. So we have result dot heading, and of course we're going to style this result dot heading, and we're going to say the text is going to be it's going to be 6E767D, and this is going to be the text color. Text is going to be extra small, and the font is going to be medium. So I'm just going to save this now, and this is going to be as you guys can see, it's going to be the result.heading. And now outside of this, there's going to be an 8.6, and then inside of my 8.6, I'm going to be having result.description, description, and for the 8.6, we're going to style it like font of bold. We're also going to say max width, so I want to give a max width, and again, this is going to be a custom value. This is going to be 250 pixels, and the text is going to be small. It's not going to be extra small, and you can see the result now. And then there's going to be another p tag, okay, which is going to say trending with, and then there's going to be result, then there's going to be tag, set tags, and tags is some so we have a bunch of that. So let me just go ahead and quickly console log and actually show you guys what the result contains. First of all, maybe that way you guys can understand it better. So if I console log my result right now, you guys will see that I have like 3 objects. So you guys can see I have description, heading, image, and I have tags. So tags is an array, so we have to map through this array basically, and render out one sort of tag like that. So that's what I'm going to be doing here. So I'm going to be what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be doing that thing. So I'm saying result.tags.map, and when we're mapping, we're going to get one tag, and we're also going to get the index of it, and then we're going to say I want to render out one span tag, and then again key is going to be the index and the class name. So we have a class name here, and again we're going to create a reusable class name, and we're going to say tag inside of this. So we have result.description, we have trending with, and of course this p tag we have to style it too. So this p tag again it's going to be the same color as this, and font of medium, and a max width it's going to have. So it's going to be exactly as this p tag here. The only difference there's going to be is it's going to be having a max width sort of thing. So there's going to be a max width of 250 pixels, and I think that's pretty much it. So I can save it now, and as you guys can see, here we have these things. So this is working, and now outside of this div, we can do result, and if there is a result.image, what we can do is we can have an image. Now again, I don't want to waste my time, and this is going to be again a Next.js image component. So let's just go into our trending. Actually, let's get this whole thing, and let's just finish it, and let's get this whole thing. So if we have the image, so basically what I actually did here, guys, you guys can see if I had an image, I was rendering the image, but if I didn't, I was rendering this thing here. So what I did here, guys, is I just checked if there was an image. So I want to use my Next.js image component, which is going to be import image from next/image, right? And I give the source and width and a height and object fed and a class name. And then if of course there wasn't any image, then I was rendering out a dots horizontal icon with the icon reusable class name which we created before, and I was kind of doing that. So you guys can see as soon as I save it, and you guys can pretty much change this information as well, as I showed you guys before. So you guys can pretty much change this information here if you want to change it just by going to this JSON Keeper website, which I actually showed you guys before. So you guys can do that and change this information, whatever static information. This is just for UI preferences, and you guys can see it's sticky as well, the search thing, and it's just for UI preferences. So that's all. So now we have this thing, and the next thing we have to work on is on the bottom part here. Now for the bottom part, guys, what I'm gonna be doing is for the bottom part here, it's pretty much going to be really identical. So what we can do here, guys, is we have the bottom part, and what we can do is where this part is actually starting, we can just copy this part. You can go on the bottom and actually paste this. So if I actually paste this part here on the bottom, we can see there's two identical things here, right? But what we have to change is this middle section here. So this is not going to be what's happening. Instead, it's going to be who to follow. It's going to change to who to follow, and then there's going to be follow results instead of that. So of course, and then there's going to be so let's actually copy this, and instead of trending results, it's going to be follow results, and of course follow results again, they're going to give result. But instead of trending here, what we're going to be doing is we're going to render out a div, and the div again is going to have a key, and the key is going to be the index, and there's going to be a class name, and again this class name is going to be exactly the same as we have been doing for the hover animation kind of thing, which stays till this point here, item center. So we can actually get this whole thing, and we can pretty much we can get the whole thing, and we can paste it here. And then inside of this div, what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be having an image. And again, this image, I'll just quickly get it, since there's no point in me being wasting time. So I'll just quickly go to my widgets, and I'll just quickly get this image on the, because again, it's going to be a Next.js image component, and I don't want to keep writing this down. And this is going to be the result dot user image, and the result, of course, we're going to get it from the follow results thing, and we're going to get one result, and this is going to be the user image. And again, you can console log pretty much what the result is going to be. If you guys want to console log, just console log before rendering or anything. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get my import image from next/image, and we're going to have an image here. And after the image, we're going to have a div here, and this div is going to have some class names. And what we are basically doing is we are actually creating, so there's an image, and then there's this middle div, and then there's a button on the right. So we're creating that. So this div is going to have an ML of 4. Let me actually save this and actually show you guys what's happening till now. So let me save it. And as you guys can see, we have these 3 images. Now I'm working on the middle part. So I'm going to say ML of 4 leading, and leading again is the line height. And I'm also going to say group. And inside of the div now, there's going to be an h4. The h4 is going to contain the result dot the username, and there's going to be some styling here. And again, the styling is going to be pretty simple. The font is going to be bold. There's going to be a group hover, and the group hover is going to make sure to underline. So, and what group hover basically means, even if I hover over the span on the bottom here, there's going to be a span tag. Actually, there's going to be a h5 tag, and the h5 is going to be result. It's going to be the result dot tag. And again, all this information is coming from the follow results. Now, if you guys want to console log, I showed you guys how to console log. You guys can pretty much console log and check it out, the information, what the information is inside of it. But I already, of course, know what it is. So so inside of this h5, I'm gonna say text gray of 500, and text gray of 500, and I'm gonna say text of 15 pixels as well. And let's just save it, and here we go. Now, even if I hover over this, as you guys can see, the h5, if the underline comes. So that's what group means, and I hope I explained you guys this before. So that's what basically group hover means. And outside of this div now, we're gonna have a button, and this button is gonna say follow, and then again it's gonna have a bunch of class names, and it's gonna be ML auto, since it's gonna be far away from these two, so it's gonna say ML auto. So as you guys can see, and BG white, and then it's gonna have text of black, and not too black, it's gonna be text of black. So it's gonna have text of black, and then it's gonna be rounded full and font of bold, and it's gonna also have text of small, and padding top and bottom 1.5, padding left and right 3.5. And let's just save this. So this is gonna be a beautiful button, and as you guys can see, this is the button, and we have the hover animations too working really nicely. And then there's gonna be a show more button, of course, which we already have it from the previous one. So here's our widgets, and we have successfully, guys, I think we have successfully cracked the build, and we have actually, I think we have we have actually boosted through this section, the widgets one. And I think we went really quickly through this section, I would say. But I think and actually I think I think we just missed, and I think these tags here, I think we didn't change these colors, so we have to change these colors as well. So we messed up somewhere here for the tags. So for the tags, I think it's for each and every single one of these tags, I guess. So it's gonna be on the top here, and I think where the tags are basically. So I think it's in the trending one, and here there are going to be, so let's actually see. Oh yeah, so we actually forgot to actually create a custom tag class for our, yeah, so that was the issue. We actually forgot to create a custom. So remember, we have this tag class here for our tags, which we had, and we actually forgot to create that. So let's actually quickly create that class as well, and it's going to be the tag one, and it's going to be very simple. So there's going to be a blue color, and it's going to be 1D9BF0, D9BF0. I think that's the Twitter color, 1D9BF0, and this font is going to be normal. And the reason why we are saying font normal is because the tag comes inside of this div, and that's going to be, this is font medium, so we want the font to be normal, so we are overriding that. And we are also going to say on the hover, I want this to be underline, and I also want the cursor to be pointer. And let's actually save that. So as soon as I save that, you can see immediately it looks much better, guys. It looks much better. Yeah, it really looks much better, guys. And also this is on the post page, so this is working. So I think, yeah, all we have to do is we have to come back to the search actually, and we actually forgot to add this on focus, the border change. So that's the last thing I think we'll have to do. So inside of our widgets, on here basically, what we had to do is on the top here, we had to add on the focus, on the input field basically, my bad, on the focus. And the reason why we set the input field to be absolute, because we wanted this to work, the input field to occupy the whole div basically, this whole div. That's why we set absolute, and inset 0 means top right, bottom left 0, so it occupies the whole sort of div. And that's the reason why we actually, because we are having a focus and actually changes the whole divs, and actually occupies the whole div basically. So that's the reason why we actually made it absolute and did it in that way. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to say focus, and let me just quickly go and check. So on the focus, I want the border color to be changed to 1D9BF0, 1D9BF0, and we also want the rounded to be full, and we also want on focus to, for the background to be black, and we want the focus we also want the shadow to be large, but I don't think that's actually gonna make any much of a difference. But as soon as we do that, you guys can see immediately, but the search icon is not changing color, which is not what we want, like as you guys can see here. And that's the reason we did a z index of 50 on the search icon. So by doing z index of 50, what's gonna happen is search icon is always gonna stay on the top, and it's never gonna go back, as you guys can see now. So this is really cool, guys. I think it's been a huge build, and I think if you guys are still watching, like together from the starting till now, you guys are insane as well, and like salute to you guys. And yeah, I mean, you guys will be super tired, and whoever is watching till now, and this has been an insane build, guys. And everything pretty much works. Let's actually, of course, let's experiment with it a little bit more. Let's try to, so we are already on the home page right now, so let's try to like, post, dislike, and let's try to comment, let's try to check, hey, let's just try and see if all of these things are working. And here we go, this is the post page it actually took us to. And if we actually, so this is not our post, so let's actually log out and log back in with this account, and let's see what happens. And this has been an insane build, guys. It literally has been an insane journey. And you guys can see the delete button. So if I want to go to this post first, and I can delete it, and it should take me back to the home page, and took me back to the home page. And now that post is no longer there, and this has been changed to retweet, and I can like this one. And of course, this is my own post, and I have these comments here. Insane, insane. And I can pretty much comment here and change to 5 basically. And of course I can delete it because since it's my own post, and I can post new stuff. Hello, testing, let's just say testing 1 2 3 4, and let's attach an image, and let's attach an image, maybe let's attach an image like this image, or let's just attach this image maybe. So okay, I just have a few images on my Mac because I recently just switched to Mac, so I don't have a lot of images, but let's just choose this images, and this is maybe pause this one, and let's see, and here we go. So it does not go below above that max width, max height which we allocated. And look at this guy, this looks so good, right? And even if you go smaller screen, and I think it should be turning in, and it should be working really nicely along with everything. And it actually, yeah, so this is mobile responsive, guys, right? So I click on this post, it should take me to the post, and I could comment it, and I could just write anything like this pretty much. And yeah, I mean, I could like it, and yeah. So I think, yeah. So now all that's remaining is we have to deploy this app to Vercel, and that's the last thing. So we can deploy it, and I can show you guys how to add the environment with it, which is actually super easy. But what you guys have to do first is you guys have to go to GitHub and pretty much create a new repository. If you guys have a GitHub account, just create a new repository. Just name it like Twitter, clone, YouTube, and I'm of course gonna keep it public. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create the repository, guys. And after creating the repository, just copy this command here. Just copy this command here and go back to your build here, guys. And what you can do, guys, is you can just say get just paste this command first, and then just say get add dot, okay, and then just do get status, and you guys can see all the files are green, and then you can pretty much commit these files. You can say initial commit or something, just type a commit message, and then just do git push, and these are the steps you exactly need to do in order to push it to GitHub. And after you actually push it to GitHub, you have to go to Vercel, and I pretty much do this in each and every one of my builds. So any of you guys like don't understand or anything, like I pretty much, and you guys can see as soon as I refresh, I've actually it's actually pushed to GitHub now. So now all I have to go is I have to open Vercel, and not actually this is a deployed app. So I have to just go navigate to Vercel, open Vercel, and all you have to do is you have to click on new project here, guys. And it's really, really simple. All we have to do is add those environment variables, and then there's one more step which we'll have to eventually do to make sure that all these things work. So we have this, we go to Vercel, and then what we basically do, we have this new repository we imported. So we just click on import, and now here's the step, guys. So inside of the environment variables, what we have to do is we have to go to our env file and get these variables. So we have to get the Google client ID, and let's just copy this client ID, and let's just save it. And these are super important. If you guys don't add this, your authentication is not gonna work. Okay, for the authentication to successfully work, you guys have to add these environment variables, because then Vercel is gonna handle it for production and stuff. And we also want to have to add the Next.auth URL. Of course, we do not want to add the local one, but right now I'm just adding the local one because we do not have domain yet. So after we deploy, we're gonna get the domain, and then I'm gonna show you guys how to put how to change this to that domain, and that's gonna work for you guys. So just click on deploy now, and it's going to deploy your project. And after it deploys, it's going to give you a domain, and then you use that domain and change the next.url environment variable and redeploy the app again, and then it's gonna work. And then what you guys can do is, there's one more step which would be needed, which is in the Google Cloud Console. You guys have to change the redirect URL again, and the URL as well, after you do this step, after it is deployed, the application. So we are almost done. And guys, this has been an insane journey, and I really, really appreciate you guys watching and you guys learning, because this is a really sick build, guys. Trust me, this is a huge, huge build, and of course, like, it's been solid hard work everyone has done. If anyone has completed this one, and let me like, what you guys want me to do next, and what you guys want to like, me to do, just in general and stuff like that. Like, do you guys want me to rebuild my old builds which I did with React or stuff? Just give me suggestions in the comments, like, you know. And I don't know why it's taking so much time to deploy right now, or maybe it's not at all deploying. uh, but yeah, try to give me suggestions, guys, and I will make sure to. I think it's actually deployed right now. Yeah, so it is deployed. So if we go to the dashboard, and so we have this domain name, as you guys can see. So what you guys can do is open this first of all, and uh, after you open this, just copy, and as you guys can see, we have this server error here. So just copy this domain name, just go here and just go to your settings, just go to your environment variables, and just pretty much change the next.url here. Just edit it and change the next.url to this, and then save this new one. And then what you guys can do is go to the deployments and then redeploy the app again. And after you redeploy this, it's gonna work now. It's gonna absolutely work. And then all you guys have to do is have to change go to the Google Cloud and just change some of the things. And I'll show you guys how to do that. And that's it, guys. That's it. And your app will be deployed on Vercel, using Vercel, and using Next.js and all these build technologies, all these latest build technologies, and production level, guys. You guys will have killed it. Anyone who has completed it, you guys have actually killed it. So yeah. Let me close this, and yeah, as I was saying, let's try to give me suggestions and stuff. And you know, this has been an insane journey. And yeah, guys, thank you so much, everyone. I just want to say, you guys motivate me. The comments, you guys, especially the comments you guys actually write, that's insane. Like, you guys like motivate me so much to do more of these things, and it's like a constant motivation to do these things. Just because by reading your guys' comments and stuff, and it feels really, really good, guys. So yeah, I think it is deployed. Yeah, so it is ready right now. So now, hopefully, it should work, and it should not give us a server error right now. And it still gives us a server error. No, so this is another domain. Don't worry about this. This is a different domain. So we have to go to this one, and hopefully it shouldn't give us any. Why is it actually giving us a server error right now? Okay. Hey guys, so I figured out the error. So you're basically getting a 500 internal server error, right? And I was trying a different bunch of things. After that, I was like redeploying on Vercel, and I was telling you guys that it's in beta version, and all those things were true, but it wasn't working. So, and the video was becoming more and more longer. So I did not want it. I did not include that part in this process because the video is already 6 hours long, and I did not wanted to make it more longer. So I figured out the error, and the error was actually very simple, guys. The reason why we're getting that 500 internal server error, what we had to do, if I go back to my code here, guys, what you were not doing, so I ignored these error messages in the beginning, these ones, which is telling me that I am not actually I'm not actually setting a secret. And if I navigate to this by pressing command and click, if I navigate to this page here, it takes me to this server page, and it says these warnings are displayed on the terminal, and it says that in development we generate a secret based on your configuration for convenience. This is volatile and it will throw an error in production. So there wasn't any sort of error, as we can see inside in the development, right? Like development, it's completely working fine. But when we actually deploy the app to Vercel, then it gives us a 500 server error. So that's what it's exactly saying there. That, and it's open on my Safari. So it's saying that that's exactly what happens, and it happens in production basically. So what we have to do to fix this, guys, is all we have to do is we have to go to our next authentication file, and I think it's I'll just make it bigger for you guys. I don't know if I'm coming back after a while on this thing, so I don't know if it was this much, but anyways, so all we had to do, guys, is we had to actually include something called a secret, of course, outside of our callbacks and outside of our providers array and out of the callbacks. So if I try like typing out like here secret, you will see we get an suggestion called secret. We press here and we basically add an environment variable called JWT secret, and this is there in the documentation, by the way. So that's what we had to do. Okay, and then if I go to my environment, you guys can see I have a secret, and this secret, guys, now you guys will be wondering, what is this secret, where am I getting this from? So this can be anything actually. This is just a random string. This JWT secret is just a random string, and you guys can just put instead of this string, you guys can put literally anything. It just has to be a random string of characters. So we just have to put a random string inside of an environment variable, and then of course after you put this variable, you have to restart your server so your environment variables are loaded again. And then after doing that, all you have to do is you have to say process.env.jwt-secret and save it. Now as soon as I save it, these errors, these warnings should be gone. We shouldn't be getting these warnings anymore, you know. So let's actually try to go back and refresh. So it's gonna recompile again. And don't worry about these warnings, because these warnings, as it's saying, it is safe to ignore if it occurred because of hot module replacement. So that's exactly the case. So that is why we are getting these warnings. Otherwise, these are not the warnings, and they aren't doing anything in production. But as you can see, as I refresh, we do not get any of these warnings again, right? So it's gone right now. Now, after doing that, what I did, guys, is I simply pushed my code to GitHub by doing git add dot, and then after doing that, git status to check it, and then git commit. After pushing this to GitHub, it triggers another deployment automatically, like on Vercel. And then when you go to Vercel, basically, when I went to Vercel, and when you open this thing here, as I'll open this, and this is not gonna give me an error anymore, and it's gonna work now. So that, as you can see, and this is deployed right now, guys, and as you can see, we aren't getting any error, any sort of error anymore, and it is completely working right now. So that was the thing, we had to figure that out, and that is why we were getting that internal server error. So if you guys didn't know about that in future, anytime it happens, I would say even any small warnings, just don't ignore it. Like what I said earlier, it wasn't good on my part. So you know, it's always make sure to look at these warnings. And with Nexus, it's really simple, because all you have to do is navigate to this link, you know, and it actually tells you what to do. So all you have to do is navigate to the link, just don't ignore it, you know. And this is what we had to do. It was very simple, and right now it works. But and by the way, guys, so this actually works right now. If I actually log out right now, so let me just log out and let's log back in again. I think it should give us an error when we try to log in, maybe. Oh, so it's actually not giving us an error. And I don't know if I showed you guys this part, but basically what I did, I think I did not showed you guys this part. So basically what you guys are gonna get another error when you try to deploy, and when you try to basically log in to this application, which I didn't actually showed you guys. So when you try to actually log in on the deployed version, it's gonna give you a redirect URL, which you guys have to copy. And for me, it's not showing because I've figured it, I've done it already. But you guys have to copy that, and you guys have to go to the Google Cloud console. So go to the Google Cloud console, and I think we went on the console earlier as well. So to the same console, we're gonna go again, navigate to there. And remember, again, use the same account, don't mess up the accounts, and select the same project you're working on with Firebase. So close this tab, and I choose my correct account. Now I just have to select my, and it's already selected, as you guys can see. Now what you guys have to do, again, go to credentials, go to API and services, and click on credentials. Basically, my Mac is really lagging right now, and I think it's better if I should use Windows, from the future videos, because Mac is actually a lot laggier right now. But yeah, you guys have to go to credentials, then go to web client, this thing here, and the URL. You guys are gonna not you guys aren't gonna see this page. You guys are gonna see a URL. Copy that URL. I want you guys to copy the URL. Okay, the redirect URI. Then go here, guys. Go inside of authorized redirect URI here, and then you guys have to paste that URL inside of here. But for some reason, I'm actually not getting that. Actually haven't done it here, which I'm really curious about that. Why and how is it actually working for me right now without that? Which I'm actually really curious about this, because it supposedly shouldn't work for me. So yeah, I mean, I did not actually change this and it's still working for me. But anyways, I did this in my previous build as well, guys. I did it in the Disney build as well. And what you all you have to do is use the redirect URL. If it doesn't work for you guys, and I think it shouldn't. I don't know why it's still working for me. I mean, I should be getting the redirect URL error here on the deployed one. But anyways, if it doesn't work for you guys, just remember, all you have to do is add a URI here. Okay, guys, add a URI here and paste that link here. The link you copied, paste that link inside of here. Okay, and then also there's one more step. After pasting that link, guys, of course, stay inside of this thing here, and inside of your URIs, you guys also have to paste the domain, which is the domain here. Like if I go back to my website here, which is this thing, basically, this is also very important. You guys have to paste this domain name here as well, and I'll actually do it as well. And I'll also actually copy this, and I'll just do it in front of you guys. The redirect URI should be something like this, and it should be something like API slash callback. So it should be like this for you guys. Redirect URL link which you guys copied, it should be like this. And the domain which you guys are using, again, I showed you guys the consistent domain. You guys have to use a domain which does not change every time you redeploy. So use the domain, just paste the domain here, and also the redirect URL, and then save the file. And you guys aren't gonna face that sort of error anymore. If you guys are having that error, which I think we should, because every time we try to we try to do this on production, we have to do it again. So yeah, and now even if I refresh right now, and if I try to sign in, I mean, for me it wasn't happening at all before as well. So but still, if it's better to do this. So make sure you don't get any errors in the future. And as you can see, we have the app deployed, and it is deployed right now, and we fixed the error. Okay, and we can log out. It's completely mobile responsive, and I really apologize for the errors and and to making the video more longer. I didn't hope we are gonna face those types of errors, but yeah, whenever we do something new, we always try to get faced with new sort of errors and stuff. Because this error, honestly, guys, I did not actually face when I was building this application. I only faced this in the video when I was recording the video. So we face new errors, but this is how we are. We try to solve it, and we try to come back strong again, and that's it, guys. So this has been a great journey so far, and I really appreciate each and every one of you, like, watching the videos and supporting me. And yeah, I really love you all, like, guys. And again, like, I really appreciate so much. And just like that, guys, I will see you guys. If you guys have any other questions, and let me know what you guys want me to work on in my future builds and stuff. Of course, I'm gonna be working on courses, and as you guys requested, many of you guys said that work on beginner courses and stuff like that, and also on burn applications, and with some live streaming content as well. I'm planning a lot of stuff. So yeah, absolutely, guys. And I hope to see you guys in our next project. Till then, take care and goodbye.